Where it stops, no one knows. We're going down. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Well, hello, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Welcome back to Criminality. We are covering the case of State of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed in her second trial. And we are on day 6, and we are on cross-examination of Ian Whiffin from Celebrate. So, hi, Sleuthie. Good morning.
Good morning. Did you get some sleep?
No.
Oh, fun. You should.
Yes, yes, I did. I got more sleep than I normally do. I'll say that.
Good.
Yes. Are you ready? Are you ready for a Leslie in Wiffin?
I am.
I hear it's going very well.
I've heard that as well.
So I also heard that they, when the jury came in, the attorney stipulated to this freaking rock that the rock was not there on January 29th. So to disregard the fact that during the view there was a rock.
Oh, for crying out loud.
So the jury's supposed to take away the fact that there was a rock.
So did they say to the jury, that rock that just so happens to have that last name on it, despite the fact they haven't lived here in years, wasn't there when John was there?
No, they did not say that. They just said the attorneys have stipulated. She said something like, I'm going to tell you guys more about what stipulated means, but essentially it means the attorneys agreed. And if you saw a rock there, I just want you to know that rock was not there January 28th through January 29th. So if you saw the rock, just disregard it.
Because John couldn't have hit his head on it.
Right. Hi, Carrie. Hi, Delana. Hi, Susie. Hi, Lynette. Let me see who else. Hey, Lacey.
I'm
hey,
so
Howard.
excited. Lowe's. So every year for Mother's Day, I've always bought myself ferns because I love ferns. And I've been looking and nobody's had them. Well, I decided to stop at Lowe's today, and they were just putting them all out. I got to pick like the best ones instead of usually by the time I get in there, it's like they're half dead because nobody takes them for anything.
You got fresh pick.
I did. So I was picking through all of them. I mean, I was digging way in the back, moving them around. I took down like 10 of them, put them in the floor. I wanted to get the best ones. So while we get started, because I'm assuming we're going to have to switch over to my computer prior to your Zoom thing or whatever. So I'll put this last one. I got 2. So I'll put this last one in a pot.
Okay.
And then switch over to my computer. Oh, Sam's Club. I hadn't even thought of Sam's Club. Ryan calls it Sam's Dub because and you can't even argue with him because the sign does look like it says the C and the L are too close together and they're lowercase. So he calls it Sam's Dub. You can't argue with him.
It makes sense. You can't argue with him.
Mm-mm.
It's true. Hi, ATS. Hi, Mysteries. Hi, Odd Structure. Hi, Hillary. Hi, Amy Lou. Okay. All right. So I fast forwarded past where she talks about the rock. So we just got Ian on the stand, so we can just start from there.
Okay. I hope this ties.
Mr. Leslie, you all set?
Thank you, Your Honor.
I mean, it's logical.
Approach,
Yes.
Thank you.
I did line them all up. I was gentle with them.
Your Honor, if I may address the court. Mr. Brennan and I have agreed, as we did yesterday, to stipulate into evidence portions of Mr. Wiffin's March 2025 report. So if I could have it marked. Thank you.
Exhibit 43. Thank you.
Thank you.
These guys look like they're a mess over here. All these. How many water bottles does one person need?
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes,
Good morning,
Henry.
Mr. Wiffin.
Good morning.
And welcome back.
Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
This one's crazy in a different way, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Mr. Whiffin, I've just handed you, which is in evidence as Exhibit 43. And this is a portion of your March 2025 report. If you could just take a moment to look at it, and when you've had a fair opportunity to do that, I'd ask you to turn to page 28.
Okay.
And just if you could, sir, just pick up your head and let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Okay, thank you.
No, Hillary, I think they all have their own. Last trials, I think, was gray, if I remember correct. All right, you know it's your report. Let's move on, Mr. Wiffin.
You don't have to read the whole thing. Damn.
Ready, Mr. Whiffin?
I am.
Thank you. So what I'd like to do is to, with your Honor's permission, is to publish pages 28, 29, and 30, and start with page 28.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf, and if you could enlarge the text down below as much as you can so the jury can see it. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. So, Mr. Whiffin, this summary section of your report is a summary of the location section that you wrote in your March 2025 report, correct?
That's correct.
And it states the location data on this device contains a vast number of records while traveling between 12/19/33 and 12/24/38. These records all have a high horizontal accuracy value as well as bearing and speed information which conforms to the streets being traveled. Next paragraph. The device arrived outside 34 Fairview at 12/24/38 where it remained static for about 30 seconds. Do you see that, sir?
I do, yes.
And did I read that correctly?
You did.
Did I read that correctly?
Sorry, yes, you did.
So at the end of it says, show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
I would like you to, Mr. Wilk, if we could switch back to the timeline of Mr. Whiffin that we had published yesterday in Deck 79. Mr. Whiffin, if you could please, we just read that portion of your report that says at 25:30, the device bearing shifts to a westerly direction as location records also show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. Did you put that in your timeline?
I did not.
It's kind of important information, isn't it?
I believe with the declining accuracy, the value that those records provided was more limited.
But it was important enough for you to write it in your report, but you didn't put it in the timeline, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you could continue on your report, page 29, Mr. Wolk, if we could put, and we're going to be flipping back and forth between the timeline in your report.
Okay.
If we could go to page 29, enlarge it, the text, so the jury is able to read it along with us. We're going to start from the top. So the next says, from the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that the device started to move towards the house. However, since the bearing information appears to be based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
So the first part is, again, a statement that the device has started to move toward the house. Now, if we could go to the next paragraph. This location data is immediately followed by 12 minutes of low accuracy records, which offer no reliable location information. So I just want to make sure I've got
Why it's like skipping like that. I don't know if it's their stream or if there's something wrong on my end, but
I thought it was me.
no, it's happening. I don't know why though. I mean, I have full bars. I don't have a bunch of shit open. So I don't know if it's their stream. If anybody already watched this and can answer that, that'd be great. So I know if I need to be looking to fix something. I know we're going to switch over to Sleuthie's stream anyway, so, or not stream, but she's going to share.
the time period here. The 12 minutes is from 12:25, correct?
Yes.
And
that's
so
correct.
12:25 plus 12 is 12:37. So the range we're talking about here is from 12:25 through 12:37, correct?
Correct.
Then, if we could go to, Mr. Wolk, please, back to the timeline, slide 82.
Hey, Callie. Hey, Soul Shine.
So I want to
See, you did it again.
discuss with you the very entry, health 12/31/56, where you have the entry start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, and yesterday we agreed 25 meters is approximately 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
And that is what you have in the timeline. Let's understand what that means.
Sleuthie, whenever you're ready to switch over to yours, we can switch over to yours because I don't know if
At
it's
that time period, 12/31/56,
what.
Oh, I thought it was unmuted. I said I'll be inside 1 sec, and then I'll.
Oh, okay.
do you recall writing in a March 2025 report that the device began moving for a period of 20 seconds?
Related to the location data, I believe.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, if we could, Mr. Wolk, go back to page 29 of the report. So what I want to do is go back to that paragraph up at the top from the combination of the device. From the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that device started to move toward the house. However, since the bearing information appears based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. So you're talking about difficulty saying with certainty, correct?
Correct.
But it is certainly possible that the device was at that location and was moving toward the house. That's possible, correct?
Based on location data, yes.
Now what I'd like to do, please, is to go stay on that report. And the third paragraph says, the reason for such low accuracy location data at this time is not known, as there are many possible reasons why the accuracy was be reduced. There's a little grammar issue there, but
Correct.
In fairness to you, sir, we do that when we write long reports. But I think that your intention here is, why the accuracy is reduced at this point, correct?
Yes. Correct.
Thank you. This could include reasons such as the device entered a building covered area, the result of weather conditions, geography, poor connectivity, or interference, to name a few. So those are the reasons you gave, which could contribute to some low accuracy, correct?
Correct.
And interesting, the very first reason you gave is that the device could be entering a building or covered area. And that phraseology could include a house, correct?
Correct.
It could include a garage attached to the house, correct?
Correct.
And it could include the house at 34 Fairview, and it could include the garage attached to the house at 34 Fairview, because both of those are buildings or covered areas, correct?
Correct.
Then you go on in the next paragraph to say it is known that the device was not being used at this time, and is this time that include that 12:37, 12-minute range, 12:25 to 12:37?
Yes, it was not being used for location purposes.
Right. So that's another reason why, right, the accuracy could be a little bit on the lower side.
Correct.
All right, where are you?
Now, the next paragraph says, at 12:38:13, when the device begins recording higher, and that's relative to what it was recording before. It's not that it's high, but it's higher than what it was just moments before.
Correct.
The data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside. Although several records show the same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown in the map below in white. So let's go down and look at what you had in your report for just moments before.
Correct.
The data centers on a location coordinate with differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown in the map below in white. So let's go down and look at what you had in your report for the area in white. In the area in white that you're referring to, there are two white circles, the largest there. This, in fact, was a depiction you included in your report.
This gotta be
page
them.
29, correct?
Do you hear how it's like Skippy?
Yeah, I'm wondering maybe try like long crime. I don't know. It's got to be them because it is. That's how mine was too.
Now, within the last few hours, the Moscow Police Department clarified a statement made by the Latah County.
Wix
I don't know
gives
what
you
it's
the
gonna do.
power of AI to
Yeah, I have no idea.
Right.
Oh, it's that split one.
Next entry, 1232.
To Waze.
Right. So you had testified yesterday that at a certain point, the Waze application ceased functioning, correct?
Correct.
Did we already hear this?
No. I think we were just about to hear that. We're at that map we're right there.
Of the house, 34.
Like that?
Yeah.
Or you want me to go ahead, like backwards more?
No, I think this should be good.
Okay.
Right.
Correct.
So, given your testimony on direct yesterday with Attorney Brennan, the phone of John O'Keefe, according to this depiction, could be anywhere within the largest white circle, correct?
Correct.
All right, I'm going to hop off. I'll be back.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
And this depiction was not offered by you or the Commonwealth in your presentation to the jury yesterday, correct?
Correct. Not in the PowerPoint.
Now, if we could go back, Mr. Wolk, to page 29 of your report, into the text. And if we can enlarge the text just a little bit, please, for the jury, Mr. Wolk. So the paragraph that begins with at 12:38:13, when the device begins recording higher accuracy information. Again, the data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside, although several records.
I don't like this one because I can't see. Like, they make the actual exhibits really tiny. Do you guys want me to keep it here at this, or do you want me to try something else? I mean, I cannot see that at all. Okay.
Does not show a timestamp for
Thank you.
that.
Look, and I repeated that just to tether to.
All right, now I hear it. Is that okay? I mean, I could see it now. Is this an okay spot to start? Yeah, that's way better. I could not see a single word in the last one.
To connect this part of the text to that diagram with a big white circle. Have I done that correctly?
Yes, correct.
Thank you, sir. The next paragraph. Over the next few hours, the GPS coordinate and the associated accuracy radius jumps around numerous times between the house and the road. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
And therefore, over the next few hours, according to your report, the phone of John O'Keefe could be in the house, correct?
Based on the low accuracy information, yes.
Oh,
Yes.
oh.
The next paragraph. Well, we'll stop there for a moment, and I would like to, Mr. Wolf, go down, scroll please, to that diagram that's right below that text again. Yesterday, you discussed Waze, the Waze application with Ms. Attorney Brennan, correct?
Correct.
And you stated that Waze location data is more accurate than the data that comes from the Apple apps like health data and location, correct?
Incorrect. No.
I'm sorry. Is Waze location data, in your view, accurate location data?
There isn't really a thing such as Waze location data.
I'm having trouble hearing.
Waze location data doesn't really exist. Waze is requesting location data from location services, and location services would respond with high accuracy information.
Okay, I appreciate that correction. So when someone is using a Waze application, is the information they get through that Waze app accurate?
It tries to be accurate, yes.
And as a general matter, is the Waze application more accurate than the Apple information regarding location?
It's the same thing.
It's the same thing because it's coming essentially from the same source, correct?
Yes, Apple
I thought for sure yesterday he said that it was better.
provides that information to Waze.
Right. So you had testified yesterday that at a certain point, the Waze application ceased functioning, correct?
Correct.
But just because it ceased functioning, the Waze, the Apple applications were still taking effect, and that's why you could make this depiction on this item that is on the screen now, correct?
Correct.
If we could, Mr. Wolk, go to page 30. What I'd like to highlight, please, is the text. So if we can enlarge it up at the top. So you then state, while location data from this data source, cache SQLite, is usually able to identify the location of the device with a high degree of accuracy and reliability, these records are so close that making a distinction between the device's actual location on the front garden is impossible, correct?
Correct.
Your words, impossible.
Correct.
Did you provide any of the information in that paragraph in your timeline or to the jury in your direct testimony yesterday?
Not in the PowerPoint, no.
Next paragraph. If the location records are limited to just the records between 0025, which is 12:25, and 6 a.m. and with an accuracy radius of 10 meters or less, there are 46 records, all of which fall within the red circle shown below. Go ahead, Mr. Wolf, if you could scroll down. And that is the only depiction there that you included in your timeline yesterday, correct?
Correct.
So you took one of two depictions in your summary of the location, this one, in terms of your timeline presentation, correct?
Correct.
Now, in terms of the timeline, and Mr. Wolk, if we could go back to the previous with the other depiction. It's on page 29. If we could enlarge that depiction, please.
ExxonMobil Low Carbon Solutions is making a big impact. We're using smaller parcels of land.
What is
with the goal
happening?
to produce greater amounts of lithium. And that's
In the
Oh,
fire hydrant,
that was weird. It only took up half the screen. Sorry.
are more down toward the small black circle. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
You know, you would think they would turn off ads for them live streaming a trial. How rude.
And yesterday, you rendered an opinion that you believed that the phone was mostly in the location by the flagpole in the fire hydrant, correct?
Objection. I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for a minute, please.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. If we could dim the lights again, please. Thank you. So if we can enlarge that depiction. So yesterday, Mr. Whiffin, you focused your testimony and your opinions on the smaller black circle, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't discuss at all or disclose at all this depiction, and therefore didn't discuss or disclose at all the larger white circle, correct?
Wow.
Not when discussing my overall opinion.
Right.
Yeah.
So the answer is
no.
right.
Wow.
So the fair way to interpret, and this is what you put in your report, this is your depiction, is that, and based upon what you said yesterday, the phone could be at the very edge of the top of the circle, correct?
Correct.
And the phone could also be at any point, so you can, in theory, put a phone anywhere around the very edges of that entire circle, correct?
There's caveats to that, but yes.
AKA
I'm
in the
just
house.
Asking
Yes.
you a question. That according to your testimony yesterday in this depiction, the phone could be anywhere in that location,
Yes.
within the area of that white circle.
Correct.
I would like to now go back to the timeline, Mr. Wolf, where we had left off, which is slide 82. And at the very top entry, you have health, time 31:56. And then the description, start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters. And we agreed about 84 feet. And this is where the device began moving toward the house for a period of 20 seconds. Is that correct?
It's the time that 36 steps started to be recorded. I've got no idea of the direction of travel.
I want to focus on the time, 12:31:56. Are you aware that a firm called Aperture, on behalf of the Commonwealth, has submitted a report that states that there was a trigger event at 12/31/56 that they refer to as the supposed collision. Are you aware of that?
Objection.
Sustained.
I recall seeing a report. Sorry.
You don't have to answer that.
Sorry,
Mr.
apologies.
Whiffin, that's okay.
Mr. Whiffin, are you familiar with a firm called Aperture?
I'm vaguely aware of them. I've heard of them once.
Are you familiar with a person by the name of Dr. Judson Welcher?
I'm not, no.
But you're familiar with the firm Aperture?
I am.
And do you know that the Aperture firm is working on this case?
That's the only reason I'm aware of this company.
Right. And do you know that the Aperture firm has used your data in your report? You know that?
I believe I saw something about that.
You believe you saw something, or do you know that they've used your data for a report in this matter?
I recall seeing a report. I don't recall whether it was my data that was being referenced.
Do you recall seeing a report from Aperture?
I do.
So you reviewed a report from Aperture.
Several months ago, yes.
And did you read the whole report?
It was a PowerPoint presentation, I believe.
Yes.
Yes, I reviewed it.
And you recall reading that entire PowerPoint presentation?
I don't recall what it said, but I remember reading through it.
Fair enough. Do you remember, as you sit here today, reading about a trigger of a number 1162-2? Do you recall reading that?
I recall seeing reference to a trigger event.
What did you understand the Aperture firm that's retained by the Commonwealth, what do you understand they meant by trigger 1162-2?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you recall the specific slide that discussed a trigger?
Objection.
Do you recall that, Mr. Whiffin?
Very vaguely.
Would it help your recollection if I showed you a slide from that report that you said you reviewed to refresh your recollection?
All right, so why don't I see counsel at sidebar? Bring that with you, Mr. Leslie, please.
This is long. Oh my goodness. Look at Paul wearing mauve. Damn, that was long.
May I, Your Honor?
You can approach.
Thank you. Mr. Wiffin, I'm handing you this. Excuse me, Mr. President. I'm handing you this document.
Thank you.
May I stand by the witness? Sure. Tell me when you've had a fair opportunity to take a look at that.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Wiffin, does that refresh your recollection with regard to an aperture report that discusses a trigger of 1162.2?
It does, thank you.
Pardon me?
It does, thank you.
And how does it refresh your recollection?
I remember seeing that several months ago.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. There's a blower on here that I'm having trouble hearing Mr. Wiffin. If you, sir, could bring the mic, it's not your fault. If you could bring it and speak a little louder, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I recall seeing that as part of the report that I read 2 months ago.
And you recall the time of 12/31/38 now, correct?
Correct.
Let's go back to your timeline. '82. So you just spoke about a trigger 1162.2 associated with a time of 12/31/38, and we are now at the timeline of 12/31/56, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
We are now going back to the timeline, deck 82, and you see up at the top where it says health 31/56. You see that, sir?
I do.
And then it says start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, which we have said is 84 feet or so. And this is when the device begins moving, correct?
Correct.
And that is after.
Hold on. So if the trigger event, and of course we haven't heard from Aperture yet, if the trigger event that they're claiming is when John got hit is 12/31/56, then how did he unlock the phone with his face and open up messages and read Jennifer McCabe's text message and then lock the phone at 12:32 after he'd already been hit by a car?
The trigger of 1162.2, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let's go to the next entry on the timeline, which is 12/32/03. You see that? That's Doppler.
I do.
And then you state pocket state cleared. Is the phone at that time in a pocket?
It's impossible for me to say. I can say that the camera was blocked, but I don't know what was blocking it.
You're saying at this point the camera is blocked?
It had been blocked, and at that point, it became unblocked.
So at this point, it became unblocked from a previous block status, correct?
Yes.
Does there have to be some human manipulation of the phone at 12/32/03 for that to happen?
Yeah.
Technically not.
What?
There are scenarios that wouldn't require it.
Is
Okay,
it
name
more
one.
likely than not that there had to have been some human contact in action for this pocket state clearing event to occur?
Yes.
12/32/04 is the next. It's a type unlock, device unlock with Face ID. You see that, sir?
I do.
Is there some human action that has to occur for the device to unlock with Face ID?
Typically, you must be paying attention to the phone.
I'm sorry, sir.
You must be paying attention to the phone, assuming that that setting's enabled.
So someone had to be looking at the phone.
Yes.
At 12/32/05, application focus. What does that mean?
That the messages application was at the foreground of the device being used.
Next entry, 12/32/06. We discussed this. Excuse me. It says read message, pull behind me. And that is associated with a Jen McCabe it's the John McCabe message of 3147, correct?
Correct.
And does a human have to be reading that for that entry to be made?
The message needs to be on screen. If the conversation with Jen McCabe was already on screen when the device was unlocked, then that message would automatically be considered read.
Next entry, app lock 123209, end application focuses messages, and then it says device locked with lock button for the last time. That requires human interaction with the phone, correct?
Correct.
And it actually requires somebody to take the cell phone and press the side button to do that, correct?
It does, yes.
So there has to be some degree of coordination for that to occur, for a human to be able to have something that hits that button, correct?
Certainly, yes.
Do you understand what a term fine motor skill means? Do you
Yes.
understand that? And
I'm
would
dead.
that person have to be using skills to do that?
Yes.
Next,
I mean, there it is right there, Teresa. I don't know if you heard it, but like right after you left, they were talking about, or Alessi was talking about Aperture using this dude's report and data for their report, and when they were like recreating the crash or whatever.
Okay.
That they had listed a trigger event at 12:31:56, which according to them and Dr. Welcher is the time when John was hit by the car. Well, that can't be so if at 12:32:09, well, not even that, 12:32:04, he's alive enough and conscious to be able to unlock his phone with Face ID. So it wasn't under his body at that time.
So hold on. So in Wiffin's report, does he say something about this 12:31? Like where did Aperture come up with 12:31 being the time he was hit? Did they explain that or
He
no?
did use his report, but it was something about the 12:31:38 in his report. I would have to go back, but they used 12:31:38.
I'm trying to figure out what in his report triggered them to use that time. My three sons know the jury's there for this. This is the jury is present. You see what I mean? Like, what's in his report that they would go, let's just pick this time? Like,
I think it was the 12:31:38 timestamp as being like the time where the phone doesn't move anymore from the yard. Like, and they were going off of, so we have two bubbles, right? We have the black bubble and then we have the white bubble. They didn't show the jury they didn't show the jury yesterday the white bubble at all, only the black bubble, which was smaller and did not put him in the house at any time. Today, we're looking at the white bubble, which was bigger, much bigger, took up half the house that John could have been inside. And I think what Alessi was getting at was that he said in his report that at 12:31:38, the phone never moved anymore and never went inside the house or could have reached inside the house. And so maybe Aperture was using that timestamp as a determining factor to these trigger events, to what they could.
Well, that's not even intelligent if you're looking at his, even if you're looking at his timeline without the added stuff that he just left out of there, where we still know that 12:32:04. I don't know if that's the right seconds.
That's when he unlocked the phone with Face ID.
Okay, so 12:32:38.
12:30.
What's the time that he closes the phone for the last time?
12:32:09.
12:32:09. Okay, so that is on the timeline. So we know that he's not hit yet. Even if they are using his report, why would Aperture ever not use that time at 12:32:09 or 12:32:10? You see what I mean?
Well, I don't know, and I'm actually a little surprised that he was allowed to ask him specifically about Aperture's report. Like I was surprised that we wouldn't need testimony from Aperture first. So I guess we'll hear from Aperture exactly why whenever they come up, because could it be that it wasn't until after they wrote? I'm just talking hypothetically, but
yeah,
could they have did their report and then he suddenly this data was found that the phone was locked for the last time at that time? I mean, we had never heard that before.
Right. That's new for this trial.
Yeah. So I'm wondering if that could be the case.
Travis says, how do you block a camera on an iPhone? So John had Face ID set up, and I don't know if that's causing the camera to just do all these things, like, you know, where it's because it's looking for his face every time the phone is in the pocket.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that has to do with the fact that he has Face ID set up. So maybe if you don't have Face ID set up, it doesn't do that, and it's got a completely different set of data.
No, you'd have to have Face ID enabled, because what it does is every time you get a text message, a notification, a phone call, it automatically starts looking for your face
to see if you're going to open it.
Right. So how I understand it is if it's blocked, it's because it's in a pocket. It's because it's face down on a desk. It's because you're laying on top of it. But I wonder, okay, and like your finger being on it, that would probably be it too. I'm just wondering if, like, I think he said, like, let's say my husband's phone is sitting on my counter, and he has Face ID set up,
and
he's not around, and it goes off, tries to get Face ID. And nobody picks up the phone, nobody touches it or whatever. I believe that would distinguish itself as still like cleared technically, because nothing's stopping it except laziness.
Right.
They could put their head over it, but didn't. So when they say blocked, I think they mean like actually blocked, like your finger, or it's laid face down on a case or on a desk or in a pocket.
Don't know if the jury is picking up on any of this yet.
It's a lot of numbers. They would have to be writing down all the numbers.
Yeah,
because
I'm hoping so.
Because if I wasn't writing these down, I don't know that I would have picked up on like 12/29/51 is when he hangs up with Jennifer McCabe. Which is interesting because he said, okay, so last trial, she said this was a butt dial. He said that one of her other calls that was outgoing from John's phone to her may not have been where they answered and spoke to each other because it was outgoing. It could have been ringing and ringing and went to voicemail.
Okay.
But the ones that are incoming to John's phone that are answered mean they were answered. So he was alive and answered the phone at 12/29/51. Or no, that's when they hung up. So
12/29/51
is when they hung up.
Okay.
So do you care if I back his thing up a little just so I can view his timeline?
No, you're good. Hi, Passenger. Hi, Joanna.
We had to switch because we couldn't see shit from the other one. Oh, I didn't realize it was that long ago. Okay. So (12/31/56) is the start of the healthcare event. Was 36 steps. Okay. So okay. I bet they were looking at that and saying, okay, there's this weird number of steps, this 36 steps. The phone doesn't move again. It doesn't look like it goes inside the house. It locks. Like they're not looking at the actual times. They're just saying, okay, after this, the phone locks and is never open again. He doesn't answer any further calls. He doesn't answer any text messages, blah, 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 blah. So this 36 steps must be the result of the triggering event, right? If you're not looking too closely, you could piece that together. But
can't be hit by a car and then be all, okay, let me just
well, when you add the other stuff,
check my messages and
right.
you know, lock my phone manually. Can't do all those things. So if Aperture used the 3156, it's going to be
we have to see, because we obviously haven't heard from them. I was interested to know.
The defense at the end of this just wraps it up in a nice little timeline. Like, the state wants you to believe that this is the time frame of what happened.
They need to.
This is like, and show it. Like, you know, here we go.
Like this. Like, even if it's just as simple as this, like they need to show this. Because it's just not possible. And also, I found it interesting that Aperture used Wiffin's data. And we know that Wiffin's data is not, like, I don't even know what he did. I don't know. He must have been told, like, this is what we need to happen. Tell us how it happened. Or this is what they're saying happened. Tell us why it didn't. Because even in his experiment, and I said this yesterday, his experiment where he's putting it in the freezer, putting it outside in 40-degree weather.
Right.
Neither of those things mimic the set of circumstances that they're saying John was in.
Mm-hmm.
So what was the point of even doing it other than to be like, it could be consistent with him being outside because the temperature drops. But if Aperture is supposed to be like scientist, I mean, Dr. Welter is a doctor, not that kind of doctor, the other kind of doctor. You would think he would be like, this is not even the same thing. Like, my refrigerator's 0 degrees. Well, no, I'm not gonna spoil it. But I know that my freezer is set to 0 degrees. And I know this because I did spend a little bit of time when we had no power, like watching it get hotter. I'm like,
you're not gonna spoil it. You mean no pun intended?
Oh no, I was gonna say something else, but like I'm sitting here watching it and I'm like, oh fuck, like, you know, 3 more degrees, then like everything's trash. Like, so, but it started at 0 degrees. And so one would think if your thought process is, I'm going to try to recreate this scenario, you would think, right, that you would be like, I need to know how cold the freezer is.
Mm-hmm.
So you agree?
Yes.
So if you were trying to mimic, and then my refrigerator, I think, is set to either 36 or 38, maybe 38. So if you were trying to mimic the conditions John was in, and you know what the temperature is of your fridge and freezer, I think common sense would say, well, the temperature of the refrigerator is a little closer than that of the freezer. Because it wasn't 0 degrees in Canton that night.
Correct.
So now I do think there's a little bit more to that, because his body would have been on top of it. But like, he didn't even account for that. So I don't know why these people would base anything of what they're saying. Like,
yeah, I don't know why you take his report. I mean, I would say that you could read it and use it like, okay, let me just get the information. But to pick that, like, they just randomly picked a time off of there that they decided.
I think it's
no activity happening afterward that they can't explain that if he's hit by the car already.
I think it's because last trial, there was no time. Like, the key cycles and the triggering events and stuff was no time. And I think Hank was probably like, I need to have a time this time.
Well, he also he has to have a time before she gets to the house.
I know, Travis. I did. I kept it shut for days.
She did. She was screwed. Once
I
the
thought
power was off for that long, there's no choice. You get rid of everything.
so. The temperature gauges are in my refrigerator, and so both of them I can see them both at the same time. I did not touch my freezer. It still thawed out. Like I was like right now, if I could pull everything out of my freezer. It is rock solid. Everything is frozen solid. I mean, it doesn't. Occasionally, it will get like frosty on it. I don't know why. I think my kid sometimes leaves it open and we don't hear the alarm. But like everything is rock solid. It thawed out. I couldn't believe how quickly it thawed out. And that started at 0 degrees. So when you're talking about like his data or his phone temperature, right? I wasn't doing anything to affect the inside of the freezer. It still got hotter and hotter. You would think all the frozen food in there would keep it cold, right?
I agree. Are you frozen? Oh shit, we're talking about freezers and Sleuthie's frozen. Uh-oh. Hold, please. Okay, I don't know what happened there, but she was sharing her screen, so I'll give her a second to come back on, and we can figure that out, or I'll just go back to sharing on my end. That was weird that she's talking about freezers and then she froze. Thaw her out. How weird was that, though? All right, I'm going to pull up Boston 25, though, too, because they seem to have a better stream anyway. So by the time I do that, hopefully she's fixed. Hopefully somebody fixed her. Especially because I have no idea what timestamp we were at. So you guys that were here, because like I said, I don't know where she even was. You can tell me if this is where we were, or if you've already seen all this.
Status, correct?
Yes.
Does there have to be some human manipulation of the phone at 12:32:03 for that to happen?
Hey, free Ricky Bay.
Technically not. There are scenarios that wouldn't require it.
Is it more likely than not that there had to have been some human contact in action for this pocket state clearing event to occur?
Yes.
12:32:04 is the next. It's a type unlock. Device unlock.
Maybe a bit further. Okay.
Action device ID.
Be paying attention to the phone.
At 12:32:05. Application focus. What does that mean?
That the messages application was at the foreground of the device being used.
Next entry, 12:32:06. We discussed this. Excuse me. It says read message, pull behind me. And that is associated with a Jen McCabe. It's the Jen McCabe message of 31:47, correct?
I feel like we were past this too.
And does a human have to be reading that for that entry to be made?
The message needs to be on screen. If the conversation with Jen McCabe was already on screen when the device was unlocked, then that message would automatically be considered read.
Next entry, app lock, 12:32:09. end application focuses messages, and then it says device locked with lock button for the last time. That requires human interaction with the phone, correct?
Correct.
And it actually requires somebody to take the cell phone and press the side button to do that, correct?
It does, yes.
So there has to be some degree of coordination for that to occur for a human
Is this
to be
fine
able
motor
to
skills part?
have something that hits that button, correct?
Certainly, yes.
Do you understand what a term fine motor skill means? Do you
Yeah, I
understand
did
that?
hear this part.
And would that person have to be using fine motor skills to do that?
Yes.
Next entry, 12/32/16. End of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, again, 84 feet.
Sleuthie, just come back on your phone.
That is in your timeline because that's when you believe the end of the health event, the end of the 36 steps occurred, correct?
That is the time that the device data shows the end of the health event, yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is interesting too, because not only does it lock at 12/32/09, I think, and I'd have to go back and look at his timeline, but I'm pretty sure at like 12/32/10 or 11 right there is the end of that health data being reported, which means that those 30 some steps, 80 some feet happens between 12/31 and 12/32. So like they went with the beginning of the steps versus the end, like the beginning of where those were being registered versus the end of where those were being registered. So that's also interesting that Aperture would do that. Like now I'm really curious to hear Welcher and see why he made the decisions that he made and if he can make it make sense.
Do you need the light, Mr. Lessie?
Yeah, it would be helpful. Thank you,
Could
Your
we have
Honor.
the lights, please, Dave?
Do you recall writing in your March 2025 report the following? The final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12/31/56 and 12/32/16, during which 36 steps were recorded, covering a distance of 25.4 meters, again, that 84 feet, according to healthdbsecure.db. Do you recall writing that?
I do.
And you used in your report 36 steps were recorded covering a distance of 25.4 meters or 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
Do you know a trooper named Nicholas Garino?
I'm aware of him, yes.
Are you a little more than aware of him? You've worked with him on this case, haven't you?
He sent me some of the files related to it, but further than that, I've got no relationship with him.
But isn't someone sending you files on a case you're working on, working with the person? Isn't that a fair conclusion?
It could be.
Do you recall reading any reports of Nicholas Garino?
I don't recall reading a report by Nick.
Does that mean you didn't read it,
Wait.
or you just don't recall?
Nicholas Guarino, he just called him Nick. Isn't that an issue from yesterday when they were talking to Arca, and Wolf was calling Alan Jackson Alan. And he was like, you got a first name basis. What would you call me? And he's like, I'd call you Mr. Brennan. Now we have Wiffin, the expert for the Commonwealth, who's buddies with Nick. That's interesting.
Reading it.
I honestly can't remember if I did or not. I remember some of the reports that I read for this case.
Friendly
I
or
don't
friends?
recall if one was by Nick.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you a portion of his report to determine whether you would have read it?
Please.
Thank you. Moment, Your Honor, please.
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, I would assume that him and Nick worked together. Him and Guarino have been working together because some of what he's testified to during this trial is actually what was Nick's testimony from last year. So I would not be surprised that they spent some time discussing things.
Yes.
Him and Nick, that they're friends
Sure,
now.
Mr. Brennan?
Yes. I just want to make sure I got the entire report.
Did you talk to Nick about your kids? Because that seems like your friends. Do you talk to all the people you work with about their kids?
Mr. Wiffin?
Thank you.
And may I stand by the witness, Your Honor? Thank you. I am providing you with a document, and I would ask if that refreshes your recollection as to whether you've read a report of Mr. Guarino.
A report or this report?
This report. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do you think Bev actually thinks her hair looks nice? What's she doing down there?
I don't recall ever seeing this report.
Have you ever had any conversations with Trooper Nicholas Guarino?
Very briefly.
But you had, the answer is yes.
Yes.
Did Trooper Guarino tell you that he measured the distance from the flagpole to the front door and it was 72 feet? Did he ever tell you that?
Sustained.
Damn.
Did you ever have a conversation with Trooper Nick Guarino about the distance from the flagpole to the front door of 34 Fairview?
Maybe.
Maybe. So is it maybe then you had a conversation with him in which he stated to you that that distance is 72 feet?
It's maybe.
So if we go back
Hey, Miranda.
to
Yes. Well, we're 2 hours behind, but yes.
what we were discussing earlier about the steps and the distance covered, and this is in your report of March 2025, where we've talked about this, and it's the final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16.
Is this the correct slide?
No, it's
So
not.
let's take it
Yeah,
down.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me start that over. The final health activity of note on John's phone could be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, during which 36 steps were recorded, covering a distance of 5.4 meters or 84 feet. 84 feet is greater than 72 feet, correct?
Correct.
So if the distance from the flagpole to the front of the house is 72 feet, and your report notes 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet, that would put those steps within the house, correct?
It would.
Let's continue on with the timeline.
Yeah, I think that Miranda, I agree. The Commonwealth shouldn't even be charging her at this point. That's where I'm at. This is ridiculous.
We now have Doppler 1233:14, and then Doppler pocket state. Do you recall in your report adding a word to this, that your report said pocket state detected? Do you recall writing that?
More than likely, yes.
Yes. But the detected word is not on that slide, is it?
It's not, no.
What does pocket state detected mean?
There was an active check by the Doppler function, and it detected that it was in a pocket state.
Hi, Streets. Thank you for the PSA.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Yes. To switch? Thank you.
Did the
Thank you, Your Honor.
people in the house, did the in-the-house people know that Karen would not be coming in with John? No.
Do you need this slide up there, Mr. Alessi?
I was just going to check that. I think the answer is going to be no, Your Honor.
Don't you worry, Miranda. I'm an equal opportunity kind of criticizer. We had we had the Todd Mullins case, and that guy's hair was a disaster. He had a terrible comb over.
I would now like to change gears a bit and go to temperature with an iPhone. You recall that discussion in your direct testimony?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Wilk, if we could please have the slide deck, but a different page, slide 60. And just tee it up, but please don't put it on the screen yet.
I hope your day gets less stupid.
iPhones don't record ambient or the environmental temperature where the phone may be at any given time, correct?
Correct.
But the iPhones, including the iPhone of John O'Keefe, log the temperature of the battery inside of it, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of that function, examiners and folks like you can use the battery temperature of an iPhone to identify increases or decreases in temperature within the environment that the iPhone is physically located in. True?
I believe so, yes.
And that's right out of your report, right? Your March 2025 report makes that very statement, correct?
Yes.
The battery temperature of an iPhone generally matches the pattern of the rise and the fall of the thermometer temperature, correct?
From my testing, yes.
And when an iPhone is in a lock state with little activity occurring on the device, the battery temperature is heavily affected by the ambient temperature in the environment, again, matching the pattern of the rise and the fall of the thermometer temperature, right?
Correct.
And what I just read is right out of your March 2025 report, correct?
It sounds like it is, yes.
And you actually established this in various temperature testing and test scenarios in your March 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
Let's discuss those two tests. You had an appendix to your report that discussed two test scenarios with regard to temperature, correct?
Correct.
Can
And
I
that
just
was
ask, I'm sorry, Mr. Whiffin, do you have your report with you, sir?
I don't have a copy.
I'd be happy to provide him with a copy of his report so we can have him follow along.
I think that's great. Thank you.
Okay.
Why would he not have his own
Would that be
report if he's
helpful, Mr.
testifying about his report?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
There you go. And Mr. Wiffin, feel free at any time to reference that report.
Thank you.
And if you could, turn to page 77.
Okay.
So are you ready, sir?
I am, yes.
Thank you. So let's look at test scenario one. Test scenario one, you took an iPhone. If I'm remembering correctly, same model as John O'Keefe's?
I believe John O'Keefe's was iPhone 11. I used an iPhone 10.
But sufficiently
similar.
similar for purposes of this experiment?
Correct.
Or this test?
Same iOS version.
Yes. So it's the same iOS version, the software inside the phone, just a different model.
Yes,
And it's the software that's important for this test, correct?
I believe so.
So you state that you placed the iPhone inside a freezer, correct?
Correct.
And now if we could, Mr. Woke, if we can put that, do we have that in would be page 77? And if we could enlarge that chart, please. Enlarge it just a little bit more. We're not concerned with the text at this point. So we can just get the chart as large as possible. Thank you. Thank you. So what I'd like to do is focus on January 29th.
Hey, Laura.
Excuse me.
Hey, Ems.
This is your experiment. When did you do test scenario one, approximately, the date?
This is a good question. It was sometime probably in December last year.
I'm sorry.
In December last year, I believe.
December 2024.
Correct.
So what you did here was you took the phone, you put it inside a freezer. What was the temperature of the freezer?
I actually don't know.
But it was a freezer.
It was freezing. Yes.
It is sort of your just regular freezer that everybody
a
has.
regular chest
Nothing
freezer.
special about it.
No.
Let's look at some of the data that you have from this. Let's start at the 1710 time frame where it's placed in the freezer and you've got, and we're going to go with Fahrenheit, if that's okay with you.
Of course, yes.
Thank you. 73.4 degrees, correct?
Correct.
And then if you go all the way down to the 1725, which would be 15 minutes, correct?
I think
correct.
that's true, Em. That's what we're gonna find out.
Can you state what the drop in temperature is of the battery temperature in just 15 minutes in a freezer?
Approximately 50 degrees Fahrenheit.
So it drops 50 degrees Fahrenheit in just 15 minutes.
Correct.
And is it fair to say that if you do the math, that that's about a little over 3.5 degrees per minute? And if Your Honor, if he wants to use a calculator, or just accept my estimate, whatever Your Honor thinks is appropriate.
However you can answer the question, Mr.
I'm happy to accept your answer. That's fine.
Let me just make sure. If I have a moment, Your Honor. .33, would that sound fair, sir?
That sounds fair.
So it's about 3.3 degrees Fahrenheit per minute drop, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to the next page of your report, page 78, where test scenario 2. And in test scenario 2, you took the same phone with the same software and you placed it outside at a temperature of 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
And we could enlarge that, please, Mr. Wolf.
Wiffin is from the UK, but moved to Canada like 20 years ago or something along those lines. So,
and if you could just scroll up, well, just if you just leave it there, it's fine. So if we take the time that we start out with a control temperature, and then we've got a battery temperature at 9:02, and this is the battery temperature of the iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And we've got 60.
So he does have a base. I mean, he has his control temp, which is what he knows at 71.6 degrees outside, and 2 minutes later, right? Is that what he's saying, or is this the phone temp still? And it's changing after it gets placed out there. No, this is the battery temperature, the thermometer. Yeah, so this is his control temp. 71.6, and 2 minutes later, the phone is at 66.2. Is that, am I reading his thing correct? I think I am.
6.2 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
So is it fair to call that a baseline for purposes of what this chart is?
The device had already been outside for 2 minutes at that point, but yes.
Okay, so we'll just refer to 66.2. And then if we go from 9:02 down to 9:15, a period of 13 minutes, correct?
Correct.
So at 33.8 degrees and 13 minutes.
That's what I'm thinking
too.
Thank you, Em.
Drop in temperature in degrees. What's the drop?
Sorry, between the 9:02 and the 9:15.
Right. So does it go from 66.2 to 35.6?
It does.
And sir, so I don't have to have you do a math on the fly. I've calculated it, that drop at 30.6. Does that sound about right?
That sounds correct. Yes.
So you got a drop of 30.6 degrees in just 13 minutes at an outside temperature of 33.8, correct?
Correct.
We're going to come back to this, but what I'd like to do is to compare these two test scenarios the one we just saw at 33 degrees Fahrenheit, where it dropped 30.6 degrees in just 13 minutes, again at an outdoor temperature of 33.8, and then test scenario 1 in a freezer, where it dropped 61.2 degrees in just 15 minutes. Now let's go to the slide 60, which was in your slide presentation yesterday, of what you stated was the temperature change in the iPhone of John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th. You with me, sir?
Yep.
Thank you. So if we start out at 12:13, we see a battery temperature of 82 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
Then it drops a little bit to 77, a little bit to 72. And what I want to focus on is keeping the starting point for my questions here at the 12:37 time period on the morning of January 29th. And that's 72 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
So if you take the time period from 12:37 to 12:53, that's a 15-minute interval, correct?
Correct.
The phone only drops 11 degrees Fahrenheit in 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
If you then go to 12:07 and give it a little bit more time, down to 1:36 a.m., the temperature, and that's just about an hour, right?
Correct.
And the temperature drops from 72 to 50, only 22-degree drop in an hour, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you compare this chart in the drop in temperature, for example, 12:37, 12:53, in 15 minutes, it's only dropping 11 degrees, to your experiments, where with the first scenario with the freezer, it dropped $50 degrees in a 15-minute period. Is it correct to say that there was a much more dramatic drop in temperature in your test scenario 1 than what actually occurred on John O'Keefe's phone for the time period we just covered in January 29th?
Yes.
And then with regard to even test scenario 2, where the temperature is 33.8 degrees, that's the ambient, the outdoor temperature,
Correct.
right? At that temperature, just above freezing, you've got a...
Sorry, that's below freezing.
I'm sorry?
It's below freezing.
What is freezing in Fahrenheit?
No.
Don't know, but it's 0 degrees Celsius,
Right.
and it was -5 degrees Celsius at the time.
Right, but would you agree that, and I want to be fair to you because I know you use Celsius more
Yes.
than Americans who use Fahrenheit, but would you agree that 32 degrees Fahrenheit is the freezing point in Fahrenheit?
I honestly wouldn't know.
Okay, fair enough.
So then why would you say below freezing?
Because it's below 0 Celsius.
Well, we're not working in Celsius. But also, how accurate is that then if it could be...
I don't know. That's my question too. Doesn't it still have to equate to the same thing? I don't know.
I guess. Okay.
I don't know. I don't know much about Celsius, so maybe they have a different. Like
I thought it
I
equaled the
don't know anything
same.
about Fahrenheit. I don't know much about Celsius, except for that it's 0 is freezing.
Okay.
In any event, in your experiment at 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit, you're getting a drop in your experiment in 13 minutes of 30.6 degrees, right?
Correct.
But much less drop in temperature on slide deck 60 of the actual iPhone of John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th, correct?
Yes, correct.
Do you know what the temperature was in Canton in January 29th, 2022?
I do not know.
Don't you think that that would be an important piece of information in analyzing where the phone of John O'Keefe was on the morning of January 29th?
I didn't think it was.
So you didn't.
How did he determine what temperatures to use at all?
Even though
Apparently
you
he doesn't
issued
think
a report discussing the temperature of the iPhone, and you did 2 test scenarios, one in a freezer, one in an ambient temperature of slightly above 33 degrees, and you didn't think it important to take the final step to see whether there was anything to be gained from that comparison to
Hi,
determine
Kim.
where that phone was located?
My testing proved that the battery temperature is affected by ambient temperature. My report shows the data that was on the device. I also don't know the condition that the phone was found in, whether it was in a case, whether it was in a pocket. So to me, the ambient temperature in Canton at the time wasn't particularly relevant. I just wanted to show what data the device had recorded.
No, no.
The information that you create from your digital forensics analysis, including everything that's in the slide in your report, including battery.
What's happening? No.
One sec, sir.
Radio?
I'll go back to the question. In digital forensics, you work with law enforcement often, correct?
Correct.
And you work in law enforcement in investigating cases, do you not?
Yes.
And so oftentimes, the law enforcement is using your digital forensics information to help them solve cases, correct?
Correct.
You didn't suggest to anybody on law enforcement that they might want to take a look at this temperature information to assist in determining where this phone could have been by the temperature? You never raised that with them?
I did not.
And do you know?
Not to mention the temperature changing throughout that time. So we know a storm is coming in. What is the rate of the change of temperature from the 28th to the 29th? So how is that affecting the phone? And if it's not affecting the phone, then we know the phone can't be outside anyway.
Well, and also if it's your theory immediately that he was hit and left outside for a period of time, wouldn't you be looking for evidence that would basically try to confirm that or not?
Well, in fairness, I don't think that he didn't seem to be all in with the fact that he was outside. Because when he was asked about could he have been in the house? He's like, yeah. Could he have been in the garage? Yeah. Could he have been in the basement? Yeah.
Well, that's because if he would have said no, he would have looked like a jackass. Because
right, but I'm just saying, I don't feel like he was necessarily all in on the fact that John had to be outside. But that is Brennan's. So he's supposedly supposed to be proving Brennan's theory, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know if that was really, I don't know if he was all in on that to even be thinking that it had to be outside.
Well, you have to remember, the only reason he came here was to essentially say that Jennifer McCabe didn't Google how long to die in cold at 2:27 in the morning. So all this other extra shit got sprung on him, to do since the last trial.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I don't even know if he's sold on the fact that John was actually outside.
Yeah. Well, he did, though. Well, that could have been Brennan's fault. But in his direct, he did say Like when they showed the black circle and the white circle, he only showed the black circle, which would keep him out of the house rather than the white circle as well.
Well, but they showed the big one, which has half the house, and then they showed the smaller one that had like the corner of the house.
But remember, so I looked at this again last night. So he had like a red circle and it had a bunch of red dots in it. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember that one.
Those were different locations, like where the phone could be. And I want to say it was like 30 meters, he said, where from each red dot, you would put a 30-meter radius around it to see how far it reached. Well, some of the dots obviously wouldn't go in the house, but some of them would.
Right.
And so, you know, he didn't put them all there because he's like, there would have been like a bunch of circles. It would have been difficult to see, blah, blah, blah. So we don't even really at this time know. I don't think Alessi brought that particular thing back up yet. But we don't know how many of those did put him in the house. And it just got, for me, it's the changing of it's the trying to make the data look like something else. So if radiuses around each dot would have looked like he was in the house, but you pick one that doesn't, and you only circle that one.
Yeah.
Then that's suspicious to me.
I'm wondering if that was just a Brennan showing.
It could have been
he's there, you know.
But this dude, I'm confident that he did say yesterday that the Waze GPS data was more reliable. Hence, him turning off Waze and them getting to the house, and then almost immediately the signal for the GPS is worse.
Yeah, see, that was confusing because then he also talks about that the Waze location was not what he was actually talking about. He was talking about the Apple location.
That's what he's saying today on Cross.
Well, he said that yesterday. I don't know if that was on Cross yesterday because, you know, he had like 15 minutes on Cross, but he did say that because we were like, wait a minute, wasn't he just testifying about all the Waze information? Now, why is he saying that that's not accurate? It was weird because I didn't understand it yesterday either.
I would like to see, where is Jen McCabe's GPS data? Because I don't know if they had the same service or whatever. I think they both had Verizon, but I would be curious to know if, like, we know she was inside the house. What are her GPS signals? Do they appear to be in the yard? You know what I mean? Like sometimes I could be out back and it'll show my dot out front.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That happens to me too. Well, there was that one time on mine that I got stuck at the post office for like 3 days.
Wazegate. Oh, did you? What a nightmare.
I was just like not at the post office. I'd done all kinds of other stuff in that 3 days, but for 3 days I was at the post office.
Know whether any law enforcement person was aware that you had done all this temperature analysis?
It was in my report.
So you create a report as part of this case, and you deem the temperature important enough to do 2 test scenarios, important enough to put it in a slide presentation.
People are saying that he was saying that Waze is asking Apple for GPS data. So then if that's the case, when he turns off Waze, why would the Apple GPS data not remain reliable? I would think a reason would be the location. Now, if you remember the last trial, I think it was Brian, and it might have been others too, but that said that the service inside the house is not great. And I've lived in a house like that before, where like I've had to like sit in the corner of my bed because that's the only spot that I have a good signal to do anything. So I guess the takeaway is there time for him to have gone into the house and that be the cause of the lesser accuracy of the GPS? Oh, and Bob brought this up today too about the phone, the temperature. And I hate this, and I'll let you just keep playing. I'll be quiet, but because I want to get to Jen if we do get to Jen. But inside your house, oh, you don't have winter, do you?
I mean, the season does still exist. We just don't have snow and all the, all
Do
that
you use
fun.
heat?
Do we what?
Do you use heat?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, so like me, we unfortunately do have winter, as you know.
Yeah.
And in the winter, when I put the heat on, it's usually about 65, sometimes 68. It would have to be like below zero outside for me to, and it did get below zero this past year, for me to put it on like 70. So when you're trying to determine like ambient temperature, you would have to take into account like what the temperature might be in the house that they had. If it was set to 68 or 65, like mine, that would be different than like, would it still drop the phone? Would it still drop the degrees? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't even know what we're talking about because he didn't take any, I don't know where he came up with his variables of one in the 40-degree weather outside and one in the freezer at
That's what I was trying to figure
0
out.
degrees. If he
doesn't
doesn't even know temperature.
Doesn't know what temperature it is.
Right.
Or what
So
the temperature decline is throughout the night.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. All right. Well, hi, Christy. Thank you, Bill, Ems, and Joanna for helping me understand that.
Presentation to this jury.
It just did.
Yet there's
Rewind it for just a second.
enough to, and you deem the temperature important enough to do 2 test scenarios, important enough to put it in a slide presentation to this jury. Yet there's no discussion of that between you and any member of law enforcement as to what it means?
Not Nick.
The details were provided in my report, and there was discussions, but it never came up as to say what was the temperature in Canton that night.
Oh, so there were discussions.
Not with law enforcement.
Oh, who
As
were the
part of my preparations for trial.
Oh, tell me about who you discussed this temperature
Brennan
information with.
It was with Hank.
You're hesitating, and I can't hear you. Who did you discuss
with
it
Hank?
with?
Hank.
Excuse me?
With Mr. Brennan.
Attorney
Sorry,
Brennan?
Yes.
You just
Wait, Hank? You discussed it with Hank? They're on a first name basis? They must be friends.
discussed temperature with Prosecutor Brennan.
It was in my report.
It was in your report, but you said you discussed. Which is it?
It's in my report, and the discussion was that it is in my report. I'm not in a position to suggest that investigations take place and change based on my report findings.
Oh, sir, I'm not suggesting
Nobody is.
what you just stated. I'm just trying to get information about, you mentioned the verb discussed. Didn't you, in your
Yes, I
answer
did.
moments ago?
Yes.
Isn't
Verb.
discuss a verbal thing? It's not a written thing?
It was discussed in preparation for trial, yes.
Oh, so there was a discussion, a verbal discussion with Attorney Brennan about temperature in your preparation for trial.
Yes.
You can have a written discussion.
All is to
Right.
what this could actually mean for the potential location of Mr. O'Keefe.
The whole thing comes up that he says, I did not discuss it with law enforcement. Like, to make it clear that he didn't discuss it with law enforcement, it was somebody outside of law enforcement that he did discuss it with.
Right.
And then when asked further, he goes into talking about Hank, his buddy. So there is a discussion because he's the one who led it to that it wasn't with law enforcement. So I don't know why he's trying to take back that he said he discussed it. Just like, that's actually more shady than the fact that he did discuss it.
I think he's just saying, like, basically when I was prepping for the trial, Hank was like, hey, what's this shit in your report? And so I told him what the shit was inside my report.
Yeah, just say that.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, not just saying that makes it more like, what's going on here?
A lot of suspicious stuff happens when you're not like very direct. That's the problem.
Right.
on these very important time periods in January 29th that might assist to determine at various times whether Mr. O'Keefe is in a covered building based upon the temperature rather than outside in a nor'easter on January 29th?
I'm sorry, what was the question there?
Yeah, the question is, was there any discussion about the investigative value of what you had done in determining where that phone could have been on key time periods on the morning of January 29th?
That wasn't part of the discussion, no.
He's not an investigator.
Part of the discussion. We went through, you may recall in my questioning in your report, where you stated that it was possible that the phone could be inside the house of 34 Fairview based upon that big white circle. You testified that the low accuracy at certain points could be because of it entering a covered building, correct?
Correct.
And you do a temperature experiment to track the very accurate temperature change of an iPhone, and it doesn't match up the actual data with either of your test scenarios, and you don't raise that with anybody.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you ever put together in any kind of form your test scenario 1, your test scenario 2, and the actual temperature chart of the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe?
So how do you mean put it together? As in compare the two?
Exactly. Compare the two and reach any conclusions about location, because you spent time, did you not, sir? A lot of time in your reports on location of the phone.
Yes.
But yet, with all that data, all that testing, all the experiments that you did, you didn't include in your slide presentation and you didn't include in your report what that could mean for the location of the phone, did you, sir?
No.
I'm struggling to see the comparison there.
Let me see if I can ask it in a different
Please.
way. Nowhere in your slide presentation did you have any discussion yesterday about how your test scenario, did you bring up, by the way, in your slide presentation yesterday, your battery temperature at all, your tests?
Not the tests, no.
Right, so you didn't even raise yesterday in your presentation about where the phone might be located. You didn't even raise the experiments that you did, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to the terminology. Ask it differently.
Did you yesterday in your presentation to the jury in any way discuss your battery test scenario 1 and 2 in your March 2025 report?
I believe there was mention of testing, but not to the amount of detail to say what the testing was.
Right. So there was no detail given at all
No
about
detail.
it. You just mentioned that it occurred, but no detail in your discussion
Correct.
at all. And are you aware, with regard to the battery temperature, that battery temperature in investigations can be used to determine locations of phones at certain times? Are you aware of that?
No.
So you have never used battery temperature information in all your years in any way for any investigation of a case in determining location of a phone?
Again, I don't see how you can determine location of a device from a temperature reading, other than to say whether it was inside or outside.
Correct.
Oh, so battery temperature and
Exactly.
the chart that you gave that is up there, in your opinion, has no relevancy to the topic of where a phone might be to investigators in a case? Is that what you're saying?
Objection.
No.
Is that what you're saying, Mr. Whiffin?
I'm saying I can't take a temperature reading and make a determination about a GPS location based
But you
on-
can determine if it's inside or
That's
outside.
my question, though,
Okay.
sir, and I appreciate your answer, though. My question is, you work with law enforcement investigators regularly,
Yes.
correct? Isn't this information of potential relevance based upon your experience with investigations? Isn't this information at least potentially relevant in investigations?
I believe it could be. That's why I included it in my report.
Thank you. But you didn't include a discussion of it in your testimony yesterday, correct?
Correct.
I just want to be clear on a final point on as regards to temperature. Were you aware of the temperature in Canton on January 29th, 2022?
I know it was a blizzard, but I don't know what the temperature was.
May I have a moment to switch
Sure.
topics? Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Whiffin. I'll be right back. Your Honor, if I may, I have one last point to make with temperature. If we could put deck 60 back up, please. Mr. Whiffin, if you bear with me, I just
Of
have
course.
one final set of questions. If you look at this chart, and you, under January 29th at 12:13, battery temperature of 82 degrees, but you then go down, what I'd like to start with is 12:37 again. And this is a key time point, 12:37. You've got a temperature of 72 degrees. And then 8 minutes later, 8 minutes, the temperature only drops 6 degrees, correct?
Correct.
Again, using 12:37 is what I refer to as the baseline. You go all the way down, and you see to 12:53 a temperature drop of only 11 degrees. Do you see that?
I do.
Thank you. That you can, excuse me, Your Honor, one moment.
Okay.
The final data point on this slide, Mr. Whiffin, and thank you for bearing with me on this. At 1:36, there's a temperature of 50 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
Several hours later, at 6:06, 4.5 hours, the temperature drop is only 7 degrees, correct?
Correct.
I'm switching. May I have a brief moment?
Okay.
Thank you.
They need to get their shit together. Let's keep going.
Mm-hmm.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I have Exhibit 42, please?
What is Exhibit 42?
It's
Okay, thank you. We've got it. Thank you, Tori.
may I hand it to the witness?
Yes.
Mr.
Thank
Wiffin,
you.
I'm handing you Exhibit 42.
Yes.
Do you recognize Exhibit 42 from your March 2025 report?
I do.
And sir, just take a fair time to familiarize yourself with the exhibit before I start asking you questions. They're going to be very brief. And I'm going to be, you look what you need to, but I'm going to be focusing on just under detailed analysis communications on paragraph 3, on page 43, the top 3 or 4 entries.
Okay.
Tell me when you're ready, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I have 43, which is in evidence published?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf, please. And if you could enlarge, you don't need the text, so if we can just go to detailed analysis, communication, call history, and now if you could just super enlarge the first few entries. Yes, that is great. So what I want to do is just cover the information here. Whose phone is the subject of the entries on this chart?
This is John's phone.
And if we start with the first entry, reading left to right, 12:14:36, end time 12:15:20, incoming call from Jen McCabe, duration 44 seconds. You see that, sir?
I do.
You see, and is that a call that is answered?
Yes.
If you go to the next entry, 18:47, just 12:18:47 to 12:19:23, outgoing call duration 36 seconds to Jen McCabe, duration 36 seconds. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Is that a call that is answered?
Difficult to say. That could be a outgoing call that lasted 36 seconds of ringing. I believe it was answered.
Well, how is it that you can tell the first one was answered but not the second one?
Because it's an incoming call.
Okay, fair enough. So if we go to the third entry, 12:29:44, 12:29:51, incoming call from Jen McCabe. You see that, sir?
I don't mean to interrupt. Could I ask about the display?
Ask about the display. Okay, interesting. No, they're all back.
Our morning recess, so why don't we take a 15 or 20-minute recess?
Okay.
Please rise for the jury. Jurors break this way. Please leave your notebooks closed on your chairs, please.
Your Honor, may I approach, please?
Yes.
I have a replacement.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, I have a replacement Exhibit 42 redacted, obviously to replace Exhibit 42, and it's per stipulation with Mr. Bright.
Thank you.
May I present it to Mr. Whiffin? Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Whiffin. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Mr. Wolf, if you could again, please enlarge, we're going to be focusing on the top entry of the chart again. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Whiffin, we had started going through the top three entries. The first one you had indicated was answered. The second one you, as I understand it, could not tell. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the third entry, which is reading left to right, 12:29:44, end time 12:29:51. Incoming call duration 8 seconds from Jen McCabe.
Correct.
That's the third one. So because it's an
So,
incoming.
Mr. Alessi, we need to enlarge this.
Okay, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf.
What's wrong with
enlarge
the?
that pursuant to the judge's order?
She literally can't help herself.
That's the same size as every other thing.
Is that sufficient, Your Honor?
What?
If you can make it as large as possible for the jurors, please, even if you have to do smaller segments.
If they can't see that,
Wolf,
then
final right-hand column, that's insignificant.
they haven't seen shit this whole time.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Or is the camera guy
All
just
right,
so
that's
zoomed
better.
in on it that
Okay,
we
that's
see
fine.
it and
Thank
they
you.
don't?
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hey,
So I
JJ.
want to now go to the last one for this Exhibit 42. It's reading from left to right, 12:29:44, 12:29:51. Incoming call duration at seconds from Jen McCabe. Again, it restates duration 8 seconds.
Correct.
Given that it's an incoming call, you can conclude that that was answered, correct?
Correct.
Now, if we could go back down and focusing on just the first three by way of example, Mr. Wolf, do just as Her Honor has requested, enlarge it as large as possible. Those three, after the first three, yep, starting there, just take the first three by way of example. All right. Mr. Whiffin, you should feel free to look at the hard copy Exhibit 42 if that's more helpful to you. But what I want to do is to focus on start time 12:33:35, reading across activity, incoming call, unanswered, and then to the right, Karen Reed. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And do you see the same types of entries for 3409 and 3438?
I do.
And those calls are unanswered, correct?
Correct.
So in contrast to the, and now Mr. Walker, we can go back to the chart, trying to capture 6 and enlarge those once last time. Thank you. So in the first one at 1436 and then skipping one to 2944, those are answered, but then starting, excuse me, at 3335 and 3409, those are unanswered, correct?
Correct.
Hi, Fluffy.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you. We have a moment, Your Honor, to switch topics. Mr. Whiffin, when did you start working on this case? What was the date, approximate date?
On this case or on this exhibit?
On this case.
Approximately September 2023.
So over a year and a half?
Correct.
How many times have you been in Norfolk County?
This is my second time.
So you were here once previously?
Correct.
Do you recall yesterday discussing what you had done with an iPhone, driving around and then moving it with your hand?
Correct. Yes.
In the year and a half that you've been on this case, did you ever take an iPhone and do the same activity on the route that you were discussing yesterday between 34 Fairview and One Meadows?
I actually did it on Sunday night.
I'm sorry?
I did it 2 days ago on Sunday night.
What?
And with regard to
Really?
So the 27th.
time on this case, what was the results of that?
I object, Your Honor.
Why?
I'll need to be heard briefly.
I'm sorry.
I object. I need to be heard briefly.
Okay. Come on over.
So
Well-
probably the testing was not the same, didn't show the same thing. So now we are not trying to have it be brought up.
Well, when Turtle Boy did it, it didn't work. At least this witness is being honest and calm. I almost feel bad for him in a way.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
I
don't,
don't
but
Yeah, I don't. But I feel like it does really come down to Brennan and the very specific questions he wanted answers to, versus what this guy actually thinks or believes. You know what I mean?
mm-hmm.
Did they dismiss the pretty boy? No, he'll be back to testify when it's the defense's case. Hey, Richard. Yeah, he did it the night before he testified. Oh, look, they're actually sitting next to each other. She doesn't really like him much. I'm gonna shake
No,
him.
he wasn't like when she was saying about who all the guardians were and stuff, and
He's not included in anything.
no.
Well, that's why I thought it was curious that he was on the couch at John's house. Like, I want to know how long he was stayed there, or how many times he stayed there.
I've heard lawyers say just since this trial, and y'all know he did it last trial, but I've heard lawyers point out his faces and reactions and stuff in this trial, and that at some point, like if it continues the way that he does do it, they expect the defense to ask the judge to like move him or remove him.
I'm surprised they didn't have him, that he wasn't requested to be moved. He
Yeah.
purposely sits in that spot so he can
Yep.
stare at her.
Well, he can stare at her, and he's in direct line of sight of all the jurors.
But I mean, he could switch with his mom, and it'd still be a
True.
family member that's sitting there. He purposely sits there because mom is staring at the side of her, like the back side of her head.
I
He
guess
won't
where the prejudice would be, it's not about making Karen feel uncomfortable. It's about essentially sending messages to the jury by reacting and looking and glaring but I guess they don't really know that that's his brother.
Well, no, because he didn't testify this time.
Yeah.
But I mean, she kind of said like my youngest. She kind of nodded over that direction, so they could probably get it when she was testifying.
True. She was like, Paul's over there.
Yeah, so she could probably get an idea of who he is. But they don't know that his wife isn't showing up for court anymore. Because she no longer wants to be involved.
I wouldn't either.
He's also sitting there. He can hear the sidebars.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, now Karen has to go up for the sidebar. Didn't last time they give her the little... Was that not her? Maybe that was somebody else. Now that I'm thinking that out loud. That might have been somebody else who had the little earpiece for sidebars. Maybe it was Ashley Benefield. That was Paul, Judge Jessica. That was him. Wearing blue shirts and the secret hand motions to his lover. Secret lover.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Yes.
Mr. Wiffin, I am now going to proceed to a different topic.
So we can't bring up the experiment.
The Google search house long.
Oh, yes.
I do.
And you discussed that in your direct testimony, correct?
Why is she not letting them talk about this fucking drive?
I don't know, but I want to hear about this Google search.
I do too, but I don't. I mean, he did the experiment. He testified to that he had done it with his hand, moving all around. Remember?
Yeah.
So it was done on direct. Why wouldn't the defense be able to cross on that?
Because he didn't. He brought up they could probably cross on the experiment that he did from wherever he lives, but not the one he did the other day because that was not brought up.
Oh, okay. Hey, Mama Kay, I logged in late. Did Bev give a decision on the witnesses that did investigation of for the feds?
No.
I don't know if she gave a public order yet, but it really seemed that she was just going to tell them to have their final report in by May 7th and allow them to testify. That's how yesterday kind of ended. So I'm sure there's a written order. It might come out today, but they didn't talk about it in court as far as I'm aware. It wasn't brought up in direct. I guess I was thinking that the experiment that he did at home they're allowed to talk about that, I guess. But
yeah.
But if he's talking about experiments on those specific roads, why would I guess I don't know why that wouldn't be brought up still.
Because it was just done a couple days ago. It's a different experiment.
All right. Isn't the juror from the last trial working with the defense? Yes, kind of. She's working with the defense. She is not like at the defense table. I didn't pay attention today, but she's been sitting with the family, with Karen's family. So, like, just she's working with them, but she's not a defense attorney like on the case sitting at the table.
I'm sure she was helpful with jury when they were picking the jury. She's not like her actual lawyer. I didn't figure she was going to be.
Yeah. She's just like I'm trying to think like a correspondent. That's not the right word, but
she's not like a,
you know what I mean? Like a
consultant.
Consultant. Yes. Thank you. I'm like, I can't think of the dang word.
Yeah. I don't even think she's like a criminal lawyer. So.
I did.
Sorry.
House long to die in cold. Let's talk about it.
That in your direct testimony, correct?
I did.
You were a police officer for years before getting into the data forensic analysis of cell phones, correct?
Correct.
You were a response officer of the South Yorkshire Police from 2004 to 2009.
Correct.
You continued policing with the Calgary Police, working patrol, correct?
Correct.
You work frequently with law enforcement.
I do.
Indeed, law enforcement is the predominance of your work, correct?
Probably about 80% of the work. Yes.
What percent?
About 80%.
80? 80?
80.
Your work is used in investigations for law enforcement, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
In your area of work, you use and apply various forensic methods that are extracted, that data is extracted from a cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And you have various forensic methods to analyze that data, correct?
Correct.
And that data that you analyze is often used by law enforcement in their investigations, right?
It can be, yes.
It can be, but it also is from your experience, correct?
I'm sorry, are we talking about my actual analysis or analysis that's created by the tools that me and Cellbright create?
Your analysis.
Okay, my analysis is typically used in investigations, yes.
So it's typically, your analysis is typically used by law enforcement.
On the cases I work, yes.
Right. And you know that is going to be the case oftentimes when you're doing your analysis, correct?
Correct.
And forensic software is used to gain access to people's devices, correct?
Correct.
Such as cell phones, right?
Correct.
So, and there's something called an extraction process from a cell phone that you discussed in your direct testimony.
Yes.
Now, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I want to cover, because it would be covering old ground, but I want to cover some of it.
Okay.
It's important, is it not, that the extraction process on a cell phone be performed correctly?
It is, yes.
And that's so that the data that's extracted from a cell phone is complete, correct?
Correct.
So that the data is correct.
Correct.
And so that the data is reliable.
Correct.
And data forensic examiners and people in your area of work need to ensure that the extraction file has not been tampered with, correct?
Correct.
Because if an extraction file has the possibility of tampering, then the information and data from it can be unreliable, correct?
Correct.
And there's a generally accepted methodology for how to perform an extraction of data from a cell phone, correct?
Typically, yes.
Wonder if we're getting into hash values not being the same.
One of the key ways to determine whether the data extracted from a cell phone is valid and has integrity is to evaluate whether the extraction process created what is called a hash value, correct?
Correct.
There you go,
And a
Sleuthie.
synonym for a hash value is a hash signature, correct?
Correct.
And a hash value or hash signature, I'm just going to use hash value. Is that acceptable to you?
I'm fine with that.
Thank you. So a hash value is a unique and usually consists of a long string of numbers and letters that's generated from the data file from a cell phone using a computer algorithm, right?
Correct.
And one of the computer algorithms is SHA 256, right?
Correct.
And is it a fair analogy to state that a hash value can be thought of as fingerprint for a data file from a cell phone?
Yes.
And is it also a rough analogy that a hash value can function like the seal on a milk container? In other words, if you open the milk container and the seal's broken, that the same analogy can be provided that if you don't have a valid hash value, then there is a question with regard to the contents of a cell phone, just as there might be concern about contents of a milk carton. Is that a fair general analogy?
Yeah, if the hash doesn't match, then something has changed in the data.
So if the hash doesn't match or you can't determine a valid hash file, it's sort of like opening up a milk container and that seal cap is off, correct?
Okay, I'll accept that.
Thank you. Now, if a data file is altered in any way, the hash algorithm is going to produce a different letter and numeric string than the previous hash value for that same alleged data, correct?
Correct.
So that alphanumeric number is important because it can, if it's different, then it means something happened to that data, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it important for examiners, anybody in data forensics, to know whether or not the data they're looking at has a valid hash value?
It would depend, in my opinion, on the origin of the data.
But you would agree that it's much better to have a valid hash value for data than not, correct?
I'd like to see the hash value match, yes.
You would like to see the hash value match,
Yes.
correct? Now, once data from an iPhone is properly extracted and you get a hash value, then the examiners of the data seek to pass and decode the data to try and make some sense of the data in a more user-friendly format so that a report can be created for investigators, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall preparing a report for the iPhone belonging to Jen McCabe dated December 2024?
I do, yes.
And in that report, you discussed your views of a Google search of How Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
And in that report, you rendered various conclusions about that Google search, correct?
Correct.
And you rendered various conclusions about what is called a timestamp.
Correct.
And the timestamp that was in question was 2:27:40 a.m. on January 29th on Jen McCabe's phone, correct?
Correct.
And the question that you were looking at is that timestamp that appeared in the data, that timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m., whether that belonged to the Google search, How Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
It's a great point, Bill.
And you testified yesterday with regard to that very issue, correct?
Correct.
Now, in your report of December 2024, you discussed the hash value of that cell phone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yesterday, in your direct testimony, you didn't mention anything about the hash value with regard to Jen McCabe's phone, did you?
Not in my testimony, no.
The answer is no, correct? No. However, isn't it correct that in your report of December 2024, you had an issue with the hash value from the data from that phone?
I didn't have an issue with the hash value at all, no.
So you didn't note that it was not possible with the gray key extraction as the PDF containing the extraction hash value that it was unsigned? That was not an issue in your report?
The hash value matches, but because I didn't do the extraction, I'm unable to actually validate that was an original hash and hadn't been modified.
Exactly. So you didn't do the extraction, but you couldn't validate the hash value, could you?
No.
So you couldn't determine whether or not any of the data on that cell phone of Jen McCabe had been tampered with, correct?
I take a holistic view of the data and try to find anomalies and didn't see any that raised any flags.
This is what we were talking about yesterday. I think it was Crime Ghost in chat was bringing this up. Like he can't say that anything about the extraction because he didn't actually do the extraction. He just took their information and then did whatever he did from that information.
Question, sir.
Okay.
I'll try it a different way. You concluded that the hash value was unsigned, correct?
Correct. They were always unsigned. Okay, apologies.
You concluded that the hash value was unsigned, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And you went on, did you not, in your report to say that this hash value could be used as a suggestion of authentication, but cannot be guaranteed 100%, correct?
Correct.
Did you discuss any of that doubt, that suggestion of authentication, but can't be guaranteed 100% at all in your direct testimony yesterday?
I didn't know.
I don't know. I think you mean, I guess for me, I took it like holistic as in like whole versus like holistic as in holistic. I don't know. Maybe I'm taking it wrong.
Values are very important concepts for data forensic examiners, correct?
For integrity, yes.
Do you know the chain of custody of Jen McCabe's iPhone?
I don't, no.
So you don't know the chain of custody of her iPhone. You have an unsigned hash value, and you can't guarantee the hash value authentication, correct?
No.
The objection's overruled.
Not from the hash value, no.
Let's go back to the 22740 timestamp and the question of whether that timestamp is associated with a Google search, house long to die in the cold. You understand there is a dispute as to whether that search was performed at 2:27:40 a.m. as the timestamp states, or whether that was performed later in the morning, say around 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
You understand there's a dispute?
Yes.
And do you understand that the defense asserts that that timestamp means what it says, the Google search occurred at 2:27:40 a.m.?
Thank you.
I'm going to allow it. Do you understand that?
I do.
I didn't hear your answer, sir.
I understand.
You understand that?
Yes.
So there are various data forensic tools, are there not, to evaluate what is called an artifact, this timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And those data forensic tools include Celebrite tools, your company's tools.
Yes.
And some of those Celebrite tools are called Physical Analyzer.
Correct.
And then you have another tool, I believe, called Insights.
Insights is a suite that includes Physical Analyzer.
Okay.
But yes,
So it's Insights is a
it's
suite.
essentially the same tool.
Essentially the same tool. So does Insight, well, essentially, but they're two different tools, correct?
The two different versions of the same tool.
Thank you. Two different versions of the same tool.
Yes.
But there are other tools from other companies, are there not, sir?
There are.
And a competitor of Cellebrite that can be used to analyze that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp and to potentially resolve that dispute of whether the Google search "How long to die in the cold" occurred at 2:27:40 a.m. or later at 6:23 or so a.m. There's other companies and tools that can be used for that, correct?
Correct.
I know where we're going.
Companies that can be used, a competitor
Are we going?
of Cellebrite called Magnet Forensics.
Correct.
We're going that he talked to someone at Celebrate and they did whatever to their software that made it so that that timestamp was removed. But when you put it in all the other, I guess, tools or databases or whatever, it all appears like that timestamp still appears in all of those. So he, after the first trial, literally went to where he works and had them do an update or whatever that caused this particular timestamp to disappear.
Correct.
But it doesn't disappear on any other
Extraction tool.
Yep.
Correct. I got you. I agree with you. I think that's where we're going.
AXIOM that evaluates questions such as this, correct?
They do.
And is Magnet Forensics a reputable company?
They are.
Am I correct that yesterday you essentially said that as of today, no Cellebrite tool, no Insight suite such as Physical Analyzer, today shows that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp?
Correct. If you use any version from the last approximately year, that timestamp won't show up.
It won't show up as you sit here today.
Correct.
But that's not always been the case.
Correct.
With regard to Cellebrite forensic tools, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, in the first proceeding in this case, in June of 2024, when you testified under oath, the situation with the forensic tools was Cellebrite Forensics Insights did not show the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, but another version of Physical Analyzer did show it, correct?
Correct.
And
Here we
that
go.
second program, that second tool, Physical Analyzer, not only showed it at 2:27:40 a.m., but it showed it as a deleted state, correct?
It's a deleted record, yes.
A deleted record.
Yes.
Did you mention that yesterday in your direct testimony?
Nah.
You don't believe so?
No, we changed it since then.
Exactly.
Since yesterday?
Since then.
Yes.
Your company removed it
Yes.
after the first trial.
Yep.
Before the first trial.
Well, you removed it from one tool before the first trial, but you didn't remove it from the other Physical Analyzer program, did you?
Up until the following version was released.
No,
Because you didn't have access.
time of trial when you were testifying.
I appreciate that. There's some complexities with how we released the software, which resulted in one being released several weeks later and one being released several weeks earlier.
At the time of trial,
Yes.
last year in June, when you were testifying under oath, one of the Cellebrite tools showed the timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m., correct?
Correct.
But that timestamp doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't exist today, does it?
Correct.
Cellebrite removed it.
Yes.
Could I see Counselor Sidebar for just a minute, please?
And it just so happens to be the only like software that he has access to. Like none of the other ones thought that it was necessary to.
Wait, I lied to Nanya.
Gone.
I didn't realize that Brennan's redirect was going to be so fucking long. So.
Oh, we're still not at Jen.
Yeah, now we're at lunch.
Wait, we're done. We're at lunch.
No, we're not. We're not. I'm talking about the court real time, because I was telling Nunya that she could just come because I thought Wiffin was almost over, based on when I looked at it earlier, but I didn't realize that because when I looked at it earlier when I was trying to find our spot when you got frozen, I thought that
well, Hank has a lot.
Since he was on redirect, I thought that it wouldn't be too much longer, but I lied, and he
has a lot to fix.
Yeah, he's still on. He may be on all day.
That sucks.
So, Nunya, I apologize. I lied. I didn't mean to lie, but I lied.
I saw photos, and apparently Jen McCabe's wearing the same exact thing today she wore on the first day last year.
I was wondering, are those pictures actually from? Are those pictures actually from today, or did somebody repost the same photos from last year? That's what I couldn't figure out.
No, it's supposed to be today.
That's what I thought, but yeah. Brennan has a whole lot to try and fix. Yeah, so he's on for a while. Yeah, so.
So with regard to the first proceeding, there was one Celebrite forensic tool that still showed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp.
Correct.
And it was shown in a deleted state.
The record was deleted, yes.
The record was deleted. And then after that, Celebrite outright removed the timestamp from so none of its programs had it. Correct?
Again, if I could explain a little bit about how it works.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Just respond to my question. Is that correct?
The timestamp's been removed, yes.
However, the competitor of Celebrite that we just talked about, Magnet Forensics Axiom.
Yes.
That program at the first proceeding showed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And as a matter of fact, as you sit here today, the Magnet Forensics program, Axiom, still shows the 2:27:04 a.m. timestamp, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And Magnet Forensic Axiom is a reputable company, correct?
Correct.
Celebrite removed that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, which is in a deleted state, in response to issues raised in the first proceeding, correct?
Mm-hmm.
It was changed because of the research that I did, and that was verified by the forensic research group.
But the issue arose because of what had come up in the first proceeding, correct?
Mm-hmm.
In the investigation prior to the proceeding, yes.
In the first investigation in this case, correct?
Yes.
So Celebrite, after the first proceeding, after the investigation, just outright went and removed the timestamp.
It's not unusual to change the
I
coding.
didn't ask if it, I just asked whether
Yeah,
they
we removed it.
But Magnet
Now we're
Forensics
defensive.
still shows that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, right?
Again, they refer to it differently, which is why they can
But
do
they
that.
still show.
They do still show it.
Can you just finish the answer?
So,
Sorry. Just let him finish the answer. Is that what you said, Mr. Mayor?
yeah, my apologies, but I'm having trouble hearing. But I'll pause more just to make sure you're done. In that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, the dispute is whether it's associated with the search "House Long to Die in the Cold," correct?
Correct.
Let's talk a little bit more about the first proceeding in this case. in terms of your testimony under oath in that first proceeding, do you recall stating that it was your opinion as to whether that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp was associated or not with the Google search, "House long to die in the cold"?
I believe so.
Right. So you called it your opinion.
Yes, probably.
You didn't describe it as a fact. You described it as your opinion, correct?
Correct.
Because you realize that there are other fair interpretations of that timestamp and when the Google search occurred, correct?
I think even if I believe it's a fact, it's my opinion.
Right. So it's your opinion.
Yes.
So you also, do you recall stating that there's plenty of other evidence on that extraction that shows what activity was occurring at 2:27:40?
Hi, Susie.
You recall that?
Correct.
And you used the word evidence, correct?
Correct.
But that evidence on the Celebrate program is now gone, correct?
No,
It's not gone?
it's not gone.
So the 2:27:40 timestamp still exists in Celebrate programs?
Sorry, are we talking about the additional evidence that shows what
Oh, no.
happened at 2:27:40?
No, I'm just asking whether,
Okay.
I thought we had that clear, but I thought, is the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp show up on any Celebrate program as you sit here today?
The decoded value does not show a timestamp for
Thank you.
that artifact.
Sir, does your work include shaping how examiners will see the data when they open it?
Yes.
So you shape how the data is going to be, correct?
Yes, we have
Yes?
ways to create the data so it's usable. Yes.
So the answer is
shape it.
yes, you
Yes.
shape the data.
Yes.
I think the jurors are probably so fucking bored. Hi, Tammy.
These various forensic tools, Celebrate, Insight Suite, including Physical Analyzer, magnet forensics Axiom, these are all tools, and we know that no one has access to the Apple source code on iPhones, correct?
Correct.
And the best source of information about what may be happening inside of an Apple iPhone would be if one could get the source code and look into the source codes to see what's actually happening, correct?
Correct.
So what happens is in data forensics, because Apple considers it proprietary and people can't access the source code, there's these various data forensic tools that in some ways try to serve as a surrogate, given the fact that there's no access to source code, correct?
Correct. That's fair.
So the best information would come from the Apple source code, but nobody has access to that, or few people do. Therefore, these other forensic tools are used.
Correct.
So sometimes examiners have to give opinions like you give because you don't have access to the source code, correct?
Correct.
So it's your opinion oftentimes with regard to ultimate conclusion.
Based on research and testing. But yes,
Not
it's an opinion.
100% absolute certainty because you don't have access to the source code, correct?
Correct.
You have a moment, Your Honor, to switch topics, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Before I do switch topics, a couple points on the 22740 timestamp, if I may, Mr. Whiffin. The Google search in question associated with that timestamp, the dispute over that, is house long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And you understand, sir, do you understand the significance if Jen McCabe made that Google search, house long to die in the cold, at 2:27:40 a.m. instead of 6:23 a.m.? Do you understand the significance of that?
Of course.
Sustained.
He said yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry. I said sustained.
Oh, thank you. I didn't hear that.
Jurors, strike any answer that may have come.
What do you understand to be the significance of the dispute over 22740 timestamp?
Sustained.
Mr. Whiffin, with regard to the 22740 a.m. timestamp, have you looked at any forensic tools to answer that question other than Celebrite tools in your tool Ardex?
I've used Axiom as well.
So you used Axiom, and so did you therefore see that 22740 a.m. timestamp still appeared?
Yes.
Did you discuss that with the jury yesterday, that you analyzed the Axiom program and that 22740 a.m. timestamp still appears?
I didn't. No.
You did not?
I did not.
Could we please, with the court's permission, put the PowerPoint presentation back up and go to deck 26? Mr. Whiffin, does an iPhone discriminate between whether it's in a car, a bus, a bicycle, or walking?
It can, but I don't have the research on that.
Right. So as you sit here today, you can't say that an iPhone can tell the difference between a car, bus, bicycle, or walking, correct?
The iPhone can, but I haven't researched that data fully enough to understand it forensically.
So you
I can't, but the phone can.
Does an iPhone merely register movement? Let me rephrase that. Does an iPhone register movement?
It does.
Do you recall yesterday discussing movement at a speed of about 1.4 miles per hour at 12:24:37 a.m. on
Yes.
January 29th, 2022?
I do.
A person walking at a normal to even a slow pace can walk at approximately 1.4 miles per hour. Is that correct?
It sounds reasonable.
And does it sound reasonable that a normal speed of walking is between 2 and 4 miles per hour?
Reasonable.
Switching topics, Your Honor, if I could have a moment. You can take that. Okay, thank you. When you were examining Jennifer McCabe's phone, you used an operating system called iOS 14, correct?
That's one of the versions of iOS I used, yes.
That was one of the versions.
Yes.
Do you understand that Jen McCabe's phone was actually using iOS version 15?
Yes, I do. 15.2.1.
15.2?
2.1.
Thank you. And do
He
you
doesn't leave for a long time.
recall saying, with regard to iOS 15.1, etc., that the iOS operating system, your words, had fundamentally changed, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to, we're back to Jen McCabe's phone, we're back to 2740, the issue of deletions. You stated yesterday that that deletion occurred after January 31 of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
But you couldn't determine how that deletion occurred with certainty, correct?
Correct.
And you gave 3 possibilities that you analyzed, correct?
3 or 4, yes.
3 or 4. And one of them was deleted by user, correct?
Correct.
Another one was that the search occurred but never loaded.
That would be the reason that there was no data found in the history.db file.
But that was another of the 3 or 4 reasons, correct?
That wouldn't cause the deletion of the record necessarily.
Right. And then you you discussed those possibilities, but you can't state with certainty how that deletion occurred, can you?
Correct.
You have doubts about how it occurred, is that fair?
Yeah, I have an idea how it occurred, but I can't prove it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
No, please finish. I want to make sure you finish.
I have an idea of how it occurred, but I've not been able to replicate it. So my idea is unsubstantiated.
So is it fair to say you have some doubts about how the deletion occurs?
That's fair.
And you believe your doubt is reasonable?
Yes.
Under the circumstances?
Yes.
Your Honor, that is the extent of my questions of the witness at this time.
Okay. Mr. Brennan?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As a forensic analyst, do you study data?
I do.
Do you consider it a science?
I do.
Are you a criminal investigator like a police officer in your present role?
Not anymore.
Are you a detective in your present role helping aid one side or another in an investigation?
I'm not, no.
At some point, you and I spoke about reviewing phones.
We did.
you had begun your whole process in some of this work before you had met me.
Correct.
And I'd asked you to look at Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Correct.
Did I ever tell you what you should look for?
No.
Did I ever tell you what I wanted to see or what I wanted the results to be?
No.
Did I ever share with you parts of the investigation that had nothing to do with your actual data analysis?
No.
Would it be inappropriate or not helpful for an advocate to provide you information that might taint or influence your thinking when you're looking at data in a case?
Objection, Your Honor.
100% it would be problematic.
When I asked you to look at data in this case, did I ever express any opinion whatsoever that I cared one way or another what your results would find?
No.
Did I ever attempt to shape or influence your process by offering you information that had nothing to do with your assessment of data?
No.
And so as a scientist, what a legal investigator or an advocate for either side thinks, is that relevant to you?
No.
The data is the data?
The data is the data. I can explain my opinions on the data.
The science is the science?
The science is the science.
That's sustained. Watch the form.
Now, counsel showed you some parts of your report regarding John O'Keefe's cell phone, didn't he?
Yes.
You saw select pages from that report?
Correct.
A few pages you were asked about?
Yes.
But you wrote an entire report, didn't you?
I did.
And do you think that your entire report puts into perspective some of those select pages that you were shown?
Definitely, yes.
You know, I move to introduce Mr. Wiffin's entire report.
May we approach us?
Okay. Do you still have your report with you, Mr. Wiffin?
I do, yes.
Okay.
Let's start with questions that counsel asked you about the battery. When you were trying to determine how the battery worked, you shared with the jury that you did certain testing.
Correct.
What was the purpose of that testing?
To make sure that the battery temperature sensor would be affected by environmental temperatures, such as being in the freezer, such as being outside, being brought back indoors, and to make sure that the fall and rise of the temperature sensor, at least the pattern would match the expected pattern and would match the thermometer that was alongside it.
When you put the batteries or the phone in the freezers, did it matter what the temperature of the freezer was when you put it in it?
I didn't believe it did.
What was the purpose again of putting it in the freezer?
Just to remove the device from a warm environment, which was outside of the freezer, placing it inside the cold environment of the freezer and just seeing how the temperature dropped.
As you mentioned, you look at data through science, correct?
Correct.
And so did anybody ever share with you the important points of the decrease in temperature of the cell phone battery to try to influence your results?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, could you
Did
rephrase?
anybody try to tell you important points of the evening on January 29th, 2022 in an attempt to influence your studies on the fact that a battery or a phone, when it gets colder, the battery temperature decreases?
No.
So when you developed the graph of the battery temperature and you followed the progress of that temperature declining through the night, was there any other scope or focus of yours other than to simply track the data?
Just tracking the data.
Similarly, when you looked at healthcare data, were you asked to try to see if the healthcare data could fit a certain theory or argument?
No, I was not.
You were looking at the healthcare data. Were you looking at it independently?
I was.
Now, it's not your opinion, or you're not taking a position what the meaning of that data matching up is, are you?
No.
No one's asked you to give an opinion about the coordination of data, have they?
No.
So if the data just coordinates on its own, that has nothing to do with your opinion.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain it as.
You mentioned when you put a cell phone in a colder environment like a freezer, you noted that the temperature goes down.
Correct.
Do your studies also show that when the cell phone is taken out of a certain temperature and put in an increased temperature, the cell phone battery temperature goes up?
It does.
Do you have available for the screen the battery graph that we had on your PowerPoint?
I do. 2 seconds.
If you could go back one to where it's just the chart, please. And if you could enlarge it, we'll start near the top.
2 seconds.
Okay. At 12:20:43 on January 28, 2023, the battery temperature is 77 degrees.
I'm sorry, that's 8:43 p.m.
That's
all right?
8:43 p.m.?
Yes, the first record.
77 degrees?
Yes.
And if we look down to the last box on January 28, 2023.
Yes.
So at 23:28, that's 12:23:28?
Objection, Your Honor. When you approach, please.
Okay.
You want me to speed it up?
Mr. Wiffin, I'm going to ask you to start at 12:13 on January 29th, 2022.
I'll try 1.25, but if it's too, gosh darn it. If it's too fast, then I'll put it back.
Yeah, definitely try.
Like, I want the info, but I just want them to go faster.
Yeah.
2. Battery temperature 82 degrees.
Yes.
And now you were also tracking healthcare data, weren't you?
If this is an issue for anybody in chat, let me know.
Healthcare data.
Information.
Correct.
He's still saying it.
At 12:22, the battery temperature is 77 degrees Fahrenheit.
Correct.
And during that time, 12:22, that is the time with the location data where we see Mr. O'Keefe's car traveling near Cedarbrook, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
The form.
Well, no. Mr. O'Keefe's car isn't there.
On January 29, 2022, where does the location data show Mr. O'Keefe's phone in progress?
It's around Oakdale Road, I believe.
And the travel that you're noting, is that consistent given the speed of being within a car?
I believe so.
And do you know whether or not
Side note,
it had heat on?
I've got no idea.
as a side note, Jennifer McCabe took the stand at 2:27.
That's awesome. It probably got deleted though. Her whole thing. Her whole testimony's gone.
No idea.
You have healthcare data that the phone moves for a 20-second period, right?
I believe so,
And
yes.
that is after the Waze information stops.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
So you have to watch the form. I know it's hard to orient, but you have to watch.
In your PowerPoint presentation, you are tracking the Waze information, aren't you?
I am, yes.
And at some point that switches to more local location data?
Again, Waze is not recording the location data. Waze is requesting location data from Apple's location services. And
Hi, MK. I miss you. It's so good to see you. Thank you for coming by.
location services is doing the recording of the location data.
So if we're following the phone through Waze at 12:24:25, is it in the car moving at 16.6 miles per hour?
According to the data, yes.
And at 12:24:26, according to the data, is it still in a car moving at 17 miles per hour?
Stand as to forms.
Can you pull up your PowerPoint and we'll start at 12:24:25. We can show the jury the progress of that phone.
Okay.
And at 12:24:25, how fast is Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone moving?
The data on the device says that he was moving at around 16.6 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:26.
17 miles per hour.
Healthy.
Next page, 24:27.
15.9 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:28.
14.5 miles per hour.
24:29.
12.1 miles per hour.
24:30.
11.5 miles per hour.
24:31.
10.4 miles per hour.
The jury's not listening to this.
9 miles per hour.
No.
24:33.
7 miles per hour.
24:34.
5.2 miles per hour.
24:35.
3.5 miles per hour.
24:36.
3.2 miles per hour.
24:37.
1.4 miles per hour.
And 24:38.
0 miles per hour or 0 meters per second.
And at 24:38, that phone is stopped near the flagpole?
I would say so, yes.
Okay.
Then the location data gets
Nobody argued
more
that.
broad.
It does.
Nobody argued that either.
There is no movement at that time after the car stops. Is there any movement when the car stops at 24:38, between 24:38 and 24:30? Is there any movement indicated on the healthcare data?
Not from the health data, no.
Doesn't he take steps?
Hey,
20.
yeah.
At 12:31:57, does the phone demonstrate any movement?
If I may just look back at my
Of
report,
course,
just
please.
to recall.
For fuck's sake.
Ian's like, I'm never doing this again.
What time was that, sorry?
12:31:57.
This all explains
yes,
why that
around 12:31,
one guy
56
still
or
thinks that
57.
John's out there floating in the air. They can't figure out what the hell's going on with his phone.
Like, this was a whole 7 minutes after the car stopped moving.
Right.
Then 36 steps.
Yep.
How long? How many seconds does that phone move for?
20 seconds.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Correct.
And that is that the only time that the phone moves from the point it stops at the flagpole until the next morning?
Correct.
The only time.
Correct.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Yes.
Just enough time to go in the house.
You can't tell if it's walking a straight line or in a circle.
Correct.
You don't know if the phone is pacing back and forth.
So stand as to form.
Can you tell how far a phone moves from its origin, from its original point when you're counting steps?
No. iOS creates the calculation, number of steps times the person's gait, and provides the 25.4 meters value.
At 12:32:16, when that phone stops moving, John O'Keefe's phone stops moving. Do you know the next time it moves again?
I'm going to allow it.
It's approximately 6:15.
Now, less than 5 minutes
That's
later,
true, though.
7, that battery in that cell phone gets another temperature reading, doesn't it?
It does.
Does it go up?
It goes down.
And it goes down to what degrees?
72 degrees.
And over the next 8 minutes, does that temperature even or go up?
At 43 minutes past, there was another reading of 66 Fahrenheit.
And then at 12:53, that's about, what, 21 minutes or so after that phone stops moving. What's the temperature?
I'm sorry, at 12:53?
Yes.
He's jumping all around.
61 Fahrenheit.
61 degrees?
Yes.
I just don't know if the jury's
And over
giving
the next 14
crap about
minutes.
this at this point.
Does it drop again?
It does. It drops to 55 degrees at 1:07.
And at 1:36 a.m. that morning,
It's down to 50 degrees.
And this health data shows that that phone hasn't moved. Does this healthcare data show that this phone hasn't moved since 12/32/16?
No more steps were recorded.
Now, you had studies where you put the phone in a freezer.
Correct.
When you put the phone in the freezer, did you wrap it in anything?
I didn't know.
Did you use any type of heat source that would slow down the process of the temperature dropping?
No.
Let me ask you a hypothetical. If a person, a human, was lying prone on a cell phone outside and had a body temperature directly touching the phone, in your opinion, could that slow the process of the temperature decreasing as compared to just simply putting a phone in a freezer?
Sustained.
When you put the phone in the freezer, did you wrap it in any warmth?
No.
Any clothing?
Nothing at all.
Now, you don't know the temperature, but you said there was a blizzard outside?
That's my understanding, yes.
At 6:06 a.m., is there a change in the battery temperature of John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, the temperature has dropped to 43 degrees Fahrenheit.
So there's a 7-degree drop in temperature at 6:06.
Correct.
Were you shared any of the facts or information that has nothing to do with data and science? Were you shared any facts or information about what may have occurred to that cell phone and its exposure to colder air that morning, minutes prior to 6:06 a.m.?
I may have heard around that time is when John was found.
Oh, so could you answer the question, yes or no, that Mr. Gannon asked you? Did anybody share information with you about that, sir?
Nobody shared it with me, no.
If the phone was in an environment and it was exposed to further colder air or drop in temperature, could it register a reading?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Sure. Let me ask a different question. The phone drops to 43 degrees, John's phone at 6:06. 6:14, is there another change with this phone dropping in temperature?
Yes, it drops to 37 Fahrenheit.
Do you know what, if anything, happened as far as the environment that phone was exposed to seconds before 6:14?
I don't know.
No one does.
Do you know if that phone at 6:15:01 was then placed in a warmer environment like a pocket or a car? Do you know?
No idea.
He does not have evidence of that.
35, there's an increase in temperature,
Correct.
doesn't it?
It does.
So at 6:14, you don't know if there's been any increased exposure, do you?
No, I know that according to the battery temperature, it's increased, but I don't know the reason for that.
Now, if you look at the battery temperature at 6:06 a.m., it's 43 degrees.
Yes.
That's a change in temperature, isn't it? Is that a change in temperature from 136?
It is.
Looking at your healthcare data.
Hank wants to testify so bad. Like, he does not give a shit what any of his witnesses are saying specifically right now with Mr. Wiffin. He just wants his testimony to be heard in front of the jury. Just his.
Is there something happening relative to the phone at 6:04 to 6:11?
Well, you tell us, Hank, because that 6:04 is my issue.
That is 432 steps were recorded at that time.
That's a lot.
Record steps if it's being.
Yeah, but it's supposedly still under John's body.
And he literally just testified that there was no movement until that the health data showed no movement till 6:14.
Uh-huh.
That was a lie.
Being moved back and forth?
It may record some. It's difficult to say how many would be misunderstood as being steps taken.
If you're shaking an object that moves the phone violently, could it record steps?
Again,
Here we go with the CPR.
some,
I knew it.
But it's not a consistent enough pattern of movement for it to be recorded as lots of steps.
There you go. He just
Now at 6:14, the temperature is 30.
he is anti the Commonwealth now. They are not going to like that answer. He's going to have to move on.
Well, and Hank's an idiot, so he wouldn't think to say, isn't CPR a consistent movement over and over and over.
Right, but
I mean,
we know
it's supposed to be at least, but
we know that at 6:04, Carrie was doing it.
it's just a lie. It's all a lie.
Right.
7 degrees, and you just offered us that by 6:35 over the next 21 minutes, the degrees goes up by 6 degrees.
Correct.
You don't know what was happening with that phone at 6:15:01, do you?
I don't.
Neither do you.
Do you know?
I don't know.
Next question.
But what you do know is this healthcare data at 6:15:14.
Correct.
And that demonstrates what?
At 6:15:14, it was the start of 180 steps.
So the phone at 6:15:14 is again moving.
Correct.
And after that starts moving wherever the phone may go, it starts getting warmer temperature.
Correct.
Now, you shared with us location data, and you explained the difference between Waze and other types of location data. I'd ask you an opinion about where the phone was located based just on location data, nothing else. And when I asked you that opinion, I didn't ask you to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did I?
I don't recall.
I asked you if it was consistent with being near the flagpole the entire night.
Sustained.
Based on location data alone, are you offering an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty where that phone was?
It's difficult to say with a reasonable degree of certainty based on the randomness of the location data.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, Mr. Wiffin. Could we turn the AC off, please?
Oh, you're the bad guy this time, Ian.
Dang.
This will probably go quick now.
Warning.
Nope.
Richard. Yeah, at 6:04, Carrie's supposedly on top of John, but she testifies that she doesn't pick up the phone until after the paramedics take John on the stretcher to the ambulance.
Yeah, and I still don't believe it.
Thank you.
No, it's difficult to give an answer based to a high degree of scientific certainty based on the sporadic nature of the records that night.
Based on the data you have, just on location data alone, is that location data consistent with that phone being in the flagpole area from midnight until 6:15 the next morning?
It is, yes.
There's also information because the broadness that it could have been somewhere else.
Correct.
Yet it is consistent.
It is.
You didn't just rely on location data for your opinion, though.
I didn't know.
Watch the form, Mr. Brennan.
Yeah.
Sustain.
Did you rely just on location data for your opinion?
No, I did not.
Did you also consider the health data?
I did.
And did you also consider the battery temperature?
Sustained.
In addition to location data, what are the other things you considered, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree?
I've already given him all the fucking answers, Hank.
If the defense was doing what Brennan is doing right now with this witness, Bev would lose her fucking shit.
For sure. I bet you he repeats it back just exactly how Hank just said it.
Like, Hank, stop fucking testifying.
That phone was at the flagpole the entire night from 12:30 until 6 the next morning.
I'm going to allow that.
It was based on the location data that recorded high accuracy, based on the health data that showed when the device moved and how far, based on the battery temperature information, and based on the Doppler face detection information.
Let me ask you some more questions about the health data. You were shown pieces of information on examination. You told us that health data, well, the phone was it your opinion the phone was in the car until it stopped at the flagpole?
Sustained.
At 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, does the data show that is the time that the phone was moving?
At what time, sorry?
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
I'm sorry, the rest of the question was?
Does that demonstrate movement of the phone at that time?
He's like, I don't even know what fucking times we're talking about anymore. I don't know if there's a phone doing anything.
Yes,
I don't even know if there's a fucking phone. I'm so lost. Like, Wiffin's just like, I don't know anymore. Whatever you say, dude. I just want to go home.
Yep.
Look at Celsius.
You shared that you can't tell the direction or the distance of steps. If, no, please. If that phone moved from the flagpole in a straight line away from the flagpole, like for example, towards the house, wouldn't it have to move again before 6:04 to get back to the flagpole?
What?
I would presume so.
They're going to say,
Mr. Listy?
Hank's going to say that if John walked out, was carried out, or someone grabbed the phone and brought it out, it would have to have those movements for the phone to get back outside. But again, we don't have any proof that Kerry Roberts even found that phone under his body.
That's where I'm at with it.
So it literally doesn't matter to me, because when she says she found it supposedly under his body, it does move, and it moves a whole fucking lot.
Right.
More than it did at all. So.
Hey, Gray Space.
I'm going to strike that.
Does health data register when a phone moves?
It does.
Yeah.
I'll ask you some more detailed questions about your.
So if the jury's paying attention, he literally just said that the phone has to be moving, so there has to be all these steps that John is taking at 12:32, whatever, But he's trying to make it so that the phone is moving in the morning, or that the phone isn't moving to get back to the spot. So I mean, hey Thomas.
Research into a phone that's been attributed to Jennifer McCabe. You looked at one piece of your report on the screen, and that was a phone call register?
Yes.
Could you turn to that phone call register, please?
What are we doing with the slide that's up there, Mr. Brennan?
I would like to change it to the phone call register if possible.
Oh, that's not me.
I believe it's Exhibit 42. Do you have the report that you could put on the screen regarding?
Oh, I don't
phone call
have.
register?
I don't have this one that was shared. It's
Okay.
Exhibit 42.
Wrap it up, Hank, for crying out loud.
I'm really over Wiffin being on the stand.
This is now marked as Exhibit 42. In the phone call register, you noted that there was a call at 12:14:36.
Yes.
Have you found it?
He's not even close.
This is not me. No.
I think it's Ms. Gilman.
Thank you, Mr.
What?
Could you enlarge that, please?
Oh, he's still on. He's on after lunch.
Oh my. Well, is lunch coming up soon?
Okay,
Which
hold on.
portion of it?
Up the top part.
So -36 is about when Jen comes on.
Thank you.
And we need it larger, Ms. Gilman, please.
He's on for about 20 minutes after lunch.
How far are we from lunch?
That's what I'm going to now. $20 minutes.
Are we on 1.25?
Yes.
On examination, you read that at 12:14:36.
Welcome
there
back,
was a phone
Susie.
call incoming
Yes.
that appeared to be from Jennifer McCabe.
Correct.
At 12:14:36, the location information is the Don O'Keefe's cell phone at Fairview by that point?
So the question, is it?
Yes, is it?
No.
And then at 12:18:47, there's another call, and again from Jen McCabe.
That's an outgoing call to Jen McCabe.
It's an outgoing call to Jennifer McCabe.
Yes.
12:18:47, the location information, does that place Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone at Fairview?
No, it does not.
We already know.
2944, there's an 8-second call that you said you believe is answered. Do you know if there was any conversation in that call?
No way to know if there's any conversation.
And at 12:29:44, does the location information place John O'Keefe's cell phone somewhere
It does at Fairview Road.
at the flagpole?
Yes.
No way to tell that.
Now, there is not a call. Well, let me ask you the next call. What time is the next call?
33 minutes and 35 seconds after midnight.
And who's that call from?
From Karen Reed.
Is that before or after John O'Keefe's health data stops?
After.
At 12:37, you offered us that the cell phone battery's temperature is decreasing.
Yes.
How many calls have been made from the defendant to John O'Keefe by the time that cell phone battery stops dropping in temperature?
7.
I want to turn now to some questions about your analysis of Ms. McCabe's phone.
It's so crazy to me we're even still talking about her. Like, he hasn't said a single word about Karen's phone.
No.
Didn't even look at it. Like, this is just ridiculous.
Who's going to cross Karen? Or who's going to cross Jen?
Oh, Alan Jackson for sure.
I think so too. I didn't know
And
if
I
he would.
think he should. I think he should, and I think she's hoping he won't. Like, I think she's hoping it's not going to be him, but she can't help herself. She has such an attitude with him. It's like,
She's just dirty. This should be the trial of
way
Jen.
of trying to confirm the integrity of the data on a extraction.
Yes.
When forensic analysts look at phones, do you sometimes get to actually see the phone?
Yes.
Do you sometimes have to use an extraction, a copy of the phone?
Yes.
Is it important to try to look and research or search the item to determine whether or not there's been any tampering?
Yes.
You were asked if hash values is one way to do that.
I was.
And you were shown or read part of your report about hash values.
Yes.
There's a second part to that, isn't there?
There is.
You didn't get a chance to share the second part, did you?
Your Honor.
In this case, there was a hash value, wasn't there?
There was.
Now, just so we can understand simply, how is a hash value created during the extraction process? What does that mean in very, very simple terms?
At the end of the extraction, an algorithm is run on every piece of, every byte of data within the extraction, and it comes out with a value at the end. The idea is that if any of that data ever changes, be it through user interaction or through corruption of data in how it was stored, then that value will change at the end.
You mentioned Gray Key. Is that a software, hardware that makes the copy of the phone?
It's a piece of hardware and includes software.
How commonly is Gray Key used in the industry?
It's very common.
Did I hear you say that with Gray Key, the hash value is never authenticated?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to form.
Does Gray Key authenticate the hash value?
The hash value is placed inside a PDF, which is not signed.
And is that common or typical in the industry?
That is the way that Gray Key do it.
Was there anything anomaly or untoward or different about the way this one was done?
No.
Did the hash value from the Gray Key extraction match the hash value?
It did.
Anything irregular whatsoever about it?
No, not that I can see.
Now, you don't just read software programs when they spit out reports, do you?
No.
As an analyst, as one of the leaders of Celebrite, do you have a history of
so then I have a question.
a history of study?
Yes.
If that's the case, then what is the purpose? Like, if he can look at it and be like, oh, the hash value looks fine, then what's the purpose of having it? Like, I get the purpose of having it, but in his words, what would be the purpose of having it if an examiner, a forensic examiner, could just look at it and be like, oh, this looks right? Like, isn't the whole purpose to compare from one to the other to make sure the number is the same or the hash value?
I would think that would be how they were comparing it.
And if the hash value is not the same, then somebody did something, whether on purpose or inadvertently, since the time that it was downloaded or extracted. So I don't see the point in one breath saying, well, we were able to compare the hash values and they were exactly the same, which means this absolutely was not fucked with. and then in the next breath say, I wasn't able to authenticate the hash value, so I couldn't say for sure that the data wasn't messed with.
Right.
I don't know. That just doesn't make any sense to me.
And FYI, Jen is not wearing the same clothes she wore in the first trial.
Oh, liars.
Well, she might be. If she testified, did she testify more than one day?
Oh, yes.
How many days did she testify?
At least 2. It might have gone into 3, but she had, I remember the blue shirt with the black.
Yeah, that's the one I have. So it might be when she wore one of the days. That might be true. Because I have, the only one I have is the blue shirt one. So if she testified, I thought she testified over one day, but.
Oh, no.
Have you written reports and papers for people to learn?
I've written multiple blogs, done multiple presentations, webinars. Some of my blog posts have become peer-reviewed articles.
Okay. Is it sufficient to simply look at a report that is generated by Cellebrite or Axiom or any other service and make conclusions just on the report?
I don't believe it is, no.
Why do you think that's imprudent?
Sorry?
Why do you think that is not prudent to simply rely on a report?
I'm going to allow him to answer.
The tools are very good at surfacing data, but I believe it's up to the examiner to understand what that data means and to provide context to the information which the tool itself can't give.
And when you were considering the hash value and determining whether or not you thought there was anything wrong with the data, aside from the hash value, how do you do that?
How do
you make a determination whether or not this has integrity, the data hasn't been tampered with, so to speak?
Okay. So notwithstanding the hash value, I'd be looking for issues with the data that don't make sense. In this particular case, there was lots of data points that all appeared to work together. Like you would see one artifact change in one database and an artifact would change somewhere else. And it all just made perfect sense in how it was functioning. That kind of leads you to believe that it's not been tampered with, or the person tampering with it did an exceptional job to be able to cover all of these different tracks and make it undetectable.
Did you try to summarize that perspective in the part of the report that wasn't read to you on examination?
I did.
Isn't Matt in IT and like owns a company?
Scientific certainty, if there was any data integrity issues in the information you reviewed.
I don't believe there was any.
It was characterized on examination. There was a dispute about the time origin of the search, how long to die in code. Do you remember being asked the question about a dispute?
Yes.
Haas. Haas.
Have you, in your studies and in your position, is there any viable dispute in the forensic data scientific community about that issue?
I don't believe there is anymore.
Well, there should be if a bunch of other tools are showing it still, sir.
See the question from the consumer, yes.
Right.
And you attempted to resolve that?
Or how many other cases or people have been put away for based on Cellebrite data like that?
Have you received
The doctor guy like a week ago, they used all his Google searches.
I'm sorry, could you rephrase the question?
Other than that one person, that one consumer, have you received any information in the forensic community which you're part of? Any data, any information that would suggest that your conclusions are in dispute?
Yeah, I received a very similar question from an examiner in Europe. Fairly similar circumstances with a case and with a timestamp that didn't make sense, that was originating from the same database. I applied the same logic and theory to his question, and he confirmed it solved the issue for him. It all made sense then.
And since then, has in your world, academic and research world, forensic data science, other than the person who originally raised the question, has there been any dispute brought to you by anybody about your conclusions about when the search actually happened?
No. If anything, I've heard people who have confirmed the research that I did.
But that's not right to say that the timestamp is incorrect or doesn't make sense just because it doesn't make sense to you or Karen Reed.
Right.
You were asked questions about your law enforcement background and the fact that Cellebrite is used as a forensic tool, oftentimes by law enforcement.
Yes.
Did you go into your company's software and change it to accommodate law enforcement?
No, definitely not.
Would you ever do such a thing?
No.
Why wouldn't you do something like that?
Aside from being unethical to change the data in that way, this is an artifact that is easily validated by any examiner. And if I was to tamper it for the purposes of changing the outcome of the case, it would be detected by all of our customers immediately and would destroy the reputation of Cellebrite, which I've got no intention of doing.
Before a prior proceeding, the printout from the software, when it was showing the timestamp of the Safari search, was it labeled something in particular before?
The Cellbrite search was labeled last visited time.
Last what?
Last visited time.
And when it was labeled last visited time, did it show 227 on the report?
It did.
Cellbrite, after research and consideration, removed that label?
We removed the timestamp when we determined that it was not relevant to the last time that that page was visited.
Why was it important to remove that timestamp from the program and the software?
It was clearly causing confusion.
Does the company have concerns when consumers are confused about information?
Of course, yes.
Do companies have concerns if a consumer tries to manipulate the use of that information?
Of course.
Are companies concerned that a label could be misleading for somebody who may not have a higher level of experience?
Yes.
When that decision was made to change that for clarification, do you make that solely by yourself?
No, I did not.
Who do you consult with and who's part of that decision process?
So again, after my research, I passed the results of my research to the forensic research group. This is a team based at Cellbrite whose sole job is to do the research, do the coding to make sure that what we're giving to customers is correct. They spent some time validating the research that I did, verifying that my research was correct, and then they were responsible for making the change based on the updated research.
It was suggested that a separate software program, not the company you work for, Cellbrite, but Axiom, reflects this search as deleted. That's not entirely accurate, is it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Running an Axiom program, would it reflect this search as deleted?
Yes, and it is a deleted search.
Does it have a label on it?
It does.
Is that carved?
Yes, it would be.
Now, are you familiar with the Axiom artifact reference guide when it talks about the dangers of relying on the timestamp?
I'm not familiar with it referencing dangers, but I'm aware of the document.
Are you aware of the reference guide when it talks about Safari suspended state tabs?
Yes.
And offers that since these are local tab states, results from this artifact may contain an earlier date and time compared to the results from the Safari history artifact if iCloud Safari synchronization.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Are you aware of the reference guide?
I am.
Are you aware that it cautions that a timestamp can be misinterpreted?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Sir, when you came to your opinion that the search for how long to die in the cold at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning of January 29, 2022, was the time that they were actually inputted, not 2:27. In forming your opinion, did you consider both Cellbrite and Axiom software?
I did.
Did you consider other tools as well?
Yes, my own.
And tell us a little bit about your own tool.
Again, this is a tool I've been writing for approximately 5 or 6 years now. Partially for fun, partially for research purposes. And it's a tool I make available to other examiners globally.
And sir, when you were trying to examine these searches that in your opinion were 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., did you ever try to test it yourself and actually take a phone so you could either prove or disprove to yourself that that earlier timestamp didn't mean it was the time that it was searched?
Oh, definitely. That's the kind of thing I do all the time when verifying artifacts.
And in your opinion, is that helpful in understanding how a timestamp earlier could relate to a later search?
Exactly, very helpful.
Would you be willing to do a live demonstration for us on the screen and show us how that works?
Yes.
How long would that take?
Probably about 5 minutes.
Could you show us?
Of course.
Okay.
So they're gonna let him do his own. I think we go to lunch.
Mr. Wiffin, I'd like to ask you a couple of general questions.
Yes.
You mentioned with reference to location data that the scope of identifying a location of a phone can change depending on what information the phone is receiving.
I'm sorry.
Yep, I'll try
Rephrase.
again. You've shown us a number of graphs and exhibits
Yes.
that show different circles. Some might be smaller, some might be larger than others.
Yes.
And you shared with us that location information is being received from a number of different sources.
Yes.
Can you remind us again, what can affect that location data as far as receiving some high accuracy, mid and low level? What could affect the receipt of that information?
So primarily the requesting application defines how accurate it needs the data. iOS location services then determines the best technology to use in order to work out that location. And it can use GPS information for the most accurate. It can use Wi-Fi cell sighting. So it understands the Wi-Fi networks that it can detect close by, and it knows where those networks are. And from that, it can derive where it itself is. Similar idea with both Bluetooth beacons and with cell tower technology. It understands where the cell towers are. It understands where the Bluetooth beacons are. And if it can see those particular cell towers or beacons, it knows roughly where itself must be.
You shared with us there are some factors that can affect that location data.
Yes.
In addition to being in a building, like a house or a business, that's one way it can be affected?
It is.
And there are other ways as well, isn't there?
There are.
And could you share again the other ways that location information could change?
Yeah, the weather can play an effect on it, the geography of the area, whether it's in a rural or urban environment, other kinds of interference. If there are other items close by that are emitting electrical interference, it could affect the location data as well.
How about a body being on the phone? Could that affect location data?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
Good
If the
grief.
human being was covering the phone, so it wasn't exposed to the air, could that affect the location data?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
I believe it could, yes.
You were
Isn't
showing
that the same thing?
There was one select piece of the report. That was
I don't know how that question was different, but okay.
It wasn't.
We're almost done with them, Christy.
Exhibit 40 has two circles, one darker, one white.
Yes.
And do you remember being asked questions about this particular exhibit?
I do.
And in addition to this exhibit, is there other information in your report that wasn't shown to you that would put this in context?
There is.
This exhibit is to demonstrate a window of when location data was taken for a particular time.
Objection, Your Honor.
Watch the form of the question. Mr.
This photograph, what does it represent?
There were two particular time periods of approximately 5 seconds where multiple records showed identical latitude and longitude. So the same center point of the radius, but the radius themselves differed. So in this case, the white circle or the white circles show the lowest accuracy and the highest accuracy for 5 records that were all within a 5-second time period and that shared the same latitude and longitude as the central point.
Looking at this snapshot of 5 seconds, is this still consistent with your opinion that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, you opine that the cell phone was in the flagpole area the entire evening of January 29th, 2022?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Yes, it still aligns with my opinion.
When you provide a report with all the different
Or he went into the house and then the accuracy dropped.
shared with the defense attorneys,
Of course.
and you understand in this case everything is shared.
Of course.
And when you shared your report with this piece of information, did you include a summary chart that wasn't shown to you on examination?
I believe I did, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
On examination. Which one, you asshole?
Showing you your
Thank you.
report. Do you recognize your report?
I do.
And what page are you on?
22.
Do you recognize anything in particular as far as the chart on that page?
I do. There's a chart at the top with the location data that was used to create the image shown.
Does that chart help explain this photograph?
It does.
And move that chart into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Lessing?
No objection, Your Honor.
Well, if it's in his report and Hank already moved to put the whole report in evidence, like, why are we putting the chart in too? That makes no sense.
Thank you.
I'm ready to never see this
Yes.
fool in his crooked tie ever again.
How long of a time period does that photograph encompass?
It's a graph.
Has got 2 time periods of 5 seconds each, which are
photograph.
approximately 40 minutes apart.
And what does this show us? Can you explain the chart that goes along with that photograph that was shown to you?
So this chart is, or I should say, the map that shows 5 of the records from this particular chart. But we can see that all of these records have a consecutive timestamp 1 second apart. The latitude and longitude is identical for all of these records, but at the same time, the accuracy drops from 43 meters to 7 meters within that same 8-second time period. The idea was to demonstrate that if you had one of these records on its own, if you only had the 43-meter accurate record, for example, then the phone could be anywhere within that 43-meter radius. But as time goes on, the accuracy is refined. The same central point is used by iOS, but we've now got an accuracy of 7 meters. And again, if we were to say that the phone is anywhere within that 7 meters, it's a much more accurate representation, according to the data, than the 43 meters would be. And with an 8-second time period, if the device was actually moving during that time, I wouldn't expect to see the latitude and longitude remain exactly the same. There'd be some degree of movement in the coordinates.
When you're producing location information in the circles that represent the location change, small, medium, large, at different times, does this chalk help represent that there can be changes in the location data, but the item can remain dormant?
So ask that differently, Mr. Brennan.
What is the exact point of the demonstration or this chalk? How does that help us understand the movement or the lack of movement of a cell phone?
I believe it demonstrates the fact that the phone is constantly refining the location data or the accuracy of the location data, even though it's using the same central point, the latitude and longitude, as the reference point. It doesn't necessarily mean the device had to move.
So a body being on top of it would decrease the accuracy of the GPS, but also make it more accurate?
There are two different circles, one dark and one light.
Yeah, because it gets more accurate as it goes.
Spots.
Hence, the body actually
Based
has
on
nothing to do with
the
anything.
chart you just showed us. Are both of those different color circles consistent with a phone being in the same spot and not moving?
The previous chart that was shown only accounts for the white circles on this map.
What?
And it only shows the highest and the lowest accuracy. 20 minutes later, there was another similar scenario where there were multiple records with the same central GPS coordinates, but with different accuracy levels, and that's what was used for the black circles.
So we chose to use that one instead of the white one.
So it's possible that the device is somewhere in between those two circles for the duration of the time.
Now, finally, I want to turn back to the phone.
I'm not sure if he's using the different ones based on his information or Celebrate information, or where he's even coming up with this now.
Search is at 6:23.
I have no clue.
6:24 were made.
Correct.
And I asked if you could just show us live right now how it works that a person can open a tab and there's a timestamp, a time when it's opened, and then make a later search but still retain the original timestamp.
Yes.
Is that something you can do for us?
It is, yeah.
With the court's permission, I'd ask Mr. Whiffin to give
Yes.
us a live demonstration of this.
Do you want the light on?
Hurry it up.
The light off would be better, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
Okay, first of all, I will highlight on the left side of the screen here, this is actually a live representation of what I have on a phone that's in front of me. So as I move this around, you can actually see on the screen that the screen refreshes. I'll also point out the iOS version here is 15.2.1, which matches that from Jennifer McCabe's phone.
So
on the right side of
weird.
the screen is the tool which I spoke about earlier, the one that I've been writing for several years. I make it available for free for any examiner who wants to download it and research primarily iOS devices. Here, you can see I've got a live connection to the device. So every file and folder that is on the device, I can see within this directory view as you would normally see on a regular computer. And we can see the browser state.db database. If I open that database up, you can see there are 4 tables, one of which is called tabs.
Mr. Whiffin, I hate to interrupt you. Can we make this larger? I know jurors earlier were hoping
I can try to.
have a larger.
But he's not using Celebrate, which is what it showed up on.
Is that going
Is
to
that
impact your demonstration in any way?
It shouldn't. I should be able to work around it. Thank you.
Is that better for the jurors?
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
It's just a little closer.
Oh, let me pull forward.
Turn the air conditioning on.
So at this moment in time, the tabs table has 2 records. I'm just going to ask that you ignore those for now. They're from a previous demonstration. I can't delete those without taking longer to do this demonstration. If I go back onto the phone itself, just takes a second to refresh and open up Safari. And I can open up a new tab. What I will just do now is search for the time that we're on now, so 14:10, and hit go. So right now that page is loaded. Sure. And I can go back into the database and just hit reload. That will bring the most recent version of the database from the device back onto my computer and show it back in this window in exactly the same way as I was viewing it a second ago. And you can see right now there's still only 2 records. So the fact that I did a new tab and a new search has had no effect on what I can see. This is different to on previous versions of iOS, where you would already now see a new record with the 1410 search, which I'd made.
Click reload again.
Another search.
Oh, you're not gonna?
I'm gonna catch up with
Okay.
it. It's now 1411, so I'll do a search for 1411. Okay, we can see the page is loaded, and I can go back over to this tool and reload the database. We still don't have a new record that shows that a search is being conducted. I'll just take the time to do another little search and just do 1411X. Reload the page again. Still, nothing's appeared.
Okay.
I can even close down Safari, just minimize it into the background, and then bring it back into the foreground by just pressing the Safari icon. I can hit reload again. We still don't have a new record, and I can do a further search for now 1412.
Okay.
1412 is loaded, and I can reload the page. Still no records present. I can now go into...
So that tells me you can't tell me when a search is done.
Which tells me that we have a lot of other cases.
So now that tab is
People need to be watching this testimony.
So now he closed that tab and went, so he shut the tab down.
I can go back.
Good.
But he closed the tab.
Uh-huh.
So if you compare it to what the defense says Jennifer McCabe did, the closure of the tab would be the time he just now closed it, which is what, I think he said 1412. Like the 22740 is when she closed that tab. Which I think the defense did not like specify. Like, I don't know why he didn't, but he did not. I don't remember hearing him say anything about that.
Yeah, I don't either.
So, yeah, at or before, meaning she did the search at or before, because at 22740 is when she closed that tab.
Right. But I think he testified that she doesn't actually close that tab completely, or I guess it's delete the tab. It was delete the tab at like 10:30 in the morning. All right. Well, let's keep going and see. I mean, unless he gets to come back up. So hopefully he kind of clarifies this.
Over here and reload. And you'll see a new record has appeared.
So not till you closed the tab.
This shows accurately. I tell my tool to treat the timestamps as Eastern time. So we look at this particular record. You can see the title is 1412. That's the last item that I searched for. You can see the URL is the google.ca /search 1412. Again, that is the item I searched for. And then we see this field here, the last viewed timestamp. And the time here still says 1410 because that's the time that I first loaded the tab. The fact that I navigated between, the fact that I minimized and reopened Safari, bears no relevance to this timestamp. It is purely the timestamp that tab was created or brought back into focus.
To an untrained eye, can that development of a timestamp become confusing?
Yes, the name last viewed time clearly has implications that would make you believe that it was the time that the page was last viewed. It's a very simple test that I just demonstrated to prove that that's not the case.
Is there any other reason that Cellular removed that process of timestamp other than to clarify that issue?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'll allow it.
Purely because we determined it was unreliable to use as a time that the page was last viewed.
If an examiner simply...
Then why would you ever name it that?
...a Cellular or another software, but didn't have the time or skill to actually go into the data, could they be easily confused by this?
Yes, the way that Cellular provided this information showed as last viewed timestamp. The way that Axiom provides this data is called last interaction time. So there is some leeway there to misunderstand it less from Axiom because it's talking about tab interaction rather than a web page that was last viewed.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. The lights on, please. Mr. Lessie?
Briefly, Your Honor, if I may. Thank you.
Do you want Mr. Whiffin to take this down?
Yes, please, Your Honor. Good afternoon, and hello again, Mr. Wiffin.
Good afternoon.
Magnet forensics Axiom still shows a 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp on its forensic tool, correct?
Correct.
And Magnet Forensic is a reliable forensic tool company, correct?
As reliable as they come, yes.
The demonstration that you just performed, when did you create it?
The demonstration?
What you just...
Like literally just now as I was doing it live.
So you
Is how
just
you mean?
created the demonstration now live on the stand?
That particular demonstration, yes.
Yeah. So that demonstration, therefore, was created after Celebrite removed the 2:27:40 timestamp from all of its tool programs, correct?
No, incorrect. I mean, that demonstration I just provided was right now, it was live. Initially, when I did these tests, I did the same kind of experiment, the same type of testing back in late 2023, I believe. And after I did those tests and used that research, that is when Celebrite removed the timestamp.
Maybe my question wasn't clear.
He didn't even use Celebrate just now.
The demonstration that you just gave
was on his own.
When did you prepare it? The demonstration, not just the demonstration that you just showed on the screen. When did you create that demonstration on your computer?
Hey, again, I've been doing this demonstration for 2 years.
My question again is the demonstration you just gave.
Yes.
When was the last time you altered that demonstration?
Just now.
Other than to use different search terms, it's the same demonstration.
I'll try to differ.
Yes, please.
When was the last time you altered in any way the demonstration you just gave?
Right now.
So you altered it right now, and that alteration was made after Celebrite had removed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp
Correct.
from its programs, correct?
Yes. Okay.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
But he also missed
Wiffin is collecting his items.
an opportunity to say just now that you're doing it on your program, not Celebrate. Like he could code his program to do whatever the fuck he wants it to do. You should have did your demonstration using Celebrate.
Right. And I'm wondering why, since his is not actually what was brought into court, like why they just allowed him to even do that.
Yeah.
Right. I'll be right back.
How quickly? Because I got to leave at 4 to go to the bus stop.
Oh, like 2 minutes.
Okay. Here's the Tim Burton character, Jennifer McCabe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Right ahead.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Jennifer McCabe, MCCAB.
Oh, we need it back on 1 time speed.
How old are you?
I'm 49 years old.
Are you married?
Yes, I am married with 4 daughters.
Without detailing your children's names, can you tell us a little bit about your family?
Sure. I have 4 daughters that are 16, 17, 19, and 21. 2 are in high school and 2 are in college.
In raising your children, was your family active in local sports?
Yes, all 4 of my daughters played multiple sports from when they were young. 2 now are playing in college. My husband and I both coached them. My husband coached them from when they were young up through 8th grade in soccer, and I coached them in basketball.
Without telling me,
She got a cross on?
What town are you from?
I'm from Canton.
How long have you lived in Canton with your family for?
I was born and raised in Canton, and now I'm raising my family there.
So your family, their whole life, you've raised them in Canton?
1 year we lived in Stoughton with my daughter.
Who do you live with now?
I live with my husband and my 4 daughters.
Can you briefly give me a little bit more background on your children's school and your participation in that and interaction with your children, raising them?
Why?
So
What does that have to do with anything?
I was a teacher, and then once I had children, I stayed at home with them and basically was just kind of like your typical, I don't know, small town mom. I was the room parent. I coached them.
Yeah, relevance.
Why don't we?
Yes.
It's not fucking relevant.
When I coached, I drove the kids back and forth on my team, would take them places, etc.
In the growth of your family and raising your children, at some point did you meet a gentleman by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes.
Share with us meeting John O'Keefe.
Sure. When my third daughter was in kindergarten, she became friends with John's niece. And during that kindergarten school year, unfortunately, Kaylee's mother and father both passed away, and John moved in the house and became Mr. Mom.
When John took over guardianship of the children, did you assist in an active role in helping him?
Yes. Kaylee and my daughter were very close. So she would come over and play. My daughter would go over there. Kaylee would come and have sleepovers. A lot of times it would be on Friday nights. I would have Kaylee, and then another individual would have Patrick.
Had you known John O'Keefe well before he took over guardianship of the children?
No.
During the time when he was the guardian of the children, did your relationship, not just with his niece and nephew, but with him, grow any closer?
Yes, we became very good friends.
How close of friends did you become over the years?
Well, throughout the years, obviously, when they were younger, we talked more, just about the logistics of CCD, pickup, drop off, basketball, sports. But
CCD, she added that one in.
As the girls got older, the girl drama or, the hormones and things like that. He would also come over, and hang out and have a beer and, just talk about whatever was new in his life or going on, or
really?
Day in and day out struggles of his, life and raising the kids now and figuring it all out.
When?
Work and family and all of that.
Leading into January 28th of 2022, so the jury understands, how close is your friendship with John O'Keefe at that time?
He was a very good friend of mine that I knew I could call for anything.
He was a guy passed out on the lawn, bitch.
I want you to take us forward to January 28th, 2022. Do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember it well?
Yes.
Get the fuck out of here.
Take us to the early morning hours, January 28th, 2022. Did you learn there may be weather or a storm coming?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that.
We all saw the report that there was going to be a big storm, a nor'easter. So we all knew that basically all the Saturday activities were going to be canceled.
That includes sports?
Yes.
Was and is the sporting events for the children a big part of your life?
Yes. Back then I had, two in high school that played 3 sports, and they played club sports as well. And then the 2 middle school played club sports and town sports. So most of our weekends were taken up by kind of running from one sporting event to the next.
When you learned about the weather and the change in schedule, did it change your plans for that day?
No, not particularly. I had my day was pretty set out. I had my niece, and then I had sporting events. It was kind of my plans for the next day that obviously got changed.
Take us through the afternoon of the 28th. What's happening?
Well, I had my niece for the week, and she was picked up. My oldest was on the hockey team, and she was having a team dinner at the house. So I picked up pizza, got desserts, set it up for them. And then I left with my daughters and my husband, Matt, and we met some of the parents from the high school basketball team at a local pub to grab a bite and a drink before the basketball game, because my other daughter played on the high school girls basketball team.
What time was the basketball game set for that night?
I believe it was 6 or 6:30.
Did you and your family go to the game?
Yes, we did.
And you drank before and after? Okay.
After the game, I drove my daughter home. My sister, Nicole, sent me a text and said that she was going to be at the waterfall, and it was my nephew's birthday. He was going to meet up, and did I want to come by for a drink?
What is your nephew's name?
Brian Jr.
It was his.
She don't
birthday.
want to say Albert.
Yes, it was.
When you received a call to meet with friends and family at the waterfall, do you remember
What's
what
she
time
looking at?
was made?
I don't. My sister sent me a text at some point letting me know she was going to be there. So I don't know what time.
After the game and after some time, did you go to the waterfall?
But didn't you make a timeline?
Your friends and family?
Yes, I did.
Describe very briefly, what's the waterfall?
It's just a local town bar.
Do you remember about what time you got to the waterfall?
About 9 o'clock.
When you got there, was there anybody there that you knew?
Yes.
Okay, now take us inside the waterfall. When you get there, who do you see?
I walk in and I see Julie and Chris Albert, my niece Caitlin, my sister Nicole, and my niece's boyfriend Tristan.
You said you saw Julie and Nicole Albert in the waterfall?
Yes.
Were you related to either of them?
Nicole is my sister.
So Brian Sr. would be your brother-in-law?
Yes.
Also, you mentioned there was a niece.
Yes, Caitlin.
And is that Brian and Nicole's daughter?
Yes.
You mentioned the name Tristan. What's his relationship to your niece, to Brian Albert's niece?
He's now her fiance.
And was there anybody else I missed?
That's all who was there. I'm not sure if Nick Kolakidis was already in there when I got there or if he arrived right after. And then his wife joined us.
So when you're in the bar and you see your friends, what do you do next?
I immediately just, join them and sit down.
Were you eating, drinking?
Friends. They're all family.
I know I ordered a beer. They had appetizers on the table. I'm not sure whether I had any or not.
Were you drinking alcohol that night?
Yes.
As you're spending time with your family, did the night grow?
Yes.
Did you stay at the table where everybody was eating, or did you move inside the bar?
We were pretty much right around the table.
Did anybody you knew join you or join the group at some point?
Yes. A little while later, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins joined us at the waterfall.
So when you first got there, was Brian Albert already there?
No, he wasn't.
Is that your brother,
Already
Brian
fucked up.
Albert?
Yes.
And you said Mr. Higgins. Did you know Mr. Higgins?
I had met him a few times when he was out with Brian.
You had met him a few times before that night?
Yes.
Were you friendly with him?
He was a friend of Brian's.
Was he your friend?
No, he's Brian's friend.
You knew who he was?
Yes.
So when Mr. Albert and Mr. Higgins joined the group later, did they come directly to you, or did they stay somewhere else inside the bar?
No, they came over to our table, I believe.
How long were you in the waterfall for that night?
Approximately 9 to little around midnight-ish.
About 3 hours?
Yes.
Do you have an estimate how many drinks you had, alcoholic drinks you might have had?
I don't. I don't know. Maybe 2, 3.
Huh.
Well, the problem that Karen doesn't know how many she had, though.
Also, she was at the bar for drinks before the basketball game and after the basketball game.
Right.
Night, were you feeling any effects of the alcohol?
Not that I recall, no.
Oh.
The group was together. You mentioned a number of people have joined. Were you joined by other people later?
Yes.
Who were you joined by later?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And you talked about your relationship with John O'Keefe?
Yes, earlier, yes.
Did you make plans with him, or did he just show up?
I believe he had started the conversation about the night with Chris Albert.
Objection.
Chris Albert is a different Albert than Brian Albert?
Yes.
How was the
His name's Chris, not Brian, you douche.
Chris Albert are brothers.
Was Chris Albert there when Mr. Higgins and Brian Albert arrived?
Yes. Actually, Chris, did I miss him? Because Chris was there with Julie. Did I? I'm not sure if I said that when I was naming him.
Yeah, you did.
I apologize.
You may have.
Okay.
So when you first got there, he was at the table with your
Yes.
sister?
Yes, he was.
When moments before John O'Keefe arrived with the defendant, what was the mood in the group?
Cheerful. Good mood. Everybody was just out having a drink. We all knew the storm was coming tomorrow, and just a typical average night.
Celebratory?
Yeah.
You said you were going to see Brian Albert Jr. for his
Yes.
birthday. Was Brian Albert Jr. at the waterfall when you got there?
No, he was not.
Was Brian Albert Jr. there anytime when you were at the waterfall?
No, he was not.
Without relating a conversation with some other person, Did you have an understanding where Brian Albert Jr. was?
He was at home.
Did you historically or typically see Brian Albert Jr., your nephew, on his birthday?
Yeah, typically we always, get together. We try to and do a cake for whoever's birthday it is. And then whatever, aunts or cousins are around, come over.
So you didn't do that. Y'all just stay at the bar.
Arrived at the waterfall.
Yeah, they just went to the bar instead, even though he didn't want to go to a bar. They're celebrating his birthday.
Yeah.
But he doesn't want to go to a bar. He wants to stay home. And they're like, fuck you. We're going to the bar.
Yeah, exactly.
General estimate or guess, not guess, but a general estimate of what time they arrived?
Approximately 11.
When they first arrived, did you see them?
Yes.
Where did you see them coming from?
I saw them walk in.
When they walked in, did you react in any way?
Yes, I was happy to see them.
Why were you happy to see them?
Because I loved John and I liked Karen.
So were you happy to see John?
Yes, very.
You were
She's
happy
going to do
to
this
see the
bullshit
defendant?
again.
Yes.
Do you remember?
She's very happy to see him.
interaction with either John or the defendant that night inside the waterfall?
I believe
Yet he's just some man passed out in the snow.
Exactly.
John walked over to where I was, kind of to my end of the table, and then maybe Karen had walked to the other end of the table. But I would assume I probably hugged both of them when I saw them.
I'm going to ask you not to assume. If you don't know, that's
Okay.
okay. You said that you had known the defendant as well.
Yes.
Do you remember how long she had been dating John O'Keefe up until that point?
I know I met her in July of 2020.
Had you had a chance to spend time or interact with her over that time before that night at the waterfall?
Yes, I had.
And share with us some of the moments or some of the reasons that you would interact.
The first time I met Karen, John had reached out.
Here comes the MS.
With him and his niece and his nephew. So he had told me he was dating a new girl and he wanted to bring her over. He said that she had multiple sclerosis. I also have multiple sclerosis. So he thought that that would be something we could, we would talk and bond over. I said, yeah, great, bring her over. So her and John.
Well, she didn't have her phone number.
Over. We had a pool day. I liked Miss Reed immediately. I thought we hit it off. It was really great, talking to someone my age that also had MS, because I didn't really know a lot of people who have it. So it was really nice to have somebody to relate to. Then moving forward, we would see them, if it was my daughter's birthday party, when it was time for pickup, they would come in, have a couple drinks. Same thing for like a Halloween party, after basketball games.
So you spent
Yet 2 years later, Karen doesn't have your phone number.
time with the defendant
Sure.
without John around?
Right. You guys are
No.
such good friends.
Did you become friendly with her?
Yes.
And were you friendly that night?
Yes.
After John and the defendant entered the bar and you agreed, did you interact or spend time with Miss Reed at the waterfall?
Yes, I did.
And speaking of the defendant, do you recognize her here in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Could you kindly point to her and describe
Ugh, look at her face.
She's sitting right over there with a black shirt or blue.
Is she between Attorney Jackson and Attorney Yannetti?
Yes, she is.
Oh my God, her
You were at the
face.
waterfall that night. Do you remember who you were speaking to or where you were spending your time?
As to earlier in the night or after?
I'm sorry, after Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant arrived.
Yes, Miss Reed came over and spoke to me because I had seen her the Saturday before, and she had told me how she had started a new medication, and it was giving her some side effects. And I said, "I'm shocked they put you on that," etc.
Let me not ask you about conversations you
Okay.
had, but
That's new.
that you were in. Did you spend time with Miss Reed that night?
What did she say?
All of a sudden, she saw Karen the Saturday before, and at that time, Karen told her that she had just started a new medication and was having some side effects. And Jen was like, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe they put you on that medicine." So I'm sure at some point now, we're going to get some type of it had a black box warning. She was being crazy. The new medicine she was on was causing these side effects. That's brand new. Never heard this.
I got you.
Yes, I did.
Inevitably, did you drink more alcohol as the night went on?
Did he go with the inevitably? Did you drink more alcohol? It's fucking douche nozzle.
Believe I had, like I said earlier, a couple of drinks, 2, 3, not sure.
Did you?
I don't believe you.
Alcohol?
I do not believe I had the shot, no.
Did you see the party, the group of friends and family doing a shot?
I was in the bathroom and walked out, and they were doing or had just done a shot.
With the court's permission, I'd like to display parts of Exhibit 22, which has already been introduced into evidence, which is video surveillance footage from the waterfall.
Okay.
I'd like to start at 10:54:20, please. If you could just stop for 1 second. Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is the waterfall.
Okay, kindly proceed.
Okay, what's with the glare that like you can't barely see shit? And in fact, that corner that you can barely see that's somehow this time horrible is where
That's where the fight. Yeah.
Interesting. So why the fuck does this footage look this way now? It did not look like this last year.
Smoking a cigarette right here or something? Like what's
it better clear up. It better clear up.
I do.
Do you know who they are?
I believe that is Miss Reed and John O'Keefe.
No, see, we saw them walk in last year and it was clear.
Other people are closer to the table or bar?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Looking at this video, can you tell or identify anybody under that timestamp? And if you
surprised they're not walking in from over here this time.
You see?
That was a little inverted joke for you.
I think the guy right there, well, where she just is Brian Higgins.
Okay. If you could go up a little bit, Ms. Gilman.
I believe that's my husband, Matt. And
On the
then
right?
on the right, and I think that's me on the left.
Okay.
Why does this look like this?
Ms. Gilman, you recognize who that might be from the clothing?
Seriously?
I'd have to take a guess that
Okay,
it could.
don't guess. It's okay if you don't. Anybody else at the table more to the left, do you recognize?
Not from this picture.
Ms. Gilman, could you highlight where Ms. McCabe thinks that she is on that video with that circle you just had and play the video. If you could stop. Is that you clapping, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, it is.
Why are you clapping?
Because I was happy to see them.
Both of them.
Yes.
Okay. Could you continue, please? And who's that person walking right to left, hugging people?
That is John O'Keefe.
Did he hug Higgins first?
Ms. Gilman?
God, here we go with these sounds and shit again. I can hardly take it. She's trying to cry.
Are you interacting with anybody?
I can't see where I am.
Okay.
Yes, it's fucking
Can you
blurry.
stop the video, please? Could you move ahead to 11:26:50, please? 11:26:50.
Yeah, it absolutely didn't look like this. It looks like they fogged up that side where you see Higgins at the end.
You could stop there, Ms. Gilman. If we
The
could,
defense would have to
hone in
know
on a
that,
circle
though.
where
They
you
know
were
that this
previously
is
where we saw Ms. McCabe.
not right.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know why they wouldn't be objecting
No,
or
it's a bit
saying, like, we
blurry.
need a sidebar.
If
There's
you
something
can,
funky
if you
going
can,
on.
please let me know. Can you see whether you're in that area?
I believe I am, yes.
Could you put the circle down just a little bit, Ms. Gilman?
Carla.
Okay. If you could play from 11:26:50 to 11:27, please.
They made it their own
Right
witness.
now.
Can't even tell you who anybody is in this because they fucked it up so bad.
I'm wondering if they're just going to wait till it's their turn and then say,
We're gonna
wasn't
show you-
this clearer?
Yeah. Is this what you saw last year?
Who are you hugging there?
I believe that's Miss Reed.
Thank you. One more, Ms. Gilman. I'm going to ask you to move forward to 11:46.
What'd she call her? What do you call her?
I don't know. What did he say?
Miss Gilman?
Oh, that's the lady that's doing
Oh,
the.
is that what he said? Okay, I thought he was talking to Jennifer. I was like, what did he just say? Well, that's somewhat better, but still. The lighting looks very different now.
Could you pause, Ms. Gilman? Could you circle in that same area where Ms. McCabe was last describing?
That circle makes it worse.
Can you make anything out in this video?
Yes, it looks like they're all, toasting or doing a cheer before they do a shot.
Can you see whether or not the defendant's in that part of the video?
Yes, it looks like she is in front of the man in the plaid coat.
Really?
Trading with the drinking at this moment?
I don't see myself in the video. I don't believe I was.
But you were drinking separately that night, weren't you?
Yes, I was drinking beer.
If you can continue, please. Thank you.
So we should see her coming out of the bathroom, right? Okay, but we're not going to say that. Okay.
Shortly after the shot, was there conversation about leaving the waterfall as a group?
Yes, there was.
Was there any discussion about where the group should go?
At first, Miss Reed was asking if we could go up the street to D&E.
What's D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that's owned by Chris Albert.
Was it open that late at night?
No, it wasn't.
Had you in the past gone to that pizza shop after hours to eat?
Yes, we had.
And tell us what the defendant was saying.
She just kept asking, can we go up to D&E? Can we go up to D&E? She wanted just to go up and, Chris makes food and then we were going to go she wanted us all just to go up there and eat and hang out.
That wasn't an uncommon occurrence for the group to sometimes go to that pizza shop after hours, was it?
No.
Did the group decide to go to the pizza shop?
They decided they weren't going to go.
Was there a different plan made?
Before Brian Albert left, he said to the group, hey, we're going to go back home and have a beer with Brian Jr. If anyone wants to come by.
When you received the invitation to the group to go back to Brian Albert's house, did you decide whether you're going to go home or go back to your sister's house?
Yes, I decided I was going to go to my sister's house.
Without saying what was said, was there any discussion in the group among the participants about going back to your sister and Brian Albert's house?
Everybody seemed to want to go back.
Did anybody object to going back?
No.
Had you been to your sister's house before?
Yes.
Many times?
Yes.
Do you know the address of where your sister lived?
Yes.
And so after that conversation, did you stay at the waterfall for a little bit or did you leave immediately?
Probably left after maybe 5-10 minutes.
Without saying what was said, before you left, did you have a chance to speak to John O'Keefe?
I did, yes.
You spoke to him inside the waterfall?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to speak to the defendant?
Yes.
And was your plan to go back to your sister's house?
Yes.
Before you left, did you have any understanding whether or not Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant were going to join you?
Yes.
Did you have an understanding regarding that?
Yes,
And what was your understanding?
they were coming.
Who else was going to go back to your nephew and your sister's house?
Brian Higgins and my niece Caitlin.
Some people aren't bold enough to say, no, bitch, I don't want to come to your brother's house.
Night leaving?
Yes,
Before you left, did you talk to anybody in particular?
yes, Miss Reed and then Mr. O'Keefe.
Did you speak to them inside the waterfall?
I walked out with Miss Reed and we spoke at the doorway, and then John joined us.
Did you invite Ms. Reed to come with you?
I did, yes.
Did she decline?
Yes.
And who did you go to your sister's house with? Who drove?
I drove and I went with my husband, Matt.
Anybody else?
No.
Do you remember about what time it was that you were speaking to Ms. Reed about going to your sister's house?
After midnight.
If I could have Exhibit 22 again. Ms. Gilman, if you could take us to 12:10:36. Okay, if you could stop it there, please. Did you have a chance to talk to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant outside of the waterfall?
Yes.
And do you know specifically what time you left the waterfall?
It was after midnight.
When you left the waterfall with your husband, you said you were driving. Did you stop anywhere along the way before you got to your sister's house?
No.
Tell us what you see when you get to your sister's house. What are the weather conditions like as you're driving there?
It's starting to snow to the point where it's starting to like accumulate. It's on your car. It's just, getting on the street.
Is it light? Is it heavy?
It's light at this point.
How long does it take to get from the waterfall to your sister's house?
5 to 8 minutes, depending on lights and weather, etc.
When you first get to your sister's house, while you're still in the car, describe what you see.
My wipers are on. I'm just looking out the window and it's snowing. It's dark.
Anybody in the driveway? Any cars in the driveway that you see?
Oh, when I pull up to my sister's?
Yes.
As I pull down the street, I take a left into the driveway and there is a Jeep that's parked on the street, and there's maybe a couple of cars in my sister's driveway.
What do you do when you arrive at your sister's house?
I go in the house.
Now, there are a couple doors at your sister's house.
Yes.
Is there a front door?
Yes.
Is there a side door?
Yes.
Which one's closer to the driveway?
The side door.
Which door do you go in when you get to your sister's house?
The front door.
Was anybody with you when you went in?
My husband, Matt.
You walked in together?
Yes.
Tell us the first person you remember meeting.
When I went in the house?
Yes.
Probably my niece was at the table, and then I saw my nephew, Brian.
Was there anybody else you saw at the table?
Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson.
So when you walk in the front door of the house, is it what table? Is this a living room table, a kitchen table?
Oh, you walk in and then you go to the right and it's into the kitchen and there's a table there.
Is the kitchen separate from the living room or is it open?
It's open, but they're separate.
Can you see the kitchen table when you walk in the door if you turn and look right?
Yes.
And when you go into the kitchen, you said there was a woman by the name of Julie Nagel?
Yes.
And then another woman, Sarah?
Yes.
You know her last name?
Levinson.
Okay. Julie Nagel, did you know her when you walked in the house?
She already answered
I
that.
had met her a few times.
Had you spent time with her? Were you friends with her?
No, I just had met her a few times, and she had watched my dog for me when my nephew couldn't.
When you would go away, would your nephew be responsible to watch your dog?
Yes.
Did you understand that Julie Nagel had watched your dog a couple of times?
Yes.
Had you ever socialized with her before that night?
Did she not just fucking
I
say
may
that?
have seen her at a graduation party, but never beyond that.
Were you friends with her at that point?
No.
Friendly enough that she watched your dogs?
Yes, through my nephew. He just said my friend's going to do it, and I
see.
trusted his judgment.
And there was another woman by the name of Sarah. Did you know her before you saw her that night?
I knew of her. If I were to see her, I'd say hi, but that's the extent of it.
How did you know of her?
Just from being in the town, going to different sporting activities and just being around.
You said your nephew Brian was there as well in the kitchen?
Yes.
This was his birthday?
Yes.
How old was he?
I think he was turning 23.
Was there anybody else in the house when you and your husband first got there?
Yes, my sister and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins.
So Mr. Higgins, Brian Albert, and your sister were there before you?
Yes.
Where was everybody when you first came in?
My niece Caitlin, Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, and Brian Jr. were all at the kitchen table. My sister was over, I think, cleaning the counters, and Brian were off in that TV room that you can see from the kitchen because there's a wide opening.
If you walk in the front door, would I look left or right to see the TV room?
You'd look right to the kitchen, and then through the kitchen's the TV room, but you could look and, when you walk in, you can see because it's open.
Is the TV room in any way have a relationship with that side door?
Yes, it does.
If you were to walk in the side door, would you be walking into the TV room?
Yes.
Okay. When you saw your nephew Brian Jr. and his friends, are his friends about the same age as him?
Yes.
Were they drinking?
Yes.
Was there music?
Yes.
And when you went in, did you spend time with the group?
Yes, I sat right down and started talking to them.
And when you were speaking to them, did you have any drinks that night?
I believe they brought me over a White Claw, but I didn't have more than a sip of it. I really wasn't. It was at that point where I just didn't want another drink.
As you were in the kitchen, were you expecting anybody else?
We had mentioned it to Karen and John, and I had actually just spoken to John, so I was expecting them.
So when you saw John O'Keefe in the waterfall, that wasn't the last time you spoke to him?
No.
You had spoken to him, was it on the ride to your nieces? To your sisters?
Yes.
Did you call him or did he call you?
He texted me and I believe asked something like, where to? And since I was driving, I called him.
When you called him, what did you tell him? What did you guys say?
I just said they live 34 Fairview Road off of Chapman.
Do you know if John O'Keefe had ever been to the Albert home before?
I don't believe he had.
In that conversation, how long did that conversation take?
It was quick.
Was there any other conversation that you had with him other than that one conversation?
Yes, he called me back and he was trying to find it.
Trying to find the address?
Try to find the house on Fairview.
Did he ask you for help trying to find the address?
He, not sure his exact words, but yes, he needed help. And so I just said, I told him, just go down the street, go by Bella's house. It's at the bottom of the street.
So you used Bella's house as a point of designation to try to guide him to get to your sister's house?
Yes.
Tell us who Bella was to John.
Bella is my daughter and John's niece friend. So Bella is friends with my daughter, John's niece.
Okay. And was there any relationship between Bella's mother and John that you knew of?
Yeah, that's really not relevant since they're the ones who bring it up in the morning. They're the only ones. Her and Carrie are the only ones caring too much about Bella, thinking that John would have gone to stay with Bella's mom. They don't even come from the direction Bella's mom lives. I know. They just want to make sure that this is the dig at Karen.
That second phone conversation you had with John, do you know about what time that was?
I don't, it would be after 12:15, but before 12:30 approximately, between that.
Were you still driving when you had that conversation?
Yes,
And at some point you told us you arrived at your sister's home and went in.
yes.
I'd like to move forward now to when you were inside the house. Tell us generally when you first got there and saw everybody, what were you doing?
I just sat down at the table. I started talking to them. We were listening to music. Typical night.
Okay. Anything stand out as far as music or interaction with the group?
No, we were just laughing, telling stories. At one point, I'm not sure if it was at some point, my other nephew had been over my house and had shown me this video on his phone, and it was a family inside joke. The video, it was a music video from a long time ago. And so I was telling my other niece and nephew, oh my gosh, you have to see this video. It's hysterical. And then we started playing it and watching it.
What was the video?
It's Raining Men.
Did that get a lot of playtime during that get together?
Well, I have one sister who sometimes has a little too much to drink, takes out an umbrella, and will dance. So it's a family joke.
While you were at your sister's house, what area of the house were you spending time in?
And I was in the kitchen.
What was the mood of everybody in the house, as far as you remember?
Everybody was in a great mood.
Was there any fighting?
No,
Any arguing?
no,
Any violence?
no.
Was it a celebratory mood?
Yes.
As you were in the house, were you waiting for anybody else that you expected to come?
Yes, I was expecting John and Karen to come.
At some point when you're in the kitchen, or let me ask you a little background. As you're in the kitchen of that house, can you see outside from the kitchen area?
They had blinds or something down, but if the blinds were up, you could see out.
Were the blinds up?
No.
At any point, were you able to see outside from inside the house?
From the front door, yes.
Does the front door, is it glass?
Yes.
At some point when you were with everybody in the celebration, did you have a chance to look outside?
Yes.
And when you looked outside, what did you see?
I saw a dark SUV out front.
Did you know whose SUV that was?
I believed it was Karen's.
Could you see who was in it?
No.
At that point of night, what does the weather look like from the front door?
It's dark and it's snowing, and I could see, brake lights.
Did you see if that SUV moved at all?
I didn't see the SUV actually move, but I saw it in a few different locations.
How many times did you look out?
Not according to Wiffin, you
I can't
didn't.
give you an exact number of how many times I looked out. I can tell you I saw the vehicle first straight out from the front door. Then I saw it up at the flagpole, and then I saw it further up from the flagpole.
Were you studying the car at all?
No, it was quick glances.
Did you have any reason to study it?
No.
What were you expecting was going to happen?
I was expecting John and Karen to come into the house.
Did they ever make it in the house?
No, they did not.
As you were waiting, were you doing anything else in addition to waiting for them to come in?
Yes, so I was sitting at the table. Someone made mention of a car out front, so I got up, went to the door, looked out, and then I would go back to the table, and where we were just all laughing, talking, playing music, just hanging out, not really thinking much about anything.
Did you ever reach out to John when you thought the car out front was the defendant's car with John in it? Did you ever reach out to him?
Yes, I did.
How did you reach out to him?
I texted him.
Do you know if there was a phone call that was made to you before 12:30? A 7-second phone call?
From John?
Yes.
I don't.
You mentioned you had spoken to him about directions. Is that the last time you heard his voice?
Yes.
When the car was out front, did you exchange text messages, or were you simply texting him?
I was texting him.
Do you remember what you were texting him?
The first time I said here.
What do you mean by here? Was that
Like
exclamation point?
hair question mark, because that's when I saw the car.
You were wondering whether that was him?
Yes.
Did you send any other text messages that you can remember?
After I saw the car move locations, when I saw it go up to the flagpole, I said, pull behind me.
And do you remember any other communications you had with him? Was he texting you anything?
No,
Did he ever text you again that night?
he never texted me again.
Never called again?
No,
Did you continue to text him over the next 15, 20 minutes?
I did, yes.
And so at some point, did you realize that John O'Keefe and the defense...
She going to talk about how many times she butt dialed him because she didn't remember calling him before? Or are we just going to ignore that this time? Now we're going to actually say we called him.
And it weren't coming in the house?
Yes, when the car was gone.
Did you ever go outside through the storm down to the flagpole to speak to them?
No.
Why not?
Why would I?
I was just asking. All right.
I had no reason to.
So
go find out if they're
when you
coming
were in
in.
the house,
Go tell them where to park. Go point out where they should go. Why would you? I mean, come on. Like, that doesn't make any sense. These people have never been there. They don't know where they're going. This is your family's house. You're the one that invited them. They're your guests.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't you make sure that they know where to go?
If you said pull behind me and you didn't see it pull behind you, I think most rational people would walk outside.
Yeah, you'd think so.
Or assume that that's not your friend. You know what I mean? Then maybe it's somebody else.
That must not be you because you're not coming in.
Right.
Must be somebody else for a neighbor or something. Yeah, I'd walk out there and be like, hey, no, park over here. He's not responding to you, so you don't even know that he's gotten the text of where you told him to park.
What I want to know is where were they positioned in the driveway? Could he have even pulled behind her?
Oh, I'd have to go back and look. I wonder.
Because
we know they're spacing, they told us, but I don't remember. I don't remember.
Yeah, Alan Jackson objected already. He's doing cross. He objected like almost in the beginning.
He did?
Yeah.
Yes.
Were you marking the time or keeping track of it?
No.
After you didn't see the defendant's car anymore, did you stay?
Yes.
How long do you think you stayed for at the house?
I stayed till about around 1:30, 1:45-ish.
Did anybody else come in the house up until 1:45?
No.
Did people leave at certain times?
Yes, people did leave.
Who was the first to leave?
Brian Higgins.
Do you remember about what time he left?
I don't.
And after Mr. Higgins left, do you know who left?
I'm not sure. I believe it was us, and then my niece Caitlin was also at the door. It was kind of in a row. Brian left, and then a little bit later, I think it was, myself, Matt, Julie, and Sarah left. But Caitlin was at the door. I believe she was waiting for her ride.
How much longer after Mr. Higgins left did you leave?
Maybe a half. I honestly can't say. I think he was there for a while I was there. So maybe he left anywhere from 15 minutes, approximately 15, 20 minutes before I did, or maybe a little more.
You mentioned that you had left the waterfall after midnight.
Yes.
And you had phone calls with Mr. O'Keefe along the way.
Yes.
Do you know that there are phone records with your text messages and phone calls in them?
Yes.
And do you know whether your phone records reflect the time of your calls with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And your text messages?
Yes.
When you were texting Mr. O'Keefe, when the Lexus or the car was in front of the house, rather, was Mr. Higgins still there?
Yes.
What are some of the things that everybody did along that night before you left? What happened in there?
Okay, if Higgins was still there and his white Jeep was parked at the mailbox, then Karen couldn't have creeped up multiple times from there to the flagpole.
Well, I think he comes back around. I think Higgins is still there. I think he comes back around. I think he's out plowing still. And he drives back around and then parks there. That's why Julie Nagel doesn't see him.
Yeah, but Julie Nagel said when she went outside to meet her brother, there was no SUV out there. That's what she said last trial.
Nothing. We basically just sat around the table, talked, laughed, listened to music, chit-chatted.
Celebratory?
Yes.
Was there ever any fighting?
No, none at all.
Any arguing?
None at all.
Any physical interaction?
No, none.
When you decided to leave that night, did you say around 1:45-ish?
Yes.
Okay. When you left around 1:45, was there any events that happened that night that would cause you unrest or excitement or your heartbeat to raise?
No.
Oh my God.
You and your husband, where were you going to go?
We were dropping off Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, and then we were going home.
Had you planned on dropping them off earlier in the night?
No, when we got there, Julie's brother had pulled up to pick them up, and
I won't ask you what was said because you weren't there.
Oh, okay.
At some point, did you come to an understanding that you would give them a ride home?
Yes.
Did you offer?
Yes.
Who was going to drive home between you and your husband?
Matt drove home.
When you left, I want you to describe as you step out into the driveway or the walkway. Was it the front door or side door, if you remember?
I walked out the front door.
Is the weather like it was when you first got there?
No, it's picked up.
Tell us what you mean by it's picked up.
So as I walk out, you kind of go, the walkway is to the left. So I walk down the steps, I go to the left. The snow was coming, it was cold, the wind was picking up. So I kind of just like curled up and ran to my car quick to get in.
What part of the car did you get into?
Okay, so now she's all tucked down into her jacket, and that's why she can't see anything outside of anywhere else. Did her order come down, Hello Spring? Have you guys seen the actual order yet? I mean, I figured the order would be out today, but I haven't actually looked for it.
Front passenger.
Who was driving?
Matt.
And where were the other two people?
Sarah and Julie were in the back seat.
Who was in which spot?
I'm not exactly sure.
So both of the young women were in the back seat?
Yes.
Was there any conversation when you got into the car?
We got in the car and they were teasing me.
Why were they teasing you?
Because I had like bread and maybe peanut butter in my car.
Why did you have bread and peanut butter in your car?
I had my niece for the week, and I was dragging her like to all my kids' sporting events. So we'd go from like one game to another game to a practice. So sometimes instead of always giving her McDonald's or Dunkin' Donuts, I'd try to throw her a peanut butter sandwich.
And they were making fun of you?
Yeah.
Drag her and throw her. Okay.
So tell us what you're doing.
I'm talking to the girls.
You just moved your head.
Yes.
Does that mean anything?
Yes.
Tell us.
They were both sitting behind me. So I was like turning and, chatting and talking.
After your husband pulls out of the driveway, do you start to drive home?
Yes.
If the house is on my right and you're driving, are you in the passenger seat closest to the house or furthest away?
Passenger seat closest.
So you're driving, if you look at a picture of the house, you would be driving from right to left?
Yes.
So as you start to drive or your husband starts to drive the car, what direction are you looking in, if you remember?
The back seat.
Did you drive by the front of the house, do you know?
We pulled out of the driveway and went up Chapman.
Okay. And
So yes, the answer is yes.
walked by the front of the house?
Yes.
Did you pass by the flagpole?
Yes.
Were you looking at the flagpole?
No.
Your husband should have been.
And how dark was it at that point?
It was dark.
Snow?
Yes.
As you're passing the flagpole, do you hear or see anything remarkable?
No, I'm not really paying attention. I'm just chatting to the girls, and Matt's just focusing on driving.
When you're talking to the girls and they're making fun of you, what's the mood in the car?
We're all laughing and joking.
Where do you go next?
We drive Julie Nagel home.
After you drop off Miss Nagel, where do you go?
We drop off Sarah Levinson.
Is the weather constant?
Yes.
After you drop off the young woman in separate spots, where do you go?
We went home.
Can you tell us when you get home what happens next?
We go in the house. I go up to bed. Matt makes himself a snack and then joins me upstairs.
Do you have
That one he has like a
phone?
string cheese or whatever?
Yes.
An iPhone?
Yes.
When you go to bed, do you stay up at all?
Yes.
Do you use your iPhone?
Yes, I do.
What were you doing?
I texted a few people and then I did a couple of Google searches.
And what were the searches for?
One, my daughter had played in a basketball game earlier in the
So
night.
weird.
A very good game. So I went and I read the report on it. And then my other daughter had an offer to play on a basketball team. So we had to make a decision about whether or not we were going to accept the spot. So I was just looking up that basketball.
Yeah, but that's not what
Other than
Ian
those
Whiffin said.
searches that one would.
Ian Whiffin said that you opened it up and closed a bunch of tabs, closed videos, closed PayPal, closed your bank app or your bank website that was open. Ozone Basketball was just there. It got auto-populated when you were closing all of those other tabs.
Correct.
The only thing you pulled up was Hockomock Sports, the schedules, and then girls hockey schedule. So what are you talking about? She's literally made these up.
Well, because she knew that these searches were on there. They showed up on that Celebrite report. So then she already said that that's what she was doing, was searching stuff. So now she's got to stick with the fact that she's saying she was searching stuff.
Was there anything remarkable about what you were searching at 2/2/27, that time frame?
No.
What prompted you to delete two screenshots?
Looking at websites for your child's sports, what did you do?
I put my phone down and went to sleep.
And up to that point, had there been any discord or fighting or arguments in your world?
No.
Your world?
Peaceful night?
Yes.
Did you go to sleep, Miss McCabe?
Yes.
Did you sleep?
Yeah.
Your phone.
We get up to go to the bathroom, so that I could have gotten up possibly to go to the bathroom.
Did anything happen in the early morning hours of January 29, 2022 that changed that peaceful mood into something else?
Oh, fuck you.
I want you to share with the jury the first thing that happens that changes everything.
Oh my God.
4:53, my phone rings and
Now
I
we know
look at my
it's
caller
nighttime.
ID. I look at the phone and it's Kaylee, John's
Kaylee?
niece. John's niece. And I say hello, and she said, yeah, well, basically she relayed to me that
Next question.
When you pick up the phone, could you hear a voice on the other end?
I heard a voice and a lot of screaming.
And the voice you heard, is that Kaylee, John's niece?
Yes,
And the screaming, was it a man or a woman screaming?
it was a woman,
How loud was that person screaming?
very loud.
Could you make out anything that person was saying as they were screaming?
My name was screamed a lot. And then the other individual ended up getting on the phone with me.
And who was that person that was screaming in the background?
Miss Reed,
How long was she screaming for while you were speaking to your niece before you spoke to her?
Your niece?
the entire time I was speaking to
Not your
Kaylee,
niece.
she was screaming.
Not her niece, Brennan.
Describe her demeanor.
Miss Reed's.
Yes.
Jen! Jen!
Oh my God, I can't believe she did it again. I cannot believe she did it again. I would have absolutely advised her not to do that. Do it again. Do it again. It makes my skin crawl. Do it again.
Very loud.
Could you make out anything that person was saying
Hi,
as they were
Bev.
screaming?
My name was screamed a lot. And then the other individual ended up getting on the phone with me.
And who was that person that was screaming in the background?
Miss Reed.
How long was she screaming for while you were speaking to your niece before you spoke to her?
Not
Really
your
well.
niece.
Not your niece.
All that money for the tan and the hair, and she didn't fix her tooth.
Screaming.
Describe her demeanor.
Miss Reed's.
Yes.
Jen! Jen!
Oh.
And then she's screaming that.
Oh my God.
Ooh, say it again.
Like you would think that after knowing that the newspaper literally froze you mid last year, that you might not make that face because it was on the front of the paper last year. He's been practicing how to do that, like
in the mirror
less
for
ugly.
sure. She's like, how do I do it where they don't make fun of me as much?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but you failed.
You did. Failed.
Said describe her demeanor, and she's going.
She left him at the waterfall. She was hysterical. It was very hard to follow what she was saying.
How long did that first call last for?
I'm not sure how long, maybe possibly a few minutes, but it was loud enough and long enough that my husband shot up in bed thinking one of my kids had come in the room screaming.
Your kids come in your room screaming, Jen?
Niece said, could you describe your niece's demeanor when you first spoke to her? I mean, John's niece's demeanor.
I would say Kaylee sounded concerned, uneasy.
During that phone call, other than the screaming and the screaming of your name, did the defendant give you any information other than she had dropped John off at the waterfall?
They had gotten into a fight. She had left him there and he didn't come home.
And when you were woken up,
That's new.
You were woken up?
Yes, I was sound asleep.
What was your mental state like when you...
She said, did she say that last time that they'd gotten in a fight?
Nope. She did say that she said she left him at the waterfall.
Yeah.
But then basically when she hung up with her, Nat was the one that was like, hey, didn't you see her outside of your sister's house?
Yeah.
Or didn't we see her or whatever? And then ATS says she remembers her saying that in the first one. I don't remember her saying that they got.
I'm pulling up my notes right now, so I'll let you know.
That basically the way she tells the story just now was that they basically got into a fight at the waterfall and Karen left him at the waterfall. That's what she's saying that Karen said that morning.
Yeah, I don't remember that. Maybe she did. I'll keep playing it. I'll let you know what I find.
First woke up and got that call?
Well, I had been up late. I had taken my medication that I take for my MS, so I was definitely a bit groggy when I first woke up.
What med is that, Jen?
So immediately I just wanted to help her. She was hysterical. Kaylee was upset. So I went into that kind of mom mode of what can I do? How can I help?
Oh my God.
So I immediately was like thinking, okay, well, if you left him at the waterfall, let me think who was still there, or, you know, how can I help you? How can we find John?
Did you have a plan when you ended that first call?
I did. I knew Chris Albert had still been at the waterfall when I left. So I thought if Karen and John had gotten into a fight, maybe Chris had walked out of the bar and Chris lived local to the bar, thought maybe
So she did. She said, Karen says, got in a fight with John, left him at waterfall, kept screaming Jen over and over. Matt woke up. Thought maybe John walked home with John. I don't know why. I don't know if that's a mess up in my notes or it's what she said. So she was going to call Julie to see. Looks like maybe John walked home
with Chris.
Yeah.
Which is what she just said here.
Julie did
So I
not
guess
answer. Matt says, we saw them outside of your sister's house. She did not have Karen's number or vice versa.
After you just now said that over the past 2 years that you were friends, but didn't have each other's phone number.
Right.
But it's possible I missed that whole fight, or they got into an argument thing, because I was so taken aback by the Jen the first time, first
Yeah.
trial. So she called her sister thinking maybe he went home with Chris. They didn't answer. So why didn't she say, let's go over there and see if he's there?
Right.
Why?
No idea.
Why go to 34 Fairview where you claim he never came inside? Why would he be there?
Well, because, I mean, if they saw, okay, so why doesn't Jen remember that, though? Why does Matt have
That's
to
what I'm
tell
saying.
her that?
She said she only had 2 or 3 drinks, right?
I don't believe her.
No, but she was groggy from her medicine, which could be possible. But when she was up and everything happened and they went to John's, if she said, we saw you at my sister's, if she knew, which she would know because she had only had 2 drinks and had not had her medicine, why would she even think to go by there if she insists that John never went inside? And don't forget Julie's interview with Proctor, where she says that when this call is made by Jen, that's when Julie found out John had died or was dead.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay.
They walked back to Chris's together.
So what did you do?
So I called Chris Albert's wife, Julie.
Did you speak to her?
No, she never answered.
Doesn't bother
After you
Chris
had a
Albert,
moment to make a phone call and think about things, did your head become any more clearer?
It did. And I was, reminded by my husband that we had seen Karen in John's car outside of Fairview.
When he reminded you, did you independently remember the text messages that you sent to John earlier that evening?
Immediately, I was like, oh my God, you're right.
But you just assumed that was Karen and John because you didn't know.
Near the flagpole?
Objection. Watch the form.
Okay. What did you remember? What came to mind after you spoke to your husband about your memory from earlier that evening?
The minute he said it, I remember seeing the SUV and then all the text messages that I had and the phone conversation with John.
So after the defendant spoke to you and said she had left the defendant at the waterfall and you had time to think about your memories, did you react or do anything with that?
Yes, I believe I called Kaylee back.
Why did you call Kaylee?
I didn't have Miss Reed's phone number.
When you called Kaylee...
But you were friends for 2 years.
Yes, I believe Kaylee and then Miss Reed.
When you first spoke to Kaylee, could you hear anything other than Kaylee?
The screaming.
Was it any different or was it similar to the first time you spoke by phone?
Similar to the first time.
Regarding the demeanor or intensity, had it changed at all?
Not at all.
You mentioned the first time that you had that phone call, the defendant was screaming your name. Jen,
Yes.
Jen, Jen. Was she saying your name in the second call or was it just general screaming?
My name. And then when she got on the phone, I had told her, Karen, I saw you guys outside of my sister's house. And then she told me she didn't remember being there. And then she went on to say, she started saying, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I don't. And then she just was just all over the place, like screaming my name, screaming so many different things. She was hard to follow or understand.
When she was saying to you, did I hit him? Could have I hit him? Was that before or after you informed her that you had seen her out front of your sister's house?
It was after I told her that. She also informed me that she had cracked her taillight.
In that conversation, she told you that?
In one of the conversations I had with her in my bedroom, yes.
When you told her that you had seen her out front, and she had said that she didn't remember that night, Was that before or after she was saying, did I hit him? Could have I hit him?
Can you repeat the question?
So
Sorry.
she was telling you about that she didn't remember that night.
Mhm.
Was that before or after you had told her about seeing her car?
When I said I saw her at Fairview, then her response was she didn't even remember going there.
Did she ever deny?
If she doesn't remember going there, then she doesn't. Why would she think she hit him? Which part's new? Hey, Cool Whip's got bingo. Which part of that was new? Why is she screaming, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? If she doesn't even remember being there. But oh, the tail light. Let me go back. Let me see my notes. In the conversation. Oh, yeah, because she needs it to be before she comes to her house, right? All right, let me go back in the conversation and see what she testified to last year.
That she came to Mr. O'Keefe's house? I mean, to your sister's house?
No.
When she told you or said to you, did I hit him or could have I hit him or something like that, did you have any idea what she was talking about?
No, I didn't pay attention to it.
When she told you that she had cracked her tail light the night before, did that have any significance at that time to you?
No.
So in telling you these different things, did you ever piece them together at that time?
No.
What was your primary motivation at that point?
I just wanted to help her because she was hysterical. Kaylee was very upset, so I wanted to help her, and I wanted to find John.
So after she told you these things about whether she could or did hit her and the light and not remembering, did the conversation end or did it progress?
At some point, I was then going into like, okay, well, if she brought him there and left him there, where was he? Because he never came in the house and she doesn't know where he is. So now where could he be? So I started thinking there was another gentleman that was supposed to meet us out at the bar who John was friends with. So I thought, okay, well, in my head, I'm thinking maybe they got into a fight. John got out of the car and he connected with this guy because he was at a party on the street.
What was that person's name?
His name is Tom Beatty.
Did you call him?
Yes.
Did you get a chance to speak to him that night?
That morning?
Yes.
No.
Did you call around anywhere else?
I believe I called my sister. I called John. I called Tom Beatty. I called his daughter.
You called John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
I don't remember his daughter coming up on that.
Yeah, I'm looking to see. She called Tom Beatty's daughter?
Yeah, she said she called Tom Beatty and she called his daughter. I don't remember seeing that.
Okay.
Her name is Erin.
Thought maybe John walked home with Chris, so she could get a call to see Julie. Julie didn't answer. Matt says, we saw them outside your sister's house. She did not have Karen's number, or vice versa. She gets back in touch with Karen and tells her that they saw her in front of the Alberts. Karen said she doesn't remember going there. Karen said she busted her tail light, so she did say that in the first one. Karen said, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? She sounded crazy, irrational, says again, they got in a fight, hard to understand. So she tried thinking, where could he be? Thought maybe with another male friend. If they had got in a fight, thought maybe John went to his house near Fairview to sleep on the couch. Okay, so here she's saying like if her and John got in a fight, that he went to Tom's to sleep on the couch. So she called Tom, no answer, figures she needs to go out and look for John. Karen shows up out front screaming. She went out front, saw her SUV outside, told Matt she was going to go with Karen. Car pulled up and a plow. Carrie Roberts was in the car that pulled up. She drove Karen's car because Karen was hysterical. Carrie called Karen screaming, cracked taillight, need to go to Fairview. screaming, Jen, Carrie, Jen, Carrie. Carrie told her to shut up. Had met Carrie once before. John took them to Reeboks and lunch. So she does bring up the taillight, but not calling Tom's daughter on direct last year. Okay, I think that takes us to where we are in this testimony.
Did it go right to voicemail?
I don't remember.
Did you text anybody?
I honestly don't remember if I texted. I primarily think I was just trying to call as many people as I could and try to figure out what happened.
So you had 2 conversations at this point with the defendant while you were still home.
Yes.
Was there any further phone calls that you had before you did something?
I'm not sure if I know I went downstairs to make coffee because my plan was to go with my husband. I said, come on, let's just go over to Tom Beatty's. Let's see. Maybe John's there. He passed it on the couch.
Why didn't anybody call her? Why didn't she call her sister or like Nicole or Brian Albert? Why didn't she call them?
Not until she found them in the yard. Why didn't she call Bella's mom?
Don't know. Why didn't she call Chris Albert when Julie didn't answer?
Yeah. Why didn't she? So the people she called, she didn't try to go by their houses?
No.
And the people she didn't call, she tried to go to their house?
Yes. Correct.
I'm not sure if Karen called me again or not. It's a little foggy because there was so many calls and everything.
And so that morning when you're receiving calls, did something happen?
Karen showed up at my house.
How did you know Karen showed up at your house?
I could hear her screaming out front.
And about what time is this?
Approximately 5:20, 5:30. I can't be sure.
Were you worried for John at this point?
Not particularly, no.
Were you screaming?
No.
Now at this
She doesn't
point,
even scream when
this
she's on the
morning,
911 call saying the
you
man
hear
in the
outside
snow
of
is
your
dead.
house yelling early morning hours.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know a person by the name of Kerry Roberts?
I knew of her. I'd met her once.
Were you friends with her at that time?
No.
Had you socialized with her at that time?
No.
Had you ever seen her before with John?
Once.
Tell me about that.
Years earlier, as I said earlier, I used to take Kaylee on Friday nights, and Kerry was the one who would take Patrick on Friday night. So we would each have the kids. And to thank us, one day John told us how he got a discount at Reebok and to get our kids' shoe sizes, and he was going to buy us all sneakers, just as a way to say thank you for helping. So we all went to the store together, and then John took Kerry and myself to the hillside for lunch.
How many years before this moment was that?
Oh, gosh. Well, I think that's when...
Kerry said he did that every year.
And at this point, she was in 8th grade. So
I don't remember that.
Had you ever spent any other time with
Yeah,
Kerry?
Kerry said he took them to buy shoes every year.
Were you friends at that point?
No.
How would you consider your relationship with Miss Roberts on that morning when Miss Reed arrived to your home?
I had met her once, and that was the extent of it. I wouldn't say I knew her at all beyond that one time I went out with her.
I want you to take us back now to when you first hear the defendant in your driveway yelling. When you hear that, do you hear any words, or is it general yelling?
So I hear yelling. So I was downstairs making coffee. I go to my front door and I open it, and she's screaming, Jen, Jen. She's screaming that 3 times. And then she was saying, we have to go to Fairview. You know, a lot of the, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Just, she was on repeat.
What did you do?
My husband came running down the hall and was like, tell her to shut up. She's going to wake up the neighbors. And then I said, I'm just going to go with her. I'm going to go look for John. And then he yelled down saying something like, you can't be driving around in this weather, with a broken taillight.
When you saw the defendant at your front door, had the weather changed overnight?
Yes.
Was it different?
Yes. Now the snow had intensified. It was almost like it was dark outside, but it was like whiteout conditions.
How dark?
Dark. I mean, it was dark. It was like 5:30 in the morning.
What was the visibility like?
Color number
Not good.
on the color wheel.
After you meet the defendant at your door, do you let her in or does she stay outside?
I'm not sure if I just grabbed my coffee and ran out
Where did you
or
go?
whether she came in. So we went down my walkway. She was just kind of running all around. The driver's door was open. So I told her I was going to drive because I thought she was too hysterical to drive. In the meantime, all of a sudden there was a car at the end of my street and there was a plow behind it.
The car that came to the end of your street, do you know where it went?
I meant the end of my driveway. I'm sorry.
When you say at the end of your driveway, did it pull into your driveway?
No, it just kind of stopped right at the base of my driveway.
Okay. How far behind your car was that car?
Not far, not too far.
Okay. Did you know who was in that car?
No.
Did you learn who was in that car?
Yes.
How did you learn who was in the car?
Because I said, who is that?
Did you ask the defendant or did you walk
I
up?
asked the defendant and she told me it was Carrie Roberts.
Did you meet Carrie Roberts face to face in your driveway that morning?
Yes, I wouldn't say we met. It was more of the plow was coming, so then she was having to like move down the street. And then either Karen called her or she called Karen, but they were on the phone, Karen's phone over the car. So they started talking.
Did you get into the defendant's car?
Yes, we did. I got in the car with Miss Reed.
When you got in the car, you were in the driver's seat. Was Miss Reed in the passenger front?
Yes.
You said there was an open call. Is this something you could hear on a speaker?
Yes.
At that point, had you had a chance to go and look at the taillight of that car?
No.
Did you have any interest in the taillight at that point?
No.
There was an open call between who?
Karen and Carrie Roberts.
Can you describe what you heard in that call?
Karen was saying that she wanted to go to Fairview, and Carrie Roberts was instructing her that no, we weren't going to be going to Fairview, and she kept saying we got to go to your sister's house, and Carrie Roberts said no, we're not going to be.
Why would Carrie say no?
2 cars.
Right.
Let's go back to John's. Let's go to Meadows. Let's go see if he's there.
Why?
That was kind of
Karen already knows he's not
the
there.
conversation, and then Karen was doing a lot of screaming, and Carrie was kind of yelling back at her to shut up.
Who was taking charge of the situation that morning?
Carrie Roberts.
Were you in charge of it?
No.
Did you weigh in or make any decisions on where you were going to go next, or were you just a listener?
I just listened. Carrie said that Carrie's kind of a take charge person. She said, we're going to Meadows. So I said, okay, I drove to Meadows.
Now, at this point, you didn't know Carrie Roberts other
No.
than that meeting?
Yes, correct.
And you agreed to follow her?
Yes.
So tell us what happens. Take us through the drive.
She might have followed me. I'm not sure, but we drove back to Meadows, pulled into the driveway.
So you knew where Meadows was? You had been there many times for the kids?
Yes.
You think Miss Roberts may have followed you?
Yes.
What was the weather conditions as you were driving?
They were awful. It was, I was driving very slow, cautiously. It was dark. It was hard to see. It was that type where the snow is like coming at your window.
How long of a ride was it from your home to John's home?
Approximately 5-6 minutes.
Was there any other phone calls while you were in the car with Miss Roberts, or did the phone calls end?
I believe that was it.
Can you describe the defendant's demeanor on the trip from your house to John's house?
She was just screaming, yelling things. It was almost like everything she said 3 times. And she just went from one thing to the next. She was quite hysterical.
Do you remember what she was yelling about?
about going to Fairview, asking, could she have hit him? Did I hit him?
How many times did she raise the question, did I hit him? Could have I hit him?
3 at
Good
least.
amount.
Did you ever speak to her about that?
No.
At some point, did you finally get to John's home?
Yes,
When you got to John's home, who pulled in the driveway first?
I did.
Where did you pull in respect to the driveway?
I just pulled straight in next to the garage.
Did you see where Miss Roberts went?
I believe she pulled in behind me.
After you pulled into Meadows, John's home, and you stopped, what happened next?
We go into John's house.
You know what I wonder?
We're gonna go back to the shoes again. But
Yeah.
Oh, probably. But I wonder, like she says that, so far from the minute that she called her before 5 a.m. to the minute they pull up to the house, Karen's just screaming things on repeat over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
So when they got out of the car, you mean to tell me that they happened to get out of the car in front of a camera that can see and hear?
Nobody's screaming.
And she's not screaming anything?
Nobody's screaming.
And we couldn't hear. We also couldn't hear any of her screaming prior to leaving that morning either. I just
we
think
don't hear any screaming then either. Yes.
Yeah, I find it interesting that whenever she's like not in front of the camera and these people are the only people, like obviously we know she was screaming like a lunatic when she found him.
Yeah, but on the 911 call, Jen actually tells Carrie to shut up. Or like get off of him. You have to get off of him or whatever. And you've got to like that carries the issue.
Yeah. Yeah, she says she basically incoherently screams the entire time, saying everything 3 times. But when they get in front of the camera, all of a sudden she's
fine.
Is not screaming.
Yes, we went through the garage.
I have to leave in about 14 minutes, just FYI.
Okay.
Let me see. Do we get a break? I don't know if I won't get to the break. So.
And before going into John's home, did you do anything?
Before entering into the house?
Yes.
I took off my shoes.
You took off your shoes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Because you always had to take your shoes off at John's. He didn't want you to track. He would have yelled at me for tracking snow in his house.
Did you see if Kerry took her shoes off or not?
I believe she did.
Did you see whether the defendant took her shoes off or not?
She just walked right in.
How would you remember that?
Because I thought it was strange.
What was your
So you don't remember because you guys stood there for 5 minutes trying to get your boots off?
We were looking for John.
Anything else on your mind when you went into his house?
Also, I knew Kaylee was there.
Now, at this point, did you have a close relationship with Kaylee?
Why are you looking for John in a house that Karen is already freaked out that he's not at? I will never understand this. I know that I say it all the time, but I just don't get it.
Yes.
What did you do when you went in the house? Where did you go?
I walked through the kitchen and then I kind of peeked into the TV room. I walked through the dining room, and then before I went up the stairs, I kind of peeked into a living room. I went up to the top of the stairs. I peeked into John's room, and then I went into Kaylee's room.
Did you ever see John?
No.
Why did you go to Kaylee's room?
Because I wanted to go check on Kaylee.
Did you have a chance to speak to her?
I did, yes.
What was her demeanor at that point?
She was she was in the bed. She was holding on to her phone. She was terrified.
Was she screaming?
No.
Did you provide her any comfort?
Yes. I told her that I was going to go out. I told Kaylee that I was going to go out with them and I was going to find John. And I promised her that everything would be okay.
At some point, you left Kaylee?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I went back downstairs and then we went out to look for John.
Before you left John's house that morning, did the defendant show you anything?
Yes. When we were out in the driveway, I had thought it was when we went in, but I think it might have been when we came out. But regardless, at one point when we were in the driveway at Meadows, Karen showed myself and Kerry Roberts the cracked taillight.
Correcting herself just like Carrie did.
So Miss Roberts
Yep,
get
has
close to the taillight at that point?
Yes, we walked over and the taillight was missing pieces.
Did Miss Roberts have any comment about it?
Yes, Miss Rob.
What was Miss Roberts' demeanor at that point?
She was frustrated with Karen. Had said that.
So then, like, why are you even here? Like, why are you here helping her when you're just so frustrated by her?
Right.
Like, why did you bother coming? Again, you weren't needed. She didn't even, like, ask you to come.
Ugh, these people irritate the crap out of me.
You know, had said that Karen basically was telling her to shut up. You were so drunk, you could have hit anything last night. And then Carrie.
How did Carrie know? She wasn't even with them. How'd she know Karen was drunk?
According to Carrie, Karen told her that she was drunk, and that's why she was going to drive her.
Okay, but
because she's like, you're probably still drunk. like she has any way to know any of that.
Yeah,
all this shit is made up. It's all fucking made up and been told between each other for 3 years, and that's now becomes their true story.
Yeah.
Let's go. And I remember Carrie thinking, "Oh,
well,
someone's going to get."
You remember Carrie thinking that? How do you remember someone else thinking something?
Oh, I really fucking hope that Alan Jackson caught that little bit right there.
Yeah, because she's basically repeating the story that Carrie told, that Carrie was thinking.
At that point, I was thinking this. And now she's saying, I remember Carrie was thinking this. You're not a fucking mind reader, you crazy batshit piece of shit.
Yep.
Wow. The whole fucking town is drunk. Exactly. The whole town is drunk, including all the cops. The cops are all driving around fucking drunk. Everybody's drunk.
We don't want to think what somebody thought.
Okay.
I want to know what you heard and what you saw.
Think what somebody thought.
All right. At some point when you were looking at the taillight with missing pieces with the defendant and Miss Roberts, did you see Miss Roberts point anything out?
Yes.
Share that with us.
She pointed a piece that was sticking out and was concerned that someone was going to catch their coat or something on it.
Okay. How do we know she had that concern? She didn't say she said it out loud.
We're thinking what she thought.
Carrie never said that she said out loud, someone's going to get their jacket stuck on that. She said she thought it. So now Jen's saying that she was concerned. How do you know unless you could read Carrie's mind?
Yeah, you can read Carrie's mind. You can read Karen's mind.
That's how much these two discussed their testimonies. That
they are the same.
They are the same. Like, it wasn't no mistake when Bev called her Miss McCabe, when she called Carrie that. They're so gross. This is just so gross.
The defendant is showing you the taillight with missing pieces. Was she saying anything about it?
No, I don't. Not that I can recall right now.
You mentioned at some point she was saying, did I or could I have hit him after you left John's house? Was that in the car or before you got in the car?
I know for a fact it was definitely in the car, was one of the times, yes.
Now, Miss Roberts' car is parked behind the defendant's car in John's driveway.
Yes.
Was there a decision made to take 1 or 2 cars?
1 car.
What was the plan?
the plan was to get into Carrie's car and to go and look for John. I wanted to go thinking, let's go to Tom Beatty's, but Miss Reed was pretty adamant that we go to Fairview first.
You said that at times there was some arguing or bickering, or Miss Roberts was raising her voice to the defendant.
Yes.
Who made the decision to go to Fairview?
Ultimately, Carrie said, all right, we'll go there, almost like to shut her up.
When you got into the car, where was everybody? When you got into Carrie Roberts' car, where
Yes.
was everybody sitting?
Carrie was driving. I was in the front and passenger. Karen was in the back, in the middle, kind of peeking her head through between us.
I want you to take us through the ride from John's house at Meadows until you first get to Fairview. So as you pull out of, or Carrie Roberts pulls out of John's driveway, what is the mood inside that car?
I'd say it was starting to get tense because Karen was just continuously screaming. Carrie was trying to focus on driving, and Karen's behavior in the back of the car was a bit erratic.
When you say erratic, can you just give some detail what you mean by that?
Yes, she would go from sitting back to leaning up in between us, and she would yell Carrie's name 3 times. Then she would yell my name's three times. And
three times.
Over and over again.
When she was repeating these questions or phrases that she was yelling, did you respond in any way?
I don't believe I did, no.
How about Carrie?
Carrie was telling her to shut up and to buckle up.
Was she buckled?
I don't believe so.
You began your drive from Mr. O'Keefe's home at Meadows to Fairview. Is the weather getting better?
No, it's getting worse.
You want to switch?
Visibility still difficult?
It was terrible.
As you began that drive to Fairview, was there anything that you were doing on the way?
Yes, I was just kind of looking out the window intently to see if I saw anything.
What were you looking for?
I guess John, which I know it sounds crazy, but I didn't know where the hell he was.
Why would that sound crazy if you're out looking for John?
Seeing from the car, the side of...
Why would that be crazy?
He's an idiot.
Yeah. Goodness gracious. Are you set and ready or no?
What what's the number?
Right around negative 31-ish, 31.5-ish.
Well, it's over, so mine doesn't say that anymore.
Oh, okay.
So I'm gonna say
go back a half hour on your thing. So if you have a 7.5 hour live, then go back to 7.
7:25.
If you go to Boston 25, it's 3:46 p.m. on the timestamp.
Oh, good thinking.
Yeah, that's kind of nice.
3:46 p.m. You say?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we don't get crossed till tomorrow.
It'll be a great morning.
It'll be good times.
Am I sharing? Is that me? Oh no.
That's gonna be you in a minute. I'm going down. I already did it, Joanna. I did it at 9 o'clock this morning.
Where are you going right now?
Pick up Kaylee.
Oh.
Yeah, the interview was at 9. It took 11 minutes. It was an 11-minute interview.
Yeah, it seemed really fast.
Yeah. I've done them in 6, 8, 11. They're getting faster, and then, it's just, I think it went well. So we'll see. I mean, it takes like a year to get any progress. Okay.
Well, hurry up and come back because it's not going to last very long.
Well, shit, right? I'll just have to.
Because I can't end the live. So, do you want to just end the live and finish this tomorrow?
No, we'll go.
Oh, wait, we have 30 minutes. So.
Yeah, you should be fine. I'm not picking up Jeremy, so I won't be gone as long. I just have to pick up Kaylee, which is a drive up and come back. I should be fine, but I'll come on my phone too if it does happen to end where I can end it on my phone. So
Okay.
I'll pay attention on there because I don't have to pick up Jeremy. I'm picking up the other one. Mike's
Okay.
getting the little one, so I had more time on here with you.
Lovely. How nice of him.
Yeah, sometimes he's a keeper.
I'm kind of glad that tomorrow's going to start with cross because I'll be alone. So I'll be able to pay attention better.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't know if he even finishes direct today, so we may start on direct still.
Like there ain't no way he's dragging it out all day tomorrow. You know what I mean? Her time has come. Like her time is here and now it's come.
Bev ends it early. All right, I'll let you guys watch, and I will be back on as soon as I can, but I'll be paying attention on my phone in case I need to end it.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
She was popping back and forth and screaming.
Was it constant screaming or did it change at all?
She would scream and then kind of sit back and she'd almost be like quiet for a minute. It was like, okay, good. And then she'd start again.
In those quiet times, do you know what, if anything, she was doing?
I didn't know what she was doing that morning, no.
How long did it take to get to Fairview?
I don't know. I'm going to assume maybe 10 minutes, like with the weather, maybe 10 minutes. I'm not, give or take approximately.
So the defense is letting her assume. Like they are letting her say a lot of things, which I find interesting.
As you're approaching 34 Fairview Road, before you get there, is Fairview going to be on your left side, driver's side, or on the right side?
As we're pulling up, it's on the driver's side. Carrie's going to take a left down Fairview off of Chapman.
I want you to take us back to that morning, about 20 or 30 yards before you get to Fairview.
Mm-hmm.
You're in the car with Miss Roberts and the defendant?
Yes.
What's happening in the car?
Karen's is screaming, and at that point she had asked if John could be cheating on her and if John could be with Bella's mom.
Wrong, because Carrie, you know what? If you all were going to coordinate your testimonies, you should already know that Carrie is the one who said that she brought it up. So Karen didn't spontaneously bring that up. So then I have to ask, why would you all put that in her mind?
And then what happens?
I didn't know what the hell she was talking about. I was like, what are you talking about? Why would he be with Bella's mom? And then Carrie said, well, do you think he could have walked to, there was another woman years before that John had dated who lived on the next street over to her house.
So another ex we're bringing up? What is wrong with you all? Who does that? It's almost like she's sitting there and she's like, oh, good. She stopped screaming. So like, let's now say something that's going to get her more upset. What?
And as you approach that area before you get to the flagpole, does anything remarkable happen?
You don't hear what he just said.
Okay. What happens next?
Wait, what? Wait a minute. He asked if anything remarkable happened when you pulled up to the flagpole, and she said no. That don't make any sense. Yes, Joanna, she's wicked.
House.
Okay. And as you approach that area before you get to the flagpole, does anything remarkable happen?
No.
Okay. What happens next?
As we're driving down the street, I just say to Carrie, because she doesn't know where my sister lives, oh, her house is just at the bottom of the street.
Visibility still difficult?
Yes, awful.
What happens next?
Bitch, we saw the dash camera. It didn't look that awful to us.
We continue, driving, and we're driving slowly past, the line of, I guess, bushes and the flagpole area. And all of a sudden, Karen's screaming from the back, there he is, or something to the effect of, there he is, let me out.
Did you know what she was talking about?
I had no idea.
If you were out looking for John, scanning ditches and stuff to see if he tried to walk or got hit or did something, then what do you mean you had no idea when she said, there he is? He, the person that you're literally out here looking for.
When she was yelling that, did you look out the window?
Yeah, we had our eyes peeled out the window.
Did you see anything?
Had your eyes peeled out the window for what? Looking for him, maybe?
Nothing but snow.
How long was she yelling about whatever it is she was saying?
Carrie, she screamed, stop. So Carrie stopped pretty quickly. There he is. She could have kicked the door, like, let me out of here.
When she was kicking the door, what were you doing?
I was just like, what the heck? What is going on?
What happens next?
She gets out. Carrie looks at me and said something. I said, like, she's batshit crazy.
Then what happens?
I think you bitches are fucking rude. That's what I think. You're mean, jealous, hateful bitches.
Then Carrie got out. Then I got out of the car, walked around the back of the car, and was walking like over to where I could see the girls were.
Now, at that point, you were in Kerry Roberts' car.
Yes.
It had its headlights on.
Yes.
Was it facing up the street of Fairview?
Well, we had come down the hill, so yes, up the street.
There was no other lighting in that area?
I do not believe so.
No fire engines or ambulances at that point?
No.
No police cars?
No.
Any street lights?
It was dark.
When you got out of the car, did you look towards the area of the flagpole?
Yes.
Could you see anything at that point?
No.
How close did you get to the area of the flagpole before you could first actually see something?
Well, I saw the shadowy figures of Carrie and Karen, and it wasn't until I got very close over to them that I saw Carrie removing the snow from John's face.
Is that the first moment you realized that was John O'Keefe on the ground?
Yes, it was.
When you see Carrie removing the snow from John's face, what do you do?
I was frozen. I was shocked. I couldn't believe that was him just lying there.
Tell us what you're seeing.
What do I see? I see Carrie just wiping the snow off. Karen had straddled him and had lifted her shirt and his shirt and was laying on him, and Carrie was screaming at her to get off of him.
Rude.
And I was literally just stunned. I mean, there he was.
She's a terrible actress.
What did John look like when you saw him?
I couldn't see much but his face, because the rest was snow and Karen was moving over him, but he just looked like just him, but just like frozen.
What did you do?
At first, I just stood there for a minute because I couldn't believe it was him. And then Carrie Roberts and I made eye contact. And I knew, I was like, all right, I'm going to call 911. But I think I knew in that moment that John, was dead.
Oh,
Call 911?
Yeah,
Oh, give me a fucking break.
Carrie and Karen were just screaming. And so I walked back towards Carrie's car. And then Carrie was also yelling at me to go to the back of the car to look for blankets and towels. So as I was calling 911, I was at the back of the car looking for the towels and the blankets to bring over to Carrie. And while I was doing that, I believe 911 answered.
Did you speak to 911?
I did, yes.
Did you get the towels and blankets that Carrie had requested?
I did, yes.
After your phone call with 911, and you had the towels.
I thought she didn't see any blankets, Carrie.
Towels and blankets.
She's something else, like not even like a real. She's horrible.
Tell us what happens next.
So after I called 911, I went back over to Kerry, Karen, and John. And at that point, Kerry asked if I would take over compressions.
Absolutely not. What the fuck are you talking about, man? What? I'm going to go on camera because if I have a stroke, I hope one of you sues Jen McCabe because that will be the reason. Carrie asked you to do, you know what?
I went back over to Kerry, Karen, and John. And at that point, Kerry asked if I would take over compressions. So she got up and I started doing compressions, and Karen was doing mouth to mouth.
Show me right now what it looks like to give compressions, and we'll wait. Because literally everybody a year ago said you did nothing. You called 911. That's literally it. When the first responder pulled up, he didn't see you. He saw Carrie and Karen. So would you only do it for 3 seconds? Are you serious? You know what? They must have thought, Jen, it's a really bad look for you to call him a man passed out in the snow and you're on your sister's front lawn. In group text messages talking about the guy referring to John. You not going in to get your sister and brother-in-law to maybe get some blankets or help for him is a bad look. Also, you not helping with CPR, and the fact that the defense last trial made it a point to point out that you were the only one not trying to save his life. So we decided last minute for this trial to give Jen some type of role in the CPR so the defense couldn't come back then and say, you were the only one not trying to save your friend's life. Exactly. She was on a recorded call. It'll be from the time she hung up the phone with 911, which I hope is something that gets addressed again. See, she had to add in that she shared a glance with Carrie and just knew that John was dead because she has to have an excuse for why she told the 911 operator that she thought he was gone and dead. This just literally, I'm getting agita. She makes me sick. She is vile. And if I had any type of sympathy for her, which I really didn't, but if I did from last year, it would all be gone because we wouldn't have to be adding all these things. We would not have to be adding all these things. No one was doing CPS. She did say that on the thing because nobody felt good. They said, does anybody feel comfortable doing CPR? And she said, no, because we think he's gone.
When you started doing compressions, were you touching John over his clothes or touching his skin?
I don't remember.
No, because you didn't do it.
At that point, get a chance to touch John's body and see how it felt temperature-wise?
I just remember when I was doing the compressions, I don't really know how to explain it. It just felt very funny.
Because you didn't fucking do it. That's why.
It just wasn't like normal.
What's normal? How many other times have you done CPR? You're lying.
I can't think of how to describe the way it felt when I was trying to press down, but it was like resistance.
Because it didn't happen.
How long did you try to give compressions and give aid to John for?
Until the police came.
Shameful. No, bitch.
Thank you.
Wow.
Jurors, that's it for today. I have to give you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And again, please be very careful with your social media. All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Like, Auntie, you were here last year. You know that's a lie. Who knows if they'll play the call? I guess they don't technically have to play the 911 call.
Goodbye.
They're terrible. She's terrible. I can't imagine.
Could we close the doors, please?
Just like this year, all of a sudden, John would like stop by her house for beers and to like talk about life and stuff. These people are fucking insane. The defense could. Yeah. Yes, of course, Tim.
I know it's shifting gears, but I want to address, I said I'd hear you today on the argument on the Arkham motion. Mr. Brennan, do you need a minute or can you argue that?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I was looking at my notebook. What issue would you like to address?
Your motion yesterday. We had the motion and I told you that I would hear you on argument and it's very brief. 10 minutes, please.
Your Honor, before we begin, my client needed to use the restroom.
Oh, I didn't notice she wasn't here. Okay.
You just have 5 minutes. She'll be right back.
You didn't notice the defendant wasn't in the room? Okay. You didn't notice the defendant wasn't there. Okay, Bev. What is happening? How long are we on a break for? Jesus.
Your Honor, in light of yesterday's hearing with the ARCA witnesses, the Commonwealth is going to ask the court to preclude the ARCA witnesses from testifying both about any new testing and any new opinions. And secondly,
You didn't ask. He didn't even ask them about any new testing or new opinions. He's a douche.
Well, he did. He was mad because remember the testing, they weren't even able to start until March 26th. And so they said they're not going to be done until May. And then he was like, well, how's my guy supposed to go back and test what you did? And I think it was Wolf that was like, well, we're testing what he did. And he's like, well, what if he wants to go back and check your first experiments or whatever? And it's like, okay, he's had over a year to do that.
Do you have any? Well, no, I wouldn't touch it if it's near a stick figure because I don't know if you're allergic as I am.
It's not even near the stick figure. It's like far away from the stick figure.
It'll go away soon because they go away at dark. So, do you have any?
I'm looking to see if Jen said that about the compressions last year. Because Carrie said it this year too, and I was going to go back and look at Carrie's, and I forgot to do it. So I'm going to go look and see if Jen's, because I don't recall her doing compressions, but I would have put it in my notes if she said it. So I'm going to go look real quick.
The defense literally made it a point last year to point out that Jennifer McCabe was the only one that was not trying to save his life.
testifying about their original opinions turned over in a report prior to last year's trial. To be brief, what we learned or confirmed is that we do not have all of the discovery of communications. There was a court order for the ARCA witnesses to provide Your Honor with all of their information, phone records, text messages, communications about this case. Instead of providing their information to the court, they instead chose to send it to the defense, and then it was summarized and provided by the defense to the court and to the Commonwealth. It appears to me that is not in compliance with the court's order. What we learned during the hearing yesterday is that Dr. Wolf admittedly destroyed over 100 text messages. Now, he mentioned that he changed phone carriers, but then later admitted that he actually intentionally for no apparent reason, destroyed the text messages in this case.
So it was for no apparent reason. So you're not alleging that it was to hide communications.
And so what is left
What a
for
dweeb.
your honor to look at is a summary of phone records from the defense and Archer's information that is passed through the defense to the court. You do not have the text messages. You do not have the content of the text messages. There is no summary of the conversation.
Can someone explain to me why we would care what they were talking about if they're only allowed to testify to the shit in the reports and shit that you have, that you've gotten, that you're about to get? Like, who cares? He's the nosiest bastard I've ever seen. He wants he literally, as many conversations as he can snoop into. Oh, he reminds me of two other gremlins. As much conversations as he can snoop into that he has no business reading.
Yes.
Is what he wants to do.
Dozens and dozens of calls between the defense and the experts. It is difficult to believe that all of those text messages and all of those phone conversations dealt with simply logistics. In fact, we later learned during the questioning of Dr. Renschler, there is much more.
Dr. What? You can try. Dr. What now?
The questioning of Dr. Renschler, there is much more involved than simply logistics. But to get back to Dr. Wolf, he did not disclose to the court that he was communicating and having conversations on Signal. How odd. An expert using Signal. Never used it before. Dr. Renschler said would not use Signal, never use Signal. But Signal, as we know, is an application.
Okay. No, he didn't say he would never use Signal. He said he hadn't used Signal. Thing earlier this morning, I guess it was. I'm losing track of time. About how that's not that weird. And I wonder if he was directed to, like, I find it interesting that only one of the three what am I looking for? One of the three doctors, or one of the three ARCA people who did this work for the feds. Hold on, I can't think. Hold on one second. Okay, so I just find it interesting that only one ARCA person of the three and only one of the defense team members are talking via Signal. I just wonder if they were directed perhaps by the DOJ to use that. Because maybe there were still communications that they didn't want the DA's office to be able to get a hold of. I don't know. The only time I've ever used Signal was when I was directed by the Marines to do so, to talk to my brother. So
that does not create a record of communications. Dr. Wolf maintained on his direct that everything he did was logistics, even when we showed him the direct examinations with comments that asked for input from the defense to questions in a way that would be advantageous to the defense and to thwart the Commonwealth. Dr. Wolf actually still continued to testify that that was simply procedure in logistics, never admitting the fact that there was, in fact, conversations or information exchange about bettering the presentation.
he admitted to that email. Like, Hank wants him to admit to, he's like trying to use it against him that he didn't admit to things that he's saying didn't happen. But Hank just, I guess, knows better, looked into his crystal ball and decided it did happen.
For the defense. Inevitably, I asked him about the sequestration order and how evasive he was. You simply have to compare him to Dr. Renschler, who was quite candid an hour or 45 minutes with Dr. Wolf, difficult getting a straight answer. Dr. Rentschler told us more in 5 minutes than Dr. Wolf told us his entire examination.
No,
And
you
what
got
we
cut off,
unfortunately
sir.
learned is that during the trial, when this court had a sequestration order, information was being passed to the experts about witness testimony, in this case, unknown to the Commonwealth, unknown to the court, information, particular information, not general information, witness testimony, issues in the case. We have no idea who is deciding or identifying the issues and who the advantage is given to in describing those issues. But that is witnesses being prepped through an intermediary. So we know is violating the order, helping the witnesses along, and then they testify unbeknownst to the Commonwealth that they have this information, but obviously is reflected in the testimony. In addition, I provided some clips to Your Honor for review.
Yes, do you want me to mark these as an exhibit?
I do.
Okay, so this was an exhibit from yesterday.
He's so afraid of them.
I did have the opportunity to look at them.
I suggest that the relationship was not resigned to mere logistics. And so from that subterfuge, what we stand with today is that we know that the witnesses were well prepared. We know that there was not true independence. And what we know is that they are refusing to provide the necessary.
He literally sat there with Wiffin on the stand and asked Wiffin if he was an independent witness. And he said yes, which is not true at all.
Information to support their original opinions that they gave at the first trial. And what we know is that they are refusing to provide the necessary information to support their original opinions that they gave at the first trial. They cited that it was a protective order. Perhaps it is. That has nothing to do with the issue. By calling the ARCA witnesses as their witnesses, they then have the obligation to comply with Rule 14. Unlike the first trial, where the Commonwealth had no ability to do any testing, review, vet the reliability of the information, properly prepare for cross-examination, this trial, that should not occur. Just because it happened last trial and the Commonwealth was disadvantaged does not mean it should happen this trial.
Does anybody remember that Lally had an opportunity to ask them a bunch of questions before they testified last trial?
That is precisely why I began moving for discovery in this case early on. Inevitably, if these witnesses cannot provide information because it's under a protective order, it may not be the defendant's fault in inception, but it is their problem and difficulty because they chose to hire the ARCA witnesses. They could have chosen any witnesses they want. Rule 14 is not obviated because they made a strategic decision to call the ARCA witnesses. So now going into this trial, even Dr. Rentschler admitted that an expert should have time, in their opinion, a month or more, to review the raw materials. It's not enough simply to have a report, as Attorney Alisi preached during his argument. We should have the opportunity to go through the raw data, the history, the videos, determine whether there's any failed testing. We don't have that benefit. And so my position has changed, that those early opinions should not come in because we have no ability to fairly cross-examine. As for the new opinions, the report.
So he doesn't want the original opinions. Does he think that their opinions this time changed? He just doesn't want the defense to be able to say, when you created this report and came to these opinions, you were not hired by us.
May not be done till May 7th. We are in the middle of trial, concedingly by the defense, or at least their witnesses.
And don't forget, you all turned over Sallyport footage in the middle of trial. You turned over a lot of shit in the middle of trial last trial.
It takes a month to go through the discovery. When I filed my motion on the eve of trial that we would be unable to prepare or we would want a continuance in this case, I appreciate why this case wasn't continued. But I knew, given our scheduling, our experts will not be able to look at this material. Our expert is away until after the first week of May.
Sounds like a you problem.
Testifying shortly after. He will have no ability to digest this enormous amount of materials, vet whether it's accurate or not, conduct tests to combat it if he thinks that it's inaccurate or unfair. And so the discovery violations, regardless of the state of mind, are upon the defendant. There is no exception that you used ARCA witnesses. There is no exception that you hired somebody that used to be under a federal protective order. They chose them, and I would suggest it seems strategically. When we noticed we'd have new experts in October, the defense from past experience, and probably other experience, but we know from this case, knows the process. They would have to file a TUI letter and wait for a response. And yet they waited until February to seek permission, which then extended their permission past February into March. And then they didn't even start the review until late March. And so it's fundamentally unfair. We should not be placed in the position of cross-examining experts without the fair ability, as any participant, defendant, Commonwealth, any participant would have in a case, to consider and then to rebut. And so for that reason, I ask you to exclude both the new opinions and new testing, and also to exclude the earlier opinions that we will never at this point receive the proper discovery with to prepare.
Exactly, Crime Ghost.
Mr. Lassie, I only have one question for you. So would you stand, please? You're arguing this, right? This was your motion. So my question is, how do I reconcile the fact that 100 text messages were deleted by counsel? And we heard yes.
Not by counsel. Well, I guess it was by counsel. Does she feel that way about Michael Morrissey? I wonder.
Today, counsel's preferred method of dealing with Dr. Wolf was via signal. How do we reconcile that?
Well, that right there is none of your fucking business.
With the Massachusetts Rules of Professional Conduct 1.15. I don't see how you reconcile that, where all correspondence related to the matter, whether in physical or electronic form, must be saved for 10 years minimum. How do you reconcile that? How do I reconcile that?
The federal protective order. I really think that's what it is. They were still under a protective order, and I'm sure there's shit that the feds still don't want them to know. Just like Yannetti is still under subpoena to keep turning over everything the Commonwealth gives him to the feds. Which is interesting, since everybody keeps saying the case is closed. Why are they still requesting every bit of discovery that comes to them from the Commonwealth?
Right there, and I expect a short answer.
The short answer, Your Honor, is the rule that you're citing has absolutely no applicability to this proceeding for the, can I finish my answer, Your Honor?
Right ahead.
Has no applicability. That rule is intended to be between an attorney and the client. The court has no jurisdiction to enforce that rule.
I agree. I agree. That's a different body, but I'm asking you
then why'd you
how
say
I
it?
reconcile that when I'm trying to figure this out. Mr. Leslie, you know what? You're going to win this, so why don't you just let me make my ruling, okay? So I understand there have been repeated violations of the reciprocal discovery order.
Do something.
And
then do something. Give them sanctions or whatever. Then do something about it. You should have did something about it before when the other one was doing it. Yeah, he sat down fast because he doesn't care. He doesn't need to speak. If he's going to win, then he has nothing more to say.
orders, repeated and deliberate. But, and Mr. Brennan, I understand completely the Commonwealth's argument, completely the ambush that has been set upon here. However,
what
a defendant's right
Bullshit.
to a fair trial is paramount to everything. So I'm going to allow the ARCA witnesses to testify. I am going to allow what I expect to be a very robust cross-examination. And I'm going to allow them to testify to everything that they said up until yesterday. So you'll get the report May 7th. And I know that's late. And if you need anything as a result of that being late, I'll hear you on whatever motion you have. But that's where we stand. And I expect counsel to comply with all rulings and rules of the court and all rules of professional conduct, and no more nonsense. Let's just try this case. All right.
You are the one with the nonsense all the time. Literally all the nonsense comes from her. And she basically just, in Hank's head, he was just told that the same way he cross-examined Dr. Wolf yesterday is how he should treat him at trial. I hope he does, because I can guarantee you the jury is not going to like that at all. I saw that rubbing people who think the world of Brennan and think Karen is guilty rubbed the wrong way by that yesterday. She just can't help herself.
Wolf is smarter than Brennan.
Oh, 100%.
So I'm not really sure how well that would really work. And he's not going to, like, the questions he was even asking yesterday about, like, so you deleted these text messages between you and your friend Alan? Like, the jury's not going to, like, they're not going to be looking at that like, oh, they're friends. I mean, who knows? I can't ever tell what a jury's going to think. I don't even know if they're paying, who knows what they're paying attention to? Who knows what's important to them?
She's crazy. So gross.
So I went back to my notes, and it does look like she did say that Jen told her to, that Carrie asked Jen to take over compressions. So I don't remember it. I would, if you asked me before I went and looked at my own notes, I would have told you no, it didn't happen. But it does. It says Carrie yells at Karen to get off John, which she is actually yelling at Carrie on the 911 call to get off of John. So that's all. It's incorrect. And then she says, Karen screaming, is he dead? Is he dead? Carrie tells her to give him mouth to mouth. And then Karen yelling, yes. Karen yelling because blood is coming out of John's mouth. And then Carrie asked Jen to take over compressions, and first responders arrived minutes later. I'm going to go to Carrie's now and see what she said.
Because Carrie, that doesn't make any sense, because then she doesn't say when Jen said today that she was on the phone with 911, and then Carrie asked her to do compressions.
Correct. After she hangs up with 911.
Yeah, no.
So she says, this is now Carrie's testimony. She dug his head out of snow. He was on his back. She brushed the snow off his face, had blood coming out nose and mouth. His right eye was swollen, cut on back of his head. She wrapped blankets around his head, body covered in snow, maybe 3 or 4 inches. He was covered, told Karen to get off him so she could do CPR, and told Jen to call 911 and Karen to give mouth to mouth. Karen was running around frantic. Karen screaming, did I hit him? Is he dead? She remembers there was a fire hydrant and a weird electrical box thing. The first responders arrived within minutes, and she never saw any of the neighbors. So she never testified that she asked Jen to take over compressions until after Jen testified to that last year.
Interesting. So I'll have to go back. I guess I don't really want to go back and listen to Jen's, but I do not remember her saying that at all, because then she was actually confronted. Like, I vividly remember her being confronted about, like, not doing anything to save his life.
You want me to go to the defense side of Jen? That way, because that's on direct. So on, let me see.
Even just that particular, like, comment.
Yeah,
or
let me see if I can find that particular area.
But regardless, what you just said is a good way to, well, no, because then they would have had to do that on cross of Carrie, is say, last year you didn't say this. Is it because
it didn't happen?
Well, are you saying it now because you know that Jen testified to that last year?
Right.
Yeah, it was literally.
Carrie did not testify to it last year, but she did testify to it this year.
Indiana Girl is right that.
Let's see comments, so I have no idea, but
Sarah, Officer Seraph or whatever, he showed up like right at like 2 minutes after the 911 call, and Jen was not doing CPR. Like when he pulled up, Jen was not doing CPR. He said that 2 women were doing CPR. It was Carrie and Karen.
Correct.
So what'd she do it for 3 seconds?
She didn't do it at all.
I know she didn't.
But now Carrie's got her back so that she wasn't lying.
It's not.
You want me to find Seraph?
No, I know what he said.
I'm looking on Cross to see if it comes up.
They absolutely say to her, to Jen, that she wasn't doing anything to save her life. And I also think Seraph, like I feel maybe it wasn't Seraph specifically, but they did ask other people, like, what two women basically were the only ones trying to save his life, essentially. So Seraph last year, when he pulled up, he could see John on the ground.
Well, which is weird because remember, they couldn't, so it was weird that Karen did.
Yeah. It says these three people on lawn waving him down. He could see John O'Keefe on the ground when he pulled up. Asked about drug use. No. Went to get AED. John on the car. 6 inches of snow on the ground. Light dusting on top of John, which doesn't make any sense if Karen and Carrie had like wiped all the snow off of him. Estimated John was about 20 feet off the road.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's the one who says he's way further back. No, he says he's close. Yeah. No, because one of them testifies that he's like right there on the side of the road. I don't remember which one's which anymore. Sorry.
Yeah. Timmy said that he was like 5 to 7 feet or something, like something really stupid and small.
Like that. I don't see.
So Jen was day 14 and 15. I don't see that. I don't see that from day 14, maybe day 15. She said she did compressions, maybe.
It's on direct. It's I can tell you what day it was. It's day 14. Day 14, about halfway through her testimony. It doesn't, that the whole CPR thing doesn't even get brought up on Cross as far as I can see so far going through these notes. Most of it actually has to do with her lying about what was said and when it was said, because her testimony in front of the grand jury was completely different than what she was testifying to at trial. And then she can't be doing CPR because she's calling her sister.
Well, she doesn't call it. Well, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, remember, because she hangs up and then she calls her sister.
So
she says that on the 911 call, or he says, Jackson says on the 911 call, you said that John got out of the car, and she says that's what Karen had told her, which doesn't make any sense because Karen didn't even know they went there, according to them.
She called her sister at 6:07:40. Yeah, 6:07:42 and 6:08:17, and then Officer Seraph arrives at 6:10.
Yeah, so but she's supposedly doing CPR after she gets off of 911.
But she's not, because she's calling her sister.
Because she's calling her sister.
Twice. Yes, the sister whose house they're at.
Yes. which there is an answer and nobody bothers to talk about that, which would be interesting with Mr. Wiffin if they'd asked, like, okay, are these calls answered? You have such a way of telling which calls were physically answered and which ones aren't. Was this one answered?
I think his explanation was more or less
it's outgoing, incoming, it is answered.
Yeah. Like if it's incoming and it says answered, then you definitely picked up the phone. But if it's outgoing to somebody else and it says answered, it could be something else.
Got it.
But like using that testimony and keeping that in mind, I wonder if they'll be able to bring that to like the Bryans' phone calls and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, well, I don't know. Because I don't think they have Nicole Albert's phone records.
Oh, I don't know.
Probably the door was literally open, Angel. And we find that out because Jen walks in the open, not locked front door at 6:34.
Yeah, she could have walked in there at any time.
Yep. Even if she didn't walk in and go wake them up, she could have ran in and grabbed every blanket in her within eyesight.
Yes. Okay, so let's go back to this whole ambush, according to Bev. What the fuck are they ambushing with? With the fact that they're coming on and wanting to do a rebuttal to the state's new witness?
Yeah, basically. Well, at one point she says, or at one point Hank says his issue is because they can't provide discovery from what they used for their opinions at the first trial. But that wouldn't be an ambush.
It's because they couldn't be hired by the defense until March 26th?
Listen, when they were called at the first trial, the defense and the Commonwealth were given the exact same information. If the Commonwealth didn't want to call them because they were like, let's just say that it's not nefarious. Like they're like, well, we're not going to call them because they don't agree with us. Let's pretend instead that they were like, oh, well, there's not enough like information. They're not able to provide all of their work. And we don't feel comfortable doing that in case the defense comes up with like another expert that's going to be like, this is trash, right?
Right.
The defense additional, like there's nothing that Hank and there's nothing the Commonwealth needs right now that is more than what the defense has. Like the defense has no more from them than them. I don't know if that makes sense. There's another storm coming. I could see it. If I lose power again and Jen McCabe's crosses tomorrow, I swear to God, I will be driving however many towns away I have to.
Stayed out here for the damn trial.
Literally, I will go sit in a McDonald's in the next county to listen if I have to.
That is listed in the front of their original report. What about the car donuts? Well, will the Alberts testify this time? The trend I'm noticing with Brennan when it comes to his witnesses is he's picking one of the entire crew or two. So instead of like how Lolly had essentially everybody testify, he's picking like a handful, from each one. 1, 2. He had 2 EMTs, not all 5. He had one from the episode with Karen, one from the episode with John. Now he had both Carrie and Jen, but Jen's the only one from the night before to testify. So yeah, he just seems to be really putting it down like everything is happening with one witness versus the multiple that Lolly had, and including Gorino, who is testifying to a bunch of things, sporadically now, but not testifying to everything he did before because he had Wiffin come on and do a lot of that as the quote unquote expert. We
Well, you know
what
what I'm thinking?
Trooper Paul is being essentially taken over by Welcher.
But you know what I'm thinking?
Welcher? Is it Welcher? Why does that sound wrong?
Welcher is aperture. The crash. Yeah,
right.
yeah, no, that's right.
Okay.
But what I'm thinking is all the like first responders from the police station. I'm not sure that he's going to call them. And I think he probably won't call them because none of them can.
You are cutting out really bad. Sleuthie! We lost you.
Can you hear me?
Now I can.
What did you hear me say?
Something about.
First
I heard
responders. Like, I don't think that the first responders, like Sarath, Good, or whatever, I don't think he's going to call any of them because I don't think he needs to now because he's called Timmy. And I have 2 power banks, yeah, but they don't last. Well, let me rephrase. If I lose power for like a couple hours, that's one thing. But if I lose it for days, the power bank is not enough. I literally have my car running for days to try to charge our devices and stuff.
So are you saying that you don't think the jury's going to get to hear about solar cups and leaf blowers?
No, because the only thing that they would miss, no, because that would be well, not Lank, what was his name? Gallagher. And she's already gone from the scene. He's already gone from the scene. They could probably put Gallagher on to talk about that. But
you don't think Brennan's going to put any of them on?
He might put Brennan on, or he might put Gallagher on to be able to get in that glass.
I was going to say that's the biggest thing they need is the taillight pieces.
Yeah, they don't even technically really need the glass, but if they, especially, I don't know why they would even want it really because it doesn't match what's on her bumper.
Right, now they're going to have the chalk from whatever her name is that testified about the glass and being able to actually show how the pieces of the glass from the scene and the bumper are all different pieces of different drinkware.
Right. So if anything, that's going to put into their heads that like maybe it came from inside the house. So he may not call them for that. But like Sarath and Good and all them, if you call them, the problem with them is that none of them heard Karen say, I hit him.
Right.
And none of them can testify to, and they were asked, but none of them can say that they were given a phone by Carrie Roberts.
Right.
So the miscellaneous glass has never been explained, and it likely won't be.
Well, I mean, I think that they try to just make sure that you understand that it's miscellaneous glass. Like the Commonwealth is telling you it's the glass from C.F. McCarthy's or from Waterfall, but it's not. It's not that glass.
John did not, like they were saying that John walked out, but he did not walk out with it. He actually drank
and drinks it
and then puts it back down. Exactly. It's craziness. Jen makes me sick. More sick now. Like the acting is just horrible. I mean, I don't believe, and maybe I'm cruel. I just don't believe her at all.
Oh no, she's terrible. She's a terrible human being. Should we bring up her 911 call or no?
Catastrophe. I'm glad you said that because I wondered the same thing. I think she is.
What?
As a matter of fact, I think she is wearing the shirt her daughter wore last year. And she has a cross on her neck. I noticed.
That's what it is?
Yeah, I knew it looked familiar. Because I thought, initially I thought, was Caitlin Albert wearing that? But now I think you're right. I think it was I think she probably wore her mom's shirt.
Let me see. Oh, probably. I don't know if it's the same. The one that she had, it is striped like that, but I don't. Oh, you know what it is? It just fits probably very. No, it's not. It's different. It's very similar though. Here, I'll show you guys. It's similar, but this is a gray, and it doesn't have the weird puffy arm to it that Jen's has, which I still have Jen up on the screen so I can show you that.
Yeah, her shirt today did look really familiar.
It does. So that one's different. Let me see if I can find, because I used the same photo for all the days in my thing, you know. Jen McCabe testimony.
Oh, so I guess I'm just now thinking of this. If
she had to have testified for at least 3 days.
I think it was
she wore the black with the blue, then she wore baby blue with white, and then she had tan with white.
Yeah. She testified the second half of day 14, which was after her husband, all of day 15, and then in the beginning of day 16. I told you it was 3 times.
Yeah, it was 3 times. Yeah, but she's not wearing that shirt, but I think people are thinking about Allie. And it's similar, but it's not the same one. Oh, I've showed those on my screen. You guys can't even fucking see them.
I was wondering what you were doing.
I'm so dumb. That's so dumb. I'll show you again now that I know that I'm not showing you anything.
Oh, but what I was thinking was, since Colin is like out, I guess, I wonder if as long as nobody mentions him and opens the door, then the defense can't either.
I don't think they're going to be able to bring him up at all.
Yeah.
And you notice that she didn't say which family member was it that walked
Brian.
in? It was Brian.
Yeah, he said as he was walking in,
Colin was walking
out. Yep.
So here's Allie's shirt from last year. I showed you guys this already, but you guys didn't see it, or you just weren't paying attention.
It does look very similar.
It is very similar. But hers is like a light gray, and it doesn't have the big puffy arm. And then you have,
and hers has more lines than Jen's.
It's black with like a lighter. It's like 2 black lines together with these puffy arms. So, T, I sent you something horrific, but unrelated to. Okay. Oh goodness. Are we going to hear about the vacay trip? Nope, that's out. No Aruba. So we don't get that this trial either. What else is there? Yes to playing the 911 call. Okay. I'll pull it up.
Can't believe sounding good.
Hi, my name is Carrie. I'm calling because my friend.
Wrong one. Thought I picked the right one. Apparently I didn't.
No, police will score line. What is your emergency?
Yes.
Oh, did you ever find the other one, or do you still need it?
Never found a good one where you can actually hear that, because it's supposedly where it picks up the call to her sister where she says something or something about him, like don't come outside or so. I don't remember exactly what it is, but I could not find a good one. I don't know what the hell I listened to last year. And
it was at Turtle Boys Live.
It could have been, but I don't know which one, and I wasn't going to sit there and watch them all again.
I mean,
so, but this is the one that's released through the FOIA. This is the actual recorded one, not the voicemail capturing of it.
34 Fairview Road in Canton, Mass. There's a man passed out in the snow.
All right, you're in Canton. Hold on. I'm going to transfer over to Canton Police. You called me. You're connected to Norwood, okay?
Yeah, I don't know why I did that.
It's the towers. That's right. Stay on the line.
I think he's dead. We need, you got to get here ASAP, okay?
All right, I'm going to transfer the line. I'm going to transfer to Canton.
Okay. I know. Where are the blankets? I don't see blankets, Terry.
911, what's your emergency? Hey,
Yes, I need someone to come immediately to 34 Fairview Road, Canton, Mass.
What's going on?
There's a guy unresponsive in the snow.
Just a guy unresponsive in the snow. That's it. Not my friend, not John O'Keefe, not a cop, nothing. Just a guy passed out in this or unconscious in the snow. That's it. Unresponsive.
The snow at 34.
He passed out, yes. 34, the Albert resident, yes. I just pulled up and found him.
Okay, 34 Fairview?
34 Fairview, Canton, Mass, yes.
911, that's not recorded. Where's your emergency?
I got it.
Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry. Can you come to 34 Fairview Road in Canton?
34 Fairview?
Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow.
Okay. Is he,
Still not. My friend John O'Keefe, a Boston cop, nothing. It's just a man now. You found the other one?
Yeah, it's in the back chat. I found it. It was on Turtle Boys.
Okay. All right, I'll finish this one and then I'll go to that one.
is he blue at all?
You've got to get here, okay?
Okay. What's going on? Is he face down?
We just flipped him over.
Okay.
That's why, I have an issue with the whole, we just flipped him over. She just
I hope they asked them about that.
What?
I hope they asked them about that. Or ask her about that.
They didn't last time. I don't remember them asking her about it.
They didn't, but I hope they do this time. Just curious.
And who's that in the background? Is that someone related?
Okay, that's his girlfriend. His name is John O'Keefe.
Okay, how
It's
old
like
is
a nosy 911 operator, isn't it?
46 years old.
46. How long has he been?
Now she knows him. John is 46 years old.
Outside.
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and.
There you go. He got out of the car.
Is he breathing?
A couple of hours. Is he Carrie? Is he? I don't know if he's breathing. There are two women trying to do his body heat, and they're hysterical.
Okay, can you just try to ask him? I know it's tough, but we already have the fire department going. They just got to know if he's breathing.
Is he breathing, you guys? No. It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to attempt CPR?
You guys, Carrie, can you guys do CPR? No, I guess he's gone.
Okay, they don't feel comfortable
Weird.
doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, we got the fire department and the police department on the way. If everyone's declining CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys outside?
Oh, right out front of his car. I know, I'm on the phone with the ambulance. I know, honey, I know.
He's not breathing.
So, Carrie, you got to get off him, honey. Carrie, you got to get off of him.
Why would Carrie tell her to get off of him and then Carrie say, you do compressions?
But she's telling Carrie to get off of him.
I know. Why would she tell Carrie to get off him? And then why would Carrie have her come do compressions? I thought Carrie. So if Carrie was doing compressions, like she said, why is Jennifer telling her to stop?
They're not doing compressions right now. They're like she said, they're trying to warm up his body.
But then she does say they're doing CPR.
And they start. Yeah. They start doing it.
Yeah, she said she told Karen to get off of her, but go back just the time. Like, I'm 90% sure she says Carrie.
It's Carrie.
Oh, right out front of his car. I know, I'm on the phone with the ambulance. I know, honey, I know.
He's not breathing.
So, Carrie, you got to get off him, honey. Carrie, you got to get off of him.
Yeah, 100%, twice.
It's Carrie. Yeah, I have no doubt that it's Carrie, but I mean, I guess
Sure.
Carrie. Yeah, it's Carrie.
This is the scene.
Do you know if there was any alcohol or drugs involved?
They had been
Carrie
out.
just said, Karen, stop.
They've been out.
They've been out drinking.
Yes, but I'm talking hours ago, maybe. And I think I don't know how long he's been in the snow.
Okay. Is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe hit his head out?
Yes, possibly. There seems to be bleeding in the face.
Okay, bleeding from the face. All right.
Yes.
And how big's the pool of blood, if there is any?
Something's coming out of his nose, and one of the women is doing CPR.
Okay, one of the women is doing CPR?
Yes, they're both working on him.
All right. If she's doing CPR, just just give us a call back if he becomes responsive, right? But we're on the way.
So weird. That's weird.
Once she tells him they're doing CPR, he's supposed to stay on the phone. But
100%.
You said earlier, like if you guys are refusing CPR, and there's not much else I can offer for you. I need to get them out there. But now that they're doing CPR, do they know what they're doing?
Exactly. Like, I'll walk you guys through CPR, stay on the line with me.
Right.
Instead, he just lets them go. So that was at 6:03:47. She makes the call. So, and then it's a 3.5 minute call. So,
yep.
So 3:06, we'll say 3:07 or 6:07, I mean.
Okay.
And then at 6:07:42, she calls her sister. At 6:08, she calls her sister.
Hangs up from 911 and calls her sister.
So now play the other one, and just so everybody knows that hasn't heard it, it's a little bit longer, but it starts after she gets, I believe it starts after she initially dials 911, and it goes on longer when she hangs up. Because this is Karen's phone in the back seat leaving a voicemail on John's voicemail. See, it cuts her off at 4 minutes.
Sergeant Good from Canton PD, because they don't use civilian 911 dispatchers. It was a finding in the audit.
Yes. It was the same. It was him. He's also the one that answered when Carrie called.
Right.
So you would think that he was something would connect, oh shit,
No.
there was just a lady that just called here an hour ago saying that her friend was at a party.
And Carrie says, my friend's boyfriend didn't come home last night.
Yeah.
Not a friend of mine, or a friend of mine's girlfriend called and said he didn't come home last night. She says a friend of mine's boyfriend doesn't care to elaborate who he is at that point. She does a little bit later, but that's it. Nobody wants to recognize him. Nobody wants to say his name. It's fucking say his name.
Oh, but now they do. Oh, but now
he's the one that's forgotten.
In John's death, he and Jen have somehow gotten closer pre-death since his death. Now he'd stop in and have a beer and tell her about all his thoughts and hopes and dreams. But when she found him dead, and she just knew when she locked eyes with Carrie that he was gone.
Right.
She chose to tell the 911 people that.
That's why I think that's when she's saying I looked at Carrie and Carrie looked at me and she's like, I guess he's dead. I guess he's gone. They don't want to do CPR. I guess he's gone. But at that point, then Carrie is still thinking that he's dead, but yet then she starts CPR.
But also Carrie is acting like a lunatic too. So how do they benefit by acting like they're the only two who were calm and Karen was the only one that was losing their mind? Like a normal person would have been a little bit out of control. And
I would have lost my fucking mind if that was my husband.
Oh,
and he's in my ass half the time.
Let me tell you something. If I found my ex-husband on the side of the road, frozen and dead with blood coming out of his nose, I would absolutely be hysterical. I didn't say this. Bye. I love that.
Yeah, the comment I have up right now. I'll have to go back and look at that.
I didn't say this. Bye.
Yeah. Okay, let me play this one. This one it's very jumbly. And I don't think I remember that Turtle Boys wasn't the better audio of the ones that we were looking at last year. I'll just have to go back to my Karen Reed live and find which channel I watched it on.
Yes, I need someone to see 34th year road is getting out. There's a man passed out in the snow. Yeah, I don't know why he did that. I can put that. Okay, I know. Where's my get? I don't see blanket carry. Yes, I need
Pause it. So Lacey, this, when they found John, Karen was trying to call his phone. And so when she saw him, she threw the phone down in the back seat and jumped out of the car. Well, the phone was still ringing to John and went through to his voicemail, and it left this voicemail while it was the phone was sitting in the back seat of the car.
That can't be right.
What can't be right?
If it's John's voicemail, you wouldn't hear the windshield wipers. The phone would be outside underneath John getting CPR and doing 400 steps.
No. This voicemail was found on John's phone, but it's from Karen, who was calling him in the back seat. She threw her phone down, so her phone is what's picking up all of this in the back seat of the car. It's just leaving it on John's voicemail.
If I leave you a voicemail, that voicemail isn't on my phone.
Right, it's on mine. This is on John's.
But then you wouldn't hear the windshield wipers.
You would, because the windshield wipers existed in the same place as Karen's phone, which was inside the car.
Okay.
So like right now, can you hear my kids' cat in the background?
Yeah. No, you're.
If we leave you a voicemail,
my brain is like that doesn't work. But yes, I mean, yes, Karen's phone calling John's voicemail.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Are you sure? You sound unsure. Okay.
Well, I was sure, and then all of a sudden I wasn't sure, and I don't know why I wasn't sure, but it was just like a weird, like, backwards thing happening in my brain. Yeah. Yes.
Are we back on the same page?
Yes, I'm back on the page from 5 minutes ago. Yes.
Okay.
I don't know why my brain was like, wait a minute, does this not make sense? Does this make sense? Yes, it makes sense. Okay, got you.
It is if you forget to hang up your phone. Yes.
So supposedly Jen is at the back of Carrie's car looking for the blankets.
Yeah, but it if you remember the last time, she does make a comment about, can we turn that down, Bub? Just the fuzz, because my brain is like about to start repeating the words. Bub, can you turn it down, fuzz? At the last trial, I believe she said that basically like she had to get back into the car because she was trying to talk to 911 and they were screaming, and like she wanted to make sure she was heard and she could hear the guy. So it's gonna end up sounding like right now it does sound like she's probably at the back of the car, but then it goes from closer to further to closer again. Like it's a snowstorm and they are screaming, so it would make sense that she wouldn't be able to hear or think. Like just like me just now, my kid has to turn that down or I can't think about what I'm saying to you.
Focus. Yeah, I got you. Hi, Ginger. So, Kat, and the dash cam, and I don't remember the exact time, but Sleuthie might Jen's walking in the house at like 6:32 or something like that. You can see her on the dash cam walking inside the house. I think somebody tried to say that you could see her trying to go to the house earlier, but I don't know if I've ever I don't know if I've ever personally seen that, so I don't want to say that when I haven't seen that.
So she tries to call Brian Albert at 6:23, and then at 6:23:51, she Googles how long tie-dye and ticket. At 6:24:18, she does a search for how long to die in cold. And then at 6:34:43, she goes up the driveway and into the house.
What time was it?
6:34:43.
Okay. I just want to say she said Carrie way more than 3 times.
I know, I'm on the phone with the ambulance. I know, honey, I know.
See, I don't hear it at the end there.
It would be towards the end because it's almost right after she hangs up with 911. So it wouldn't be all the way at the end, but it would be right after she hangs up. Who said stop?
I think it's Carrie.
I know, I'm on the phone with the ambulance. I know.
It sounded like she said, Carrie, please give him mouth to mouth.
can't really tell. So I don't remember his being the right one. But... I don't know. I don't think his is the right one. But I have a couple other things I'll show you guys. So let me see if I can get this to open real quick. This one's for the people who were watching with us the other day when we were talking about Peggy O'Keefe. This is from the neighbor's house. So what was testified to being the quote-unquote Asian house, right? Let me take this off.
Yeah, this is the house directly next door. You can see the fire hydrant right there, straight ahead.
Right here.
So he would be to the left.
Yeah, so the neighbors were woken up and took pictures of what was going on outside.
Yep.
Yeah, so there's your fire hydrant and there's your ambulance and all your cop cars.
That's, you can see Carrie's like tail light there, the back of her car.
Right here.
Yeah. Yeah, so it woke up the neighbors, all the lights and the sirens and the screaming and everything else. And so they got up. Oh, people haven't seen, okay, so sorry. People haven't seen this trial, Teresa. So Matt McCabe in a group text message refers to this house as the Asian house.
Jen McCabe, who was just testifying, that would be her husband. He says this is the Asian house.
Thomas Scott said that be a racist.
Yeah, that be a racist. I feel like I have one more from outside the house. Hold on.
Yeah, so Jen McCabe's husband is the one that said it in a group chat to the rest of them.
No, I think this one's from Microdots, maybe.
Also, not for nothing, but if you look at how much snow is there,
this one,
like in the street and stuff, it's not like their tires are like half buried in it. Like there really was not that much. There was not enough snow that had fallen at this point to have covered his body up entirely, unless someone covered his body with snow.
Right. Let me see what else I have in here.
But yeah, when
the dash cams, but I don't know where I don't know what file I put them in because I had all the dash cam videos.
When the Alberts try to say that, you know, it didn't wake them up, and like we know that there were sirens, we can hear them in the dash cam, all these lights, it woke up these people, and their window is like parallel with, so if you throw a rock from these people's bedroom window, the first window you're hitting at 34 Fairview is Brian and Nicole's bedroom window. So like they're meeting each other. Like they're likely that these people might be a little bit closer, but also like there were cops on the other side too. There was a lot of cars and stuff there. Yeah, it's not much snow.
Let me see what this one is.
Yes, I did about choke when she said she wasn't in charge. This was, in fact, this was later in the day after more snow had fallen because it's sunny now. Not sunny, but it's brighter out. And that's how far up it comes to the fire hydrant. That is not enough to cover a 200+ pound man at 6'3". What is that? Oh, weird.
I think this might be the photo that Indiana girl sent me.
This is the photo they repeatedly showed people to ask them, like, what is this location you're looking at right now? And they all said that was where John's body was. Now, if there were, if when they found him and under him was grass, then how would they recognize this as the spot where they found him?
Yes.
They wouldn't.
All right. Oh, yeah. Okay, let me play this. I want to see if it's as blurry.
I'm gonna switch to my phone.
Yeah, here's the little kerfuffle with Brian Albert, or not Brian Albert. Well,
Look
Brian
how much
Albert.
clearer that is.
Yeah.
It's not foggy.
It's Higgins and Albert. Yeah. He's like, let's go. Over here to John. This is John over here. This is slowed down. Yeah, it's not all foggy though. But I don't have the same one that they were looking at. I have it somewhere, but I don't know where the heck I put those. I'll have to go find where I put the dash cams and stuff. They might be in my editor.
You would definitely have it because it's when John walks in.
Right. I just don't know where the hell it is. And you know how I am about that. Is this the one where you can see John take the drink? I think it is.
What's the timestamp? Oh.
This part's zoomed in now, so this is not my video.
Now he's got the beer in his hand.
Uh-huh.
It might be this.
No, he's still got the beer in his hand.
No, I feel like there were way less people in there. Like now might be it. Yeah. Now, like right after that.
This is just repeated. That's why I said I got to find the actual full video. This is just repeated and on, and like zoomed in at different levels. I'll go back and find the video. Well, you know, somebody else probably has it up anyway. I'll just look at YouTube real quick. There's no way like microdots and stuff doesn't have this kind of stuff up.
How can there be 3 severe thunderstorm watches? How can there be 3?
How can there be 3?
Oh, because they keep extending it.
Okay, this is at 10:58, and it is all weird and foggy on this one. This one's from last year. They're all still over at the bar. So this one's from 12. This is now at 12:10. When they're
Wonder what made it clearer.
I think the fact that they turn the lights on, maybe. Because is the band still? The band is still here at this time. You know, and then you get like closing time.
There's like a weird sound.
There's a weird sound coming from me.
Okay, that was annoying. There's like a weird sound coming from the sky.
Oh, from the sky?
Yeah, it was like.
Oh.
Yeah, what is that?
That's interesting.
It was doing it while there was thunder, like a long bit of thunder.
I think this is when he drinks from the glass, right here.
Yeah, right before he walks out.
Yeah, I think he takes it with him, though. So he's right here. And then that's Chris Albert. Right?
He has the beer in his left hand. He picks up her drink with the right hand. Because she walked out without finishing.
He sets the beer down. This drink that he's drinking, though, mind you, they count that as a drink that Karen Reed had.
There was obviously a lot.
There it is. It's in his right hand.
Mm-hmm.
And then he goes out. He still has it in his right hand.
Oh, he put down the beer.
Yeah, he put down the beer and he leaves with the glass. Okay, so let me back up. So it has the difference has to be.
Well, the question still is, it's not that cup. So what
Yeah,
cup is it?
What cup is it? I'm trying to find where Higgins leaves.
I swear to God, if something crazy comes through here, you know what? Should I bring in my ferns?
Oh, you probably want to bring. You just bought them.
Yeah.
Have the boys left?
I am going to bring them in because the sky looks a little suspicious.
Okay, Higgins is right there. I think in this video, for whatever reason, Court TV has that part cut out. 11:49.
Or they cut it out. Who knows?
Okay, Higgins is still there.
Did it just go from 49 to 55?
It did. This is when they're wrestling at 11:55.
Grab assin'.
Yeah, they're playing little, just a little grab ass.
Wait, nobody knows this. That's the two Brians. That's Brian Albert and Brian Higgins. The one with on the right with that thing on the back. Yeah, that's Brian Higgins.
And that's Albert. Okay. So 50. Yeah, it's cut. They don't have that one on here for whatever reason. I don't know why they don't have it on here. So 11:56, and then it skips to the 12:01. And then they're fast forwarding it and rewinding it and doing whatever. I don't know why. And then the girls leave. So that's what we just watched. It was the girls walking out together. And then John, so Chris Albert, I think must go to the bathroom or whatever, and then John walks out with the drink. Because that's Chris Albert right there. The selectman. And see, then it goes super foggy when it's all done. And then they go outside. They have the outside camera, which is bad because it's windy and it continues to get, the flag thing continues to be blown right in front of the camera. But see, there's John, and he's got the glass in his hand. Who's that? Do we remember who that is? That's standing there in the parking lot? Is that Karen? John did not have a jacket on. What he had on was just a long sleeve hoodie, but it was just like a shirt, long sleeve like shirt with a hoodie. Is it Jen or is it Karen? I don't know. I don't remember which one it was. Chris Albert walked home because he lived right around the corner. Yeah, it was a hoodie. I think you can see it. If not, I have the picture of it. I can show it to you.
What were you asking about? Who was who?
Who was the person standing in the parking lot when John walked out? I don't remember who that was. It was Jen?
Yeah, because Jen was trying to get Karen to drive with her over to 34 Fairview.
Oh. which doesn't make any sense. This was the shirt that John had on, and then he had an orange shirt underneath it, which is this one. And then his jeans.
I hope they're going to explain to me how he got shit down the front of his jeans.
Oh yeah.
Because if he never stood back up and was knocked over and immediately was incapacitated, then there really shouldn't be much of anything that leaked down like onto his clothes, like maybe the hood part of his thing, because it was a hoodie, but not really. Like it wasn't like a sweatshirt. It was like a t-shirt, basically, material with a hood.
And then there's the shoe that's found out in the street later.
Is that the shoe that had like 5 male DNAs on it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, and explain how he got blood on the top of his shoes. Right. Because it would show that he had to have been in a sitting position at some point. I have a wedding picture in here. Whose wedding is this?
Oh, this is Courtney Proctor's wedding. Michael Proctor's sister.
That's
and
right. Why do I have a wedding picture?
On the left is Michael Proctor, and on the right is Colin Albert.
Yeah. That's right. I was like, why do I have what is this? What is this? I'm trying to see if I have anything else in here that kind of relates to what we were talking about today. I think that's it. John and Karen. And their terrible relationship. All right. I think that's it. Anything else that we need to talk about before mañana?
No. I think we're good. I'm excited for tomorrow.
You better not lose power.
I swear to God, I will. The sky does look really suspicious. I did just bring in the ferns, though. They're very heavy.
After everything you did with them already this morning.
Yeah, like, I mean, I don't even know how many gallons that pot is. Like, it's a lot. And there's 2. And they're full of dirt and, of course, ferns. But then also, it has already rained. So it's wet dirt. And they're heavy as shit. And they're huge. So they're like grabbing at my hair. And yeah, I might be live from McDonald's. We'll see.
All right. Well, you guys go enjoy the rest of your Tuesday. And we will be back tomorrow for day 7. Oh, shoot. I didn't set that up. I'm normally pretty good about doing it while we're live, and I didn't do it. All right. I'll do that right now. Yep. I'll make it happen. I really need to like do something with my chair. My husband got me a new chair because my other one was so uncomfortable. I was like, there's no way I can sit through Karen Reed in that other chair. But this one like squeaks like all the time.
Just spray some Pam on it.
So I'm like, I'm gonna have to have like WD-40 the bad boy.
Yeah, that or Pam, if you don't have that.
Yeah, I have Pam in the house too. I guess I could
do the Pam. I do it like here in the new house. I haven't needed them, but I would do it on door hinges and everything else. It works well.
It works well. Just butter it up. All right, you guys, go enjoy the rest of your Tuesday. As always, thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. We really appreciate it, especially for a case like this where we know you can watch it all over the internet. And yet you guys still choose to come here and hang out with us, and we appreciate you for it. We will see you mañana. Love you. Bye, Sleuthie.
Love you. Bye.
dare to follow me down. Head into the unknown.